Welcome in, guys. This is the 481st episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody joining us on this beautiful evening, thank you so much for being here. For all the first-timers, you are in for a treat. For 4 hours a day, we talk to people that I disagree with politically. For the most part, they're Trump supporters, and we try to change their minds, but we usually end up meeting and talking to some of the craziest people alive. Yesterday, I fully crashed out. I fully lost my shit on a really crazy man who joined our live stream. That was terrible. But, you know, just know that you're in for a treat. Travis, thank you for that galaxy on TikTok. We stream on YouTube and TikTok. We get all the debates up through TikTok, so that's where we're going to be focusing our attention on. Anyways, guys, we already do have the first Trump supporter, Miss Ella, connected to the live stream. Before I pass the mic to her to tell us why she supports Trump, I quickly want to go over the breaking news. Mayor Zohran Mamdani from New York City has shocked the nation and the Trump supporter with an unexpected announcement. Genuinely, I love this man so very much. As Elon Musk said about Trump, I love Zohran Mamdani just as much as one man could love another. He's great. Take a listen to this announcement that he posted all over social media. Let's see here. Yesterday evening. We'll take a little look at this together. It's really, really, really powerful.
Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide
Gotta start
against
from
the
there.
Palestinians. Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children, as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing.
So we're pausing it there at 50 seconds. This video is 3 minutes long. If you want to watch the rest, you could literally find it anywhere on any of Zohran Mamdani's social media accounts. I'm talking Instagram, I'm talking Twitter. He even posted it on YouTube. So seriously, if you do want to finish that, make sure you go check it out. It's really powerful. And the reason why I decided to show all of this to you is A, to call out the fact that, as he points out, our government supports a terroristic ethno-expansionist state. Israel is terrible. Endorse multicultural democracy without a proclivity for war crimes and genocide, compared to an ethno-expansionist state that hinges on a necessary factor of ethno-supremacy that definitely does have a proclivity for war crimes. But the second thing I'll point out here is this should really tell you how the tides are changing in America. 10 years ago, the notion of one of the most mainstream American politicians condemning the state of Israel was just impossible. You would never see that in a million years. I mean, even today, we struggle with this infestation of Israeli money through AIPAC in the pockets of our representatives on both sides of the aisles. But now, probably the most popular politician in America outside of Trump himself, condemning the state of Israel, calling them exactly what they are and calling out exactly what they're doing, is so powerful. The tides are changing, folks. Progressivism is winning, and this is good not only because it means that we can defeat and will defeat the GOP in the midterms, but also, over time, the liberal establishment that I personally have many reservations with. Let's go ahead and hop into that very first debate of the day. Ella, why don't you go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump as patient? I do really appreciate you for your patience.
Oh, yeah, you're all good. So I have 3 main ones. I like the immigration policy, I like the abortion policy, and then I just started looking into like the pharmacy thing that Trump opened, the Trump RX thing, and it seems pretty good, but I haven't done a lot of research, so I mean, I could be wrong about a lot of stuff. I haven't really looked into it. I just kind of go off what my family tells me, and it's probably not factual.
Well, listen, the Trump RX was just a reskin of another company that's already existed forever. GoodRx is a company. They get really good prices on pharmaceutical drugs, and then they give discount codes to anybody who wants them to then go get that pharmaceutical drug from your local pharmacy for a very, very, very low price. The Trump administration basically copy and pasted like 8 of their discount codes for 8 of their drugs and then claimed it as their brand new innovation. It didn't really do anything new compared to the system that we've already had for the last 15 years. Next point, you brought up abortion policy. Yikes. Okay, so you think that abortion should be illegal?
I do hold some exceptions, which I don't think is very common with most people that you debate, but I mean, which side it aligns more of.
Okay, so you think that elective abortion should be illegal. Listen, we talk about abortion so much on this live stream. It's becoming maybe the most popular topic every day, and the debates are quite repetitive. I want to take another angle at this. Even if you're pro-life, I really don't think that you should be supporting Trump, because although he made virtue signal about caring about the innocent baby in the womb, he definitely doesn't care about that child once it's born, okay? He took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. That's going to impact American children. He took food stamps away from 3 million low-income American families. That's going to impact American children. He personally refused to fund food stamps for 14 days in violation of the law during the last government shutdown, which left 12 million American children to starve. The right has an inability to do anything in response to mass shootings and gun violence across this country. It's always thoughts and prayers instead of changing legislation, leaving there to be over 1 mass shooting per day on average in this country, and leaving guns to be the leading cause of death within our youth, and the right couldn't care less. Or even the 186 girls that he killed, children that he killed in Iran with a missile strike, or the millions of children across the world that will die over the course of the next 4 years because of his cuts to USAID. If you're pro-life, I just genuinely cannot understand how you could ever support this administration that is hurting children in this country and across the world so badly.
I get where you're coming from, but I've heard of like so many resources that can help if you choose not to go through with an abortion. Like all the pro-life people that, change people's minds about abortion, they always talk about how many resources there are. Like, is that, not factual about the amount of resources?
Maybe you just didn't listen to what I was saying, but my point is that even if you are pro-life, you shouldn't support the Trump administration because of how badly they've hurt and even killed American children and children across the globe. Can you respond to that?
I do. I don't support Israel. I'll say that. Most Trump supporters do. I don't. I see where you're coming from with like how he killed a bunch of people over there. I don't agree with that. But I do understand where you're coming from, and I really appreciate you giving me your perspective of everything. So
yeah, and then
I never thought about it like that.
You also brought up pro-lifers. Okay, you said, all these pro-lifers want to give all these resources to women and girls who are pregnant. You know what the most valuable resource is to a woman or a girl who does not want to get pregnant?
Abortion.
Well, abortion and contraceptives. Now, I bet if you were to go ask all of these pro-life advocates that you see on TikTok every single day what their thoughts are on contraceptives, and they'll tell you that they should be banned.
Wait, why?
Because they think that sex is just for reproduction, one of the reasons why they think abortion should be banned, and for that reason, contraceptives should be banned too, because they allow and promote degeneracy, as they put it, quote unquote, which is sex without an intention of reproduction. I mean, you could see this on my recent 1v20 on Jubilee, where I sat across the table with, 20 MAGA women, and one of the pro-life advocates, quote unquote, that I had a debate with straight up told me that she thinks all contraceptives should be banned.
Yeah,
Hey, thank you for the galaxy.
I don't really agree with that. Of course, I think the scientific reason for sex is reproduction, but to each their own. But I never really thought of abortion that way. That really gave me a new perspective on it. I didn't know Trump was doing all that to limit resources once a child is born.
Yeah, absolutely. He's limited resources once children are born. Healthcare, food stamps. Just the general attack on single mothers. The defunding of our education system, the defunding of free school student lunch and breakfast for 400,000 American children per month because of the big beautiful bill. Okay, I would say that even if you think the fetus matters, that a born child matters more. Okay, and it's those born children who the Trump administration are failing.
Okay, I think we can agree on that. Most up here do not concede on points, but I will. That I didn't know he did all that. Like I said, I don't think I'm as informed as I should be about abortion or like the immigration policy. Like I don't know. This is insane.
Oh, well, let me tell you, anybody who supports ICE and knows what ICE is doing is fucking insane. I mean, truly lost their mind. Okay? We had an ICE agent in Maine shoot and kill an innocent man in his car last week. And since then, once again, he's called it self-defense, and the federal government has not launched an investigation and is defending him too. Meanwhile, we have two of his ex-wives that have said that he fucking brutally abused them. So they absolutely believe that he would be disposed to violence against other people. They absolutely believe that he murdered this innocent man. And then we even got a voicemail from this ICE agent talking about how he just wants to kill females or some shit like that. Take a listen.
Single female in your bloodline is nothing but a disgusting fat. And all of you should have your throat cut. Yeah, you should. Every single.
Saying that every single woman in his ex-wife's bloodline should have their throat cuts and murdered. Okay, and this agent shot and killed an innocent man in his car in Maine, and now ICE is defending him. Like, I'm sorry, if you support the Department of Homeland Security, if you support ICE, you've just lost your mind.
Yeah, and Trump isn't doing anything about that with all the evidence.
No, I mean, in fact, for other instances where ICE agents have murdered citizens, like Alex Preddy and Renee Good, he's explicitly came to their defense and then blocked the federal government from investigating these instances as murder and refused illegally to turn over evidence to local prosecutors. The state of Minnesota had to sue the Trump administration to get the federal government to hand over evidence relevant to their investigation of Renee Good's death.
Okay, that's insane. Like I had no idea. Like with the abortion, I have a new perspective with ICE. That's just fucking insane. No. I'm sorry. Like if my family's listening, I'm not doing this. Like I know my family watches. Fuck Trump. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm done. Like I don't care who's listening. I know my family watches. Fuck this. I'm done. No.
Ella, you're the reason why I do these streams. I categorize Trump supporters in 3 buckets. Uninformed, evil, stupid. Okay? With these live streams, I'm really going for people in that first bucket that are uninformed. You fell into that first bucket. We were able to change your mind. We love to see it, Ella. Thanks for being the first guest of the stream. I really appreciate your time, and I hope you have a great rest of your Wednesday evening.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Of course. You take care. Daisy, thank you for the galaxy. Wow, what a good way to start the stream. Holy moly. Wow, look at that, everybody. That is just fantastic. And you know something else? I actually saw a video on my For You page right before I went live. Charles, thank you for the galaxy. Of a woman saying that I was actually able to change her parents' minds. They were Trump supporters and they were terrible. And by her listening to the live streams and having her parents listen too, I was able to change their minds. And I just think that's great. I just think it's fantastic. I think it's phenomenal. I love what we do. I love the fact that it's changing minds. It is awesome. Let's go ahead and try to get that next guest connected. Only do up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We love that. We love that. That's fantastic. We really do. We got the next guest, the guy 124 connecting. Only do up inside of the guest request if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president.
The guy 124
Try not to troll.
Hello.
Try not to troll so we could try to change some minds. Hey, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah. See, I'm not an American, but I have some questions.
I hope you have a good rest of your day, my friend. We are just going to talk to people in America. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in here. 2 Broken Cookies. Appreciate you for the $5. Thank you so much, as well as you, Marley. Thank you for the $5 as well over on Super Chat. You both are very, very kind. Thank you. Let's go to get the next guest, Butterdog, connected, as well as Lay. Thank you for that galaxy. Fran, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, hey, Dean, have you watched The Odyssey? I have, Fran. I watched it on the Thursday preview night before the Friday premiere. I thought it was literally one of the best movies I've ever seen. I loved it. Butterdog, do you support Trump?
Oh, my mom does, Dean.
All right, you got her with you?
Yes. Hey, Mom.
Has she agreed to a debate?
I got Dean on the live right now.
Has she agreed to a debate?
Are you trying to debate him? Are you ready or no? Are you ready?
I'm gonna need an answer the next like 10 seconds, my friend.
You can talk now.
Hi.
Hi, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I think that you are excellent, and I love what you do, even though I'm a conservative and I've raised my
wow.
kids conservative. But
Oh,
I
wow.
think
That's very
that
kind of
you
you.
are amazing at what you do.
Well, that's very kind of you. Well, I mean, hey, it sounds like you're familiar with what we do. We debate Trump supporters. Sometimes, especially like children with parents that support Trump will request up to join and, try to get their parents to debate me. I don't really like, like ambushing parents, though. I would love to have a conversation with you about why you support Trump, as long as that's something that you would be willing to do. I don't mean to like ambush you or debate you without your consent. If you do consent to it, though, I'd love to have a conversation with you, man.
I would love to have a conversation with you.
Okay, cool.
And what I teach my kids is that we aren't so much as supporting the actual person, but supporting our views, whether they're conservative or more of a liberal type of view.
Okay.
So
Okay, well,
I can
let's talk
honestly
about it.
say I voted for Trump several times, and I'm not as happy with his character today as I am still okay with what his view is for the country.
Sounds good. Well, I'm sure if you've seen me before, you know that people do have the option to support me with donations, and every so often I'll thank a couple of people who send in donations. Is it all right with you, before we hop into our discussion, I thank a couple of people on Venmo and PayPal?
Certainly.
Cool, appreciate you. Over on PayPal, Bernice, that is BERNICE. Thank you so much for the $24 donation. Bernice didn't attach a message, just sent the love. Bernice, know that I really appreciate you so much for supporting what we do here. Let's get 200 Bernice W's. Very, very kind of you. Lamar, appreciate you for the $30 donation, who says, thank you for using your voice to stand for justice and to raise awareness about Palestine and share knowledge about Islam. Your courage and consistency inspire so many people. Oh, well, thank you so much, Lamar. You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT, Lamar. Let's get 300 Lamar W's. Very kind of you. Same thing to Douglas with the $20, who says, keep up the great work. I respect both you and Parker. Thanks, Douglas. 200 Douglas W's. Naomi, thank you so much for the $15, who says, growing up, I was born into a heavily right-wing family. Still am after watching you. I'd recently voiced my opinions and was threatened with abuse by my own blood, but you've given me the courage to not give in to fear. Okay, well, Naomi, just keep in mind that you could always lie to your family about your political affiliations, and especially when the alternative is abuse. I full-heartedly endorse you doing that. But just know that I appreciate you for the $15. Same thing to you, Kayla. Thank you for the $25, who says, so truly appreciate you for all the work that you do, try to get people to wake up. Well, I try my best, Kayla. I'm so happy to hear that you enjoy the streams, and thank you so much. With that being said, we're caught up on PayPal. Let's quickly get caught up on Venmo. Mr. Joseph, thank you for the $20, who says, that last guest was such a good example of you doing what you do and how good you are doing it. Well, I appreciate you, man. I'm so happy that we could change your mind, and it's good to see you, by the way, today, my friend. Ellie, thank you for the $10, who says, just want to wish you a good stream. I appreciate you, Ellie. Yeah, whenever you are with your father, please hop inside of the queue. I'd love to debate him. Lila, thank you so much for the $10. I couldn't agree more with your comments about birth control. Joy, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, these people love the fetus but hate the child. I couldn't agree with you more in many cases. I think that's absolutely true, Joy. Jordan with the $10, who says, typically a VOD watcher, but luckily caught you on live today. Have a great stream. Thank you, Jordan. And then Miss Jamie. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat. That is crazy, Jamie. That is beyond kind of you. That is so much money. I'm very, very grateful for you. Let's get 1,000 Jamie W's in that comment section. That is genuinely like a preposterous. I don't deserve a penny of that. Jamie with $100 says, longtime listener here. I'm right-leaning and anti-Trump. I'm curious if you have any advice for people like me who feel lost in the Republican Party. I'm staunchly pro-life and could never vote on the left. Gonna comment under the dono for more. Jamie, I've definitely seen you before, and you really confuse me. You really confuse me a lot. I honestly, Jamie, I would like to talk to you on my live stream. This is an official invite that I'm giving to you to join the live stream to talk to me about your political convictions. I think that you're very interesting, a very interesting person as it relates to your political convictions, and I'd love to talk through them with you. Thank you for the $100. And then Jessica, thank you for the $20, who says, watching your lives makes my whole day better. Well, hopefully we can make your day better today. And with that being said, we're caught up. Thank you guys so much for that love and support. Holy moly. And thank you, ma'am, for your patience. Why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump as president?
I'm with Jamie that you can be on the right side, on the conservative side of things, and not support the actual leader. We're given very few choices, and I think that your younger generation needs to step that up and bring more third parties into the system where we have more choices. I think we're given the choice between the most evil and somewhat evil, and we didn't have more choices with the Conservative Party than Trump. They kind of take it away with their top person, and that's what we get.
Okay, well, I guess let's start with the last thing you said. You said most evil versus somewhat evil. So in the last general election, I would assume you're arguing that Kamala Harris was most evil and Donald Trump was somewhat evil. Why don't you go ahead and describe to us why you think that Trump was a preferable candidate to Ms. Harris?
Because he lines up with the conservative values of work hard. That makes people work harder. It makes people earn money so that they can support the less fortunate instead of too many people gaming our system. I think we have too many people, more people, I'm sorry, both sides are gaming the system, but I think we have more people on the left that are gaming the system than on the right.
Okay, when you say gaming the system, do you mean like receiving social safety nets?
Sure.
Okay, so you think that Donald Trump is a preferable president, the best president that we could have today in comparison to the options, because he causes people to work harder and he therefore causes less people to be gaming the system and relying on social safety nets. Okay, first thing I'll say is I don't think that Donald Trump has caused people to work harder due to the fact that he's caused less people to work. Okay, Macy, I appreciate you for the galaxy. My evidence of that's pretty clear. We have a higher unemployment rate today than we did when Biden left office, and he's just destroyed the economy. I'll give you a really good example of this, especially as it relates to work. In 2024 under Biden, we added 2.2 million jobs, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Meanwhile, in 2025 under Trump, we only added 181,000. We had the most layoffs since the pandemic, the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010, and the worst job reports in 20 years, ignoring recessions. He's caused less people to work.
Okay, that's fair. I don't have stats in front of me or preparing for that, but I think that coming off of, I'm in my 50s, so coming off of a pandemic and trying to come up with jobs coming off of a pandemic when everybody is struggling is not really a fair assessment. It's always going to take a long time coming off of a recession to build jobs. And I don't think that Trump is causing people to work. I think that he's encouraging more people to get back on their feet and get out there and do something.
Okay, well, your first comment about the pandemic. Yeah, well, the pit of the pandemic, where a bunch of people weren't working because of the recession that we underwent. This was in 2021 and then half of 2022. By the end of 2022, the job market had basically rebounded. And then by July of 2023, we had actually had a 50-year record low level of unemployment. And then by 2024, which was the year I referenced, we were basically back to standardized equilibrium. And then we saw the tremendous effects of Biden's domestic policy, such as the Chips and Science Act or the infrastructure bill, that led to not just the most manufacturing investment ever in the history of our country, but also one of the best jobs reports in modern American history. And then that was all very quickly just destroyed by Trump the next year. And I could even point you towards individual things that Trump did to do that. Is unconstitutional universal tariffs that he imposed on every other country in the world, that of course were also in violation of the law, that just completely disincentivized investment in America because nobody could reliably predict the future of the market. And it caused a bunch of American companies, particularly smaller American companies, to go under because they couldn't keep their nose in the green, due to the fact that Goldman Sachs tells us that American companies had to pay $171 billion in this illegal taxation last year because of Trump. And the big, beautiful bill was also really just terrible, especially for the working class. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities tells us that it reduced the purchasing power of the average American and everybody else making at or under $51,000 per year. And just to be frank with you, the reason why I'm giving you all these hard statistics is because the data doesn't lie. And the data tells a different story than the story that you're telling. And the story that you're telling, that Trump is just great for jobs, great for the average American, great for work ethic, great for working hard, the only evidence to justify that is the fact that Trump has said he has. And listen, I get it. When you have your support in a politician for like 10 years, and maybe one of the main talking points that this politician throws around for those 10 years is just how great they are for the economy and how great they are for jobs, like you're bound to believe that even if that's not what the data says. So this is kind of like my plea to you to at least consider what the data says. And maybe Trump is lying about the efficacy of his administration for the economy when his own Bureau of Labor Statistics is just telling a completely different, more contradictory story.
Okay. So are you encouraging your viewers to to support the party or the leader, because you're going exactly with what just Trump is doing. And I agree with you. Like I said, lately he's been very disappointing. But I think that you're either going to go with one party or another. It's like anybody would say, oh, vote blue no matter who, or just vote red, instead of looking at the candidates individually. But you have to vote with your values. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, I think that it's important to vote with your values, or in other words, to vote for the candidate that you think would be better off for the future of the nation in comparison to the other options. But I don't think that you really share many values with Trump if you're like a decent, honest American.
Okay,
I mean,
again, I'm not saying Trump. I'm saying with the conservative party, with the right side party. I think you're really, really stuck on Trump instead of just being stuck with a party.
I guess let me clarify. The GOP is Trump's party, okay? And he's proven it. He takes pride in that, okay? Because anytime there's somebody in the GOP that divests away from Trump, his interests and his values, then they get the boot. A really good example of this is Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie was a congressman for 24 years, okay? And he's a Republican. He voted with Trump 92% of the time. And the 8% of the time that he didn't was on the Epstein files and the war in Iran. And that got him the boot. Before his primary election just a month ago, Trump called him the worst congressman in the history of this country and put $10 million behind the person he was running against and got them elected. Okay, same thing with MTG. Okay, MTG has been one of Donald Trump's ride or dies since Donald Trump came into politics. I mean, parroting everything he said. Then it came to the Epstein files. She divested away from him. She said they need to be released. He said, MTG, your political career is over. And she's now also left Congress. Same thing with Nancy Mace. Same story as MTG. One of Trump's ride or dies. Agreed with him on everything. Divested away from him in the Epstein files. She lost her election too because Trump advocated against her. Same thing with Mr. Pence from Donald Trump's first administration. A ride or die conservative, literally, for all his life. Aligned with and agreed with Trump so much that Trump chose him to be his vice president. Divested away from him because he disagreed with January 6th. Got him the boot too. The GOP is Trump's party. You couldn't point me towards values that the GOP represents that Donald Trump does not, because they are all in one. It is one entity that moves together under the mind control of Donald Trump.
Okay, and that's fair. I don't disagree with some people who have jumped parties, but we also have people on the other side who have also jumped parties. But again, it's the values of work hard. It's the value of the style of just loving your country. I just don't. I can't agree. I can't agree with everything that the other side is doing. So I don't disagree with you. And a lot of my conservative friends are also kind of going anti-Trump right now, but we're not changing sides. So I was hoping to kind of hear, on your side of things, instead of just attacking Trump, because all of us could do that. And I don't disagree with you. A lot of us conservatives are also going against Trump, but not jumping sides.
Okay, think about it this way. Let's talk about the party. The GOP is a party, okay, supported Donald Trump on J6. When we had violent insurrectionists try to kill our congressmen and women to prevent a free and fair election. The GOP as a party supported Donald Trump's decision to then give full and complete presidential pardons to everybody on J6, including 176 violent criminals who tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol. The GOP as a party continues to endorse Donald Trump's anti-American rhetoric in relation to the 2020 election. He claims it's rigged. They say, well, maybe it was. Every single member of the Trump administration who's been confirmed by the GOP has very boldly and clearly rejected a concession that maybe Biden won the 2020 election. How could the GOP possibly love this country if they reject the core and fundamental attributes of this country, such as our civil and electoral processes? How could they? How could they love the country when they reject even the Constitution? I dare you to name one member of the GOP in Congress who called Trump out after he brazenly violated the First Amendment by saying now it's illegal to criticize him in the media. One GOP congressman or woman who called Trump out for his brazen violation of the Second Amendment when he said maybe all law-abiding trans-American citizens shouldn't have the right to own a gun. Name one Republican representative in Congress who called him out for his brazen violation of the Fourth Amendment when he deported 300 undocumented immigrants with no due process. One that called him out for his brazen violation of the 10th Amendment when he illegally deployed the National Guard in Illinois. One that called him out for his brazen violation of the 14th Amendment when he illegally tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants. One Republican in Congress who stood up to Trump when he brazenly threatened the 23rd Amendment when he said maybe he wants to run for a third term. Oh, wait. In response to him brazenly confronting the 23rd Amendment and saying maybe he wants to run for a third term, we actually had Republicans in Congress try to pass unconstitutional legislation to allow him, quote unquote, to do that. I mean, that's the issue, is that the GOP has been beaten and hammered into this mold that Trump wants them to fit in. And that mold is just an extension of him and his will. And if they refuse to be a part of that mold, if they refuse to fit in the box, then they're kicked out of the box. You can't make a differentiation between the GOP and Trump because Donald Trump is the GOP. It's an extension of himself. It is the sword at his waist. It is the bullet in his gun. And it is the power behind his vested interests in which you and your friends have split away from him on because you recognize that they're not good for the future of this country.
Yes, you're not wrong. It's not good for the future of our country. And I am very much hoping that someone will get in there. But Newsom is doing the same thing. Or do you support Newsom?
Newsom's not my favorite, no.
Okay. Who, real quick, and I'll let somebody else jump in here. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being very straightforward with your facts and everything else. I support my kids. I have 5 kids. 4 of them are on the conservative side, while one is not. She's on the other side, which is fantastic for her, as long as she can come with me with facts and research and backing up her decisions. I support her fully. Who are you looking at for the 2028 Democratic nomination?
I don't know. It's yet to be seen. I wish Zohran Mamdani could run. Love that guy. I mean, James Tallarico won't run because he's just now entering into the Senate, but I love that guy too. I think that James Tallarico is great. AOC is pretty good. AOC is pretty good. Ossoff is pretty good. And then the Kentucky's governor, Bashir's pretty good too.
Okay. I will check them out, Dean. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope all of your followers well, and keep on debating, keep on bringing out facts and moving the generation.
Okay. Yeah. Appreciate you for the conversation. Hope it was able to help you change your mind. Listen, guys, I think that lady was rather nice to me. And it was good to, finally talk to a Republican that's not necessarily on board with Trump, but is still on board with the party. I know that many of you guys have been requesting that from me for a very long time. The one thing that I'll say is maybe the reason why I haven't fully jumped onto those debates is because they're not really conducive towards any mutual discovery of truth. When you defend the party, it's really easy to kind of, I guess, navigate your way out of a legitimate response to the critique of the party because you could just kind of hide behind this elusive enigma of nonsense. I don't know. I kind of feel like a lot of the things that I said there kind of went without responses, but at least she was being nice to me, right? Well, let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. Only do hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Mr. Chris Stevens, you said that you were never going to join my live ever again, yet here you are.
Well, Dean, the way I figure the first live I came up here, you kicked me because I was getting donations. I won't give a shout out for that again. And then the second time, you did get me to concede to a point.
You got to fix your mic, dude. Big time. You really got to fix your mic. Oh my God, while you're fixing that mic, I got to thank a huge dono. My goodness, Jamie, thank you so much for the 365 Canadian dollars on Super Chat. Jamie, that is fucking crazy. Thank you so much for the love. That is so much money. Thank you so very much from the bottom of my heart, Jamie. Huge, huge, huge shout out to you. You are unbelievably kind. That is genuinely so much money, and I am eternally grateful for you. Just like, holy moly. I want to see so much love for Jamie in that comment section. I'm trying to see W Jamies for at least the next, 20 minutes, because that is ridiculous. Thank you so much. Jamie with a 365 Canadian dollars says, here's $365 to celebrate 1 year of listening to you. You've educated me so much over the past year. Keep it up, man. Jamie, that is ridiculously kind of you. Thank you for tuning in for the last year. I know I've seen your name in chat before. You've been very active in supporting what we do. I am very, 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 very grateful for you. Please do show some major, major, major love to Jamie down below in that comment section. I'm very, very grateful for you. Please do show some major love to Jamie down below in that comment section. Thank you very, very much. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, Dean.
I don't know why I asked you that. I'm sorry. Alrighty. That's weird. Why don't you take it away and tell us why while I look at something real quick?
Well, ultimately, Trump is the greatest president of all time. And I think fundamentally because he cannot be controlled by outside actors or influences like you see in the radicalized left. You know, you have these huge players that have been dominating the lobbying space. You know, the left is the party of big corporation. They're the party of the rich, the elite, the famous, Hollywood. And Republicans on the right are the party of the common man and working hard for the nuclear family and the American dream. And I think Trump aligns more with the right. He's not a perfect person whatsoever, but he supports the party that I support.
Oh my God, super delusional. Oh yeah, thanks for joining. No, listen, man, I wrote all that down. We're going to hop into that here in one moment. But before I do, genuinely, I have to get an explanation of the first thing that you said, which was he's the best president in the history of this country. Because you went on to say that he just
100%.
aligns with the party that you support. Okay, well, there are many other candidates and presidents that have aligned with the party that you support. So there must be something else that sets Trump apart from these other presidents. Why don't you give us an explanation of why you think Trump is the best president in history?
Number one, I think that God chose him. He survived 3 assassination attempts. That's a fact. He literally got hit in the head. Hold on. No, you think that's a joke? He got hit in the head. God forbid. I mean, someone else died. I think it's disgusting. And real harm has come after Trump because he's so divided from the mainstream politician. He's so much more than just your average politician. He's a force that can't be reckoned with. No one can control him. And that's what the radicalized left, and thank God, people on the left have been identified as terrorists by the Trump administration, radical leftists. And I think that's a good thing. But that's a separate issue. But ultimately, yeah, Trump can't be controlled. And I think that's why he's the best.
Okay, could Hitler be controlled?
Apparently.
By who?
He lost.
Okay, so you're saying that because he lost the war, that therefore he could be controlled. Is that your claim?
Are you trying to compare Trump to Hitler?
No, I'm just trying to take your principle. He's the best leader ever because he quote unquote can't be controlled, to see what other leaders would fit that same mold to entail some very unintuitive and quite frankly disgusting conclusions. Not being able to be controlled is not necessarily a good thing. Sure, if the things that you are doing I guess in consideration of other people's attempts to stop you from doing them, but you won't because you can't be controlled, are good, okay, then maybe the fact that you can't be controlled is also a good thing. But there's also many instances throughout history of people doing really bad things because they can't be controlled that then made them like infamously terrible, terrible, terrible leaders. Very terrible leaders. So your claim that he's the best president in history because he can't be controlled is not a sufficient argument to demonstrate that he's doing good. You have to demonstrate that the things that he's doing because he can't be controlled are good. Like take Netanyahu as an example. I would say that Netanyahu can't be controlled. Okay, Netanyahu does whatever he wants, regardless of what the ICC says, regardless of what human rights organizations say, regardless of what people across the globe say, regardless of what other countries say. And because of that, he's done really, really bad things. So what are the really, really good things that Trump has done in consideration of your claim that he, quote unquote, can't be controlled, that you think cements him as the best president in history?
He went against the disgusting radical left mechanism that weaponizes. Yeah, put an apostrophe right here. Weaponizes the justice system to go after political opponents, smears and completely tries to dismember political candidates with falsities and lies, like he's a rapist, because he's definitely not. That was a complete lie.
Yeah, that
and
wasn't
a complete
a lie.
Falsification.
That wasn't a lie at all.
Yes, it was.
No,
that was from a lying woman. All the evidence shows it.
Absolutely. In fact, the evidence proves the opposite. The evidence proves the opposite. That's why even the 6-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court upheld the verdict, alongside the other 4 appeals courts, alongside the 1 Republican on the jury.
Okay, well, the 2 biggest pieces of evidence for me why he didn't do it are right here, Dean. There was no witnesses at 1:47 p.m. in the afternoon when he walked into the supposed store and assaulted a woman. And number 2, the dress that had been submitted as evidence had not been created for at least 2 years after by a boutique designer. And it had DNA on it, supposedly Trump's, but it never was concluded that it was Trump's. It was just some random DNA on there on a dress that hadn't even been created yet. She's a lying bastard, and I'm glad that
this is too easy for me. You're just giving me,
go to jail for something
you're just giving me a cakewalk here. Let's respond to that first piece of evidence. So, you think that she was a liar because she claimed that there's no witnesses there at like 1:46 in the middle of the day. So, is your claim that, well, because of the nature of the department store, there probably would have been witnesses there. Therefore, because she said that there weren't, she probably was lying?
Well, it sounds like you're having tracking issues because I made 2 points.
I know. I'm gonna address the second point after I address the first point. I just want to clarify: is that your argument?
No. My argument clearly was that there was 2 points of contention with the case.
I know.
That
I'm
there
just
were no
responding
witnesses.
to them one by one. So we're like, dude, I'm sorry. This is how conversation works. Unfortunately, if you knew how to count, which you don't because you're stupid, you'd be able to count the fact that I only have one mouth. So because I only have one mouth, I could only say one thing at one time. And because I could only say one thing at one time, I'm going to have to start by addressing your first point. I cannot simultaneously address both of your 2 points at the same time. So that's why I said, so your first point was this. And then I don't understand why you just exploded on me in response. Like, yeah, clearly I'm going to start by addressing your first point. And then after I address your first point, I'm then going to go on to address your second point. So your first point was you think that she was a liar because she claimed that there was no witnesses in this very popular department store at 1:47 on a weekday. So just to clarify, you're saying that, well, because there probably would have been witnesses due to how popular this department store was, she was therefore lying, or I guess probably lying, when she said that there was no witnesses, correct?
I think at this point it's a developmental issue with your frontal lobe not being fully developed because you're not 25 yet. You're not getting what I'm saying, Dean. What I'm saying is it's 2 points that lead me to one conclusion, sir. And you cannot have one point without the other because as is in a court of law, those pieces of evidence stack up on one another to create an argument. And my argument is it didn't happen.
Yeah, don't worry, man. I hear you. I'm just asking you very simple questions about why you even consider your first point to be a point of evidence that she lied. Like your first point, that she claimed that there was no witnesses. For the third time, do you believe that that is a point of evidence that indicates alongside the second that she was lying because there probably would have been witnesses and she said that there wasn't?
Well, clearly that's what I said, Dean.
Okay, so let's test that claim. There probably would have been witnesses. Well, if there was witnesses, Donald Trump, could have found those witnesses to help him out with his defense, but he didn't. I don't understand why anybody will ever mention her claiming that there was nobody, or at least very few people, on the level of the department store that they were in. Because if she truly did lie about that, and there truly were people there who saw it, well then Donald Trump would have been able to use that as a piece of evidence against E. Jean Carroll. And the fact that he didn't means that she was probably telling the truth and there was no one there. Plus, this is just how large department stores work. Okay, I live really close to a Dillard's, and let me tell you how this Dillard's works. It is broken up into multiple different departments, and at every single department, they have a register in like 2 different changing areas. Okay, and this is just on one level. Okay, but still yet, if I go shopping at this Dillard's in the middle of the day, I'm going to find at least multiple different changing rooms because of how many they have that have no one immediately outside of them because of how large this store is. So when you consider the fact that they were at a Borgman Goodman's or whatever they're called, which wasn't just a 1-level department store, but like a 5-level department store, and on every single level they had a bunch of different dressing rooms because it's very similar to the layout of a Dillard's, okay, you are definitely going to find some areas surrounding some dressing rooms where there aren't going to be many people. And the fact that that was a claim made by E. Jean Carroll that was not contested by Trump in the slightest leads me to the conclusion that this is a very weak point for you to use to attempt to reason your way to the conclusion that she lied when she claimed that there was nobody in the general vicinity.
Okay, Dean, like I said, when you take the no witnesses and the fact that the dress had not been created for 2 whole years by a boutique designer in New York City who identified the dress on Instagram nonetheless, that they came forward and said, we hadn't even created that dress yet for another 2 years. And that was submitted, sir. And so ultimately, those 2 pieces of evidence lead me to believe that she was full of shit.
So, yeah, then let's just move on to the second point. What the fuck is your evidence that the dress that she was wearing wasn't produced yet?
Are you kidding me? You've never read the statements by the actual manufacturer?
Who was the manufacturer?
You're that ignorant? I don't know.
Who was the manufacturer? Can you show me their statement?
I don't know the name of the dress. It was like a French name. I can't remember it.
Okay. Can you show me the statement made by the manufacturer? Could I get a source on that, Chris?
Sir, go do your own evidence. I'm not your research assistant. You should be knowledgeable on this, but you're
Chris.
not.
Okay, I thought that you were like a serious debater, but clearly you aren't. So let me explain to you how this works. When you make a claim,
I'm a master debater, sir.
When you make a claim, you have to provide evidence that your claim is true. The burden of proof for a positive claim falls on the person making the claim, not the individual contesting the claim. This is why, like in the last debate that I had with that guy's mom, when I made the claim that, for instance, there were only 181,000 jobs added to the economy in 2025, I told her that my source was the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I wasn't like, there was 181,000 jobs added to the economy, and if you want to prove it, you got to do your own fucking research, you old lady. Being a rude ass like you are. No. I said, okay, my source is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I made the claim, therefore I had the burden of the proof. You made the claim that the dress she claimed that she was raped in wasn't produced for years after she claimed the event occurred. You have the burden of proof to demonstrate that that claim is true.
Dean, it's so boring. We spent 45 minutes last time we were debating talking about this very topic. I'm not going to change my answer. I find it interesting that whenever you and I debate, we never debate about topics like policy that Trump dominates.
You brought up the rape case.
You the same answer.
You brought up the rape case. I didn't bring it up. What a bad move.
That was a part of a larger dialogue and message that Trump can't be defeated or overtaken by anyone.
So if you didn't want to debate about it, then you shouldn't have said it. And because you said it, you can't be mad that we're debating about it. Why don't you go and give me... How about this? Give me one piece of evidence, okay, that the dress she claims she wore wasn't produced until after she claimed she was raped.
The statement by the manufacturer.
Show me the statement by the manufacturer.
I'm not your research assistant.
Okay, so you can't give evidence for your claim. You can't give any evidence for your claim.
I don't have a laptop in front of me. I'm not
you can't give any evidence for your claim. This is embarrassing.
Go do your own research.
What was the name of the manufacturer?
Dean, we've already gone over this. I'm not your research assistant.
No. You are doing your. This isn't my research. Let me clarify. This is not my research. This is your research because it is your claim.
Dean, this is the problem with pseudo wannabe intellectuals.
This is where you start getting mad because you're losing the debate.
Wannabe intellectuals like you.
This is where you get mad because you're losing the debate.
Minutia of every single.
The minutia is just giving evidence, by the way. That's all the quote unquote minutia.
I've already given you evidence.
No, you haven't. What evidence did you give me?
the objective statement by the manufacturer. You
Katie,
can go
thank you
look
for the
it up
galaxy.
yourself,
No,
sir.
no. In fact, you haven't given me the statement by the manufacturer. You just made the claim that there was
Sir,
a statement
go
by the
look it
manufacturer.
up. I'm not going to get. This is boring.
Oh,
Go look it
oh
up.
my goodness. I'm a Trump supporter, and I'm so mad because a liberal's asking me for evidence for what I believe in. You're such a fucking stereotype. It's ridiculous. And the funniest thing is, Chris, I actually know exactly what kind of dress she was wearing and when they started manufacturing it. It was called a Donna Karen jacket dress. You can actually find a picture of this on courthousenews.com because she had to submit one to the case. And Donna Karen started producing those jacket dresses in 1985. She claimed that she was raped in 1995
Now
to
you're lying.
1996.
Now you're lying. You're just flat out lying, sir.
Okay, so I'll literally show it to you. Fucking ridiculous. Here is the official picture
That
of
wasn't
Eugene Carroll's dress from
For
the
the
court
dress-
documents. This is the official picture from the court documents, and it underscores by saying this is her Donna Karen jacket dress that she was wearing. The source is literally Manhattan Supreme Court records.
It hasn't been created for 2 years, sir.
let me just like
For
really
2
like
years.
dial in on this. The source
For
is
2
Manhattan
years.
Supreme Court's record.
Sir, there was clear evidence it hadn't been released for 2 years. There was a statement. This is getting boring.
You're getting charred, bro.
I'm not getting charged. I'm telling you what the evidence is.
Yeah, no, you're wrong. Look at,
Absolutely wrong.
dude, this is the official Donna Karen website. Look at this. This is the official Donna Karen website. Let me read this for you. Donna Karen, a pioneer, a woman designing for women, modern women, forward-thinking, confident, and self-assured, succeeding in the world while pulling off the balancing act of life, responding and reacting to real needs she knew because they were also her own. Karen launched 7 Easy Pieces with her first collection in 1984.
She's made a lot of collections, sir.
Okay,
What are you
okay.
talking
So
about?
where's the evidence that this jacket dress was not a part of her
You can
first
go look
collection?
it up. I read the actual statement that it had not been created yet.
Wait, okay. How about this? Okay, what do I need to look up to find this statement?
I don't know. Do your own research, dude.
Well, it's your claim. I'm just asking you what I need to look up. Statement from Donna Karen on Eugene Carroll? Is that what you want me to look up? Let's go ahead and look that up. Statement from Donna Karen and Eugene Carroll. Let's see what AI overview says. Designer Donna Karen has not released a public statement. Okay, well, I mean, that's AI. It could be wrong. AI definitely
Dean,
could be wrong.
if we're on Google, let's do Google together. Put statement that Eugene Carroll's dress had not been manufactured for 2 years. Put it in Google, please.
Statement that Eugene Carroll's dress had not been
Booyah, about to prove you wrong. sucker.
manufactured for 2 years. Let's check this out together. Phenomenal. Okay. The statement that the dress in the Eugene Carroll case has not been manufactured for 2 years is a misinterpretation of a debate that occurred between her legal battles with Donald Trump.
A misinterpretation, BS.
The garment in question was a black wool coat dress by the designer Donna Karen, who Carroll initially alleged that Trump sexually assaulted her in the mid-1990s. Some critics and skeptics attempted to debunk her timeline. They claimed that the specific Donna Karen dress style was not manufactured until years after. However, fashion fact checkers quickly investigated the garment and confirmed that the specific style was indeed available and manufactured in the mid-1990s. Okay, so, I mean, it kind of just says that you're wrong. It definitely does not point me towards a statement from the manufacturer. Okay, so once again, my Google search was statement that Eugene Carroll's dress had not been manufactured for 2 years, because you said that the manufacturer made a statement. Where can I find that statement?
In the court records, it says inside of the debate, Dean, what you have to read the actual court records.
Okay, so here's the court records. Where inside of the court records?
Command
can I find
F. Command F.
that? Okay.
Dress.
Dress.
Okay. Start there.
Mid-90s, Ms. Carroll claims that the dress that she wore on the occasion and allegedly had preserved bearer stains and had tested positive for male DNA, albeit male DNA from an unidentified source. Nothing about a dress being manufactured after that point. So let's move on to the second reference. Indeed, it is discussed in greater detail. Further proceedings with respect to the DNA in the dress cannot prove or disprove Ms. Carroll's claim that Trump raped her. Okay, so nothing about the year it was manufactured. The DNA report about the dress. Surprisingly, DNA sample dress, nothing about the day it was manufactured. Talking about like laws and rules, nothing about the time it was manufactured. Talking about the laboratory that tested the dress, nothing about the date it was manufactured. Talking about semen being present on the dress, nothing about the date the dress was manufactured. Examination of the dress by a laboratory, nothing about the date it was manufactured. Swabs taken from the dress, nothing about the
Wait,
date it was manufactured.
hold on. Go back up four.
Uh-huh.
Where does this allegedly wore the time, alleged assault, and whether at the time 5 individuals who might, and then what does it say? I can't see it.
5 individuals who might come into contact with the dress at a photo shoot. Allegedly, the only subsequent occasion on which she wore that dress can be eliminated as contributors to any biology foreign to Miss Carroll. Okay, so there's nothing in there about the date it was manufactured.
Okay, well, this is why I'm saying you have to do your own research, because I read this, Dean.
Okay.
This is boring.
Okay, I have a question. Why would a statement from the manufacturer of the dress be in the court documents?
Someone bringing it up like the defense, Dean.
Okay. Well, let's just finish reading through all these references. DNA on the dress, nothing about a statement from the manufacturer. DNA on the dress, nothing about a statement from the manufacturer. Miss Carroll's dress would only show that there was some encounter between Mr. Trump and Miss Carroll, nothing about the manufacturer. Mix of DNA on the dress, nothing about the manufacturer. DNA on the dress, nothing about the manufacturer. And that's actually all of the references. Oh, wait, there's 2 more down here. Oh, it's just dress and enter your email address on FineLaw.com. So
Listen, Dean, I'd have to go back through all the documents
we just control F'd on the entirety of the court documents in the case for the word dress.
That's not that doesn't have the in chambers legal briefings, sir, where they actually have debates on the case. Does it have the in chambers legal briefings in it?
Okay,
It sure doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I guess not. So can you show me those in-chamber legal briefings with the
Sir,
debate?
this is why I'm saying you have to go do your own research.
Okay. Then tell me what to look up. Tell me what to look up. So we looked up. Wait. Then concede the claim. Concede the claim, Chris.
I'm not going to concede it because.
Okay. So I want to clarify. You're not going to concede the claim, even though you can't give evidence that you're telling the truth. And now you're refusing to even like look for evidence with me by looking it up, because like every time we've looked it up, there's just been like 0 evidence that we've been able to identify.
Listen, there's
and in fact, the only evidence that we've been able to identify like says that you're wrong, i.e. the fact that this was a part of a summer collection made by
No, you didn't read the
Donna
full transcripts.
Crackeran.
You didn't read the full
So what we did control F through those we did control F through those. Okay, well then tell me. Okay, listen. Tell me what transcripts to look up on Google right now. Tell me what transcripts to look up on Google right now. Dude, Chris, tell me what transcripts to look up right now.
I'm not going to tell you what to do anymore.
Okay, perfect. Fine, we'll move on. Okay, here's my argument. Donald Trump raped Jean Carroll, and the evidence that I have to prove this is that he admitted to doing it.
Dean, this is so boring. This is literally what we debated last time. Can
Whoa.
Okay,
well, no, just respond to that first. So Trump raped Jean Carroll. My evidence that he did it is that he literally admitted to it. He said, and I quote, "I raped her."
Dean, that's so ridiculous. I'm not going to talk about this anymore. This is what we got caught on.
Oh, somebody's scared.
For 45 minutes, Dean.
Somebody's
you're afraid
scared.
to debate
Holy.
policy.
All right, whatever. Just like what specifically do you want to debate?
Can you name one provision in the big beautiful bill that hurt the American people?
Oh yeah, the provision that directed the DHS to kill 10 citizens every 20 minutes.
What? Can you read that, please?
No, it's not my job to do research for you. This is boring, dude. Honestly, just go do that research, bro. I'm not your fucking researcher, Chris. Jesus Christ.
Because that doesn't exist to kill someone every 20 minutes.
Yeah, it does. It does. You're just a conservative liar, Chris. It's in the bill, Chris.
Where in the bill? What provision?
I don't need to do your fucking research for you.
I literally named evidence. You couldn't find.
Yeah, and I'm naming evidence. Right, I'm literally naming evidence.
You're just making naming evidence.
No, I'm not making it up. It's in the bill. It's in the bill. Just go look at the bill, Chris. Just go look up the bill, Chris. Go read the bill, Chris.
Wow.
Oh, I owned you.
You
That's
truly
right.
are a child.
Silence.
Look at this. What are you doing?
Repeating what you said. You just called yourself a child. That's ironic.
Dean, I'm respecting you because of your youth. I'm not gonna be mean to you because I know you're a sensitive snowflake. But ultimately, that's not in the bill.
It is in the
Name one
bill, Chris.
provision that's actually bad for the American people and have a serious debate about that.
I just told you the provision that instructs the DHS to kill 10 American citizens every 10 minutes as long as they're voting for Democrats. That provision.
Can you put it on the screen, Dean?
No, why do I have to do your research for you?
Okay, well, that is a lie, and I'm trying to have a serious
Oh,
policy
okay. So
discussion.
you were lying earlier about her dress not being manufactured for 2 years after it occurred.
No, you even read online that a wide body of people had come to that conclusion through their own research.
But
And that it had been researched, sir. You even read that yourself.
No. It didn't
You
say
even
that a
read
wide
that
body of people came
yourself,
to that
Dean.
conclusion through research. It just said that a wide body of people argued
Yeah,
this. Just because a bunch of people argue
is
something to be
roasting you
true.
right now. Dean doesn't want the truth.
Wait. Do you agree that 41 million people is a wide body of people? Do you accept that 41 million people is a wide body of people? Yes or no, Chris?
Could you make your point, please?
No, answer my question.
I'm waiting for you to make your point.
I want you to answer my question.
I'm just going to wait.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer my question.
I'm
Can we agree
waiting for
that-
you to get to a point.
Okay, let's just make it better. In order for me to make my point, you need to answer my question. Can we agree that 75 million people is a really big group of people?
That's reasonably a large amount of people, yes.
Okay, well, that's how many people, through their own research, came to the conclusion that Kamala Harris would have been a better president than Trump. So I guess because such a large group of people, a much larger group of people than the amount of people that have claimed that E. Jean Carroll's dress wasn't manufactured until 2 years after it occurred, reasoned through their research that Kamala Harris would have been a better president than Trump, that therefore it's true that Kamala Harris would have been a better president than Trump. But now maybe here's where you say, oh, well, more people voted for Trump, therefore he was a better option. Okay, well, more people voted for Biden in 2020, therefore he was a better option. Leaving you with the only response, just because a lot of people agree on something doesn't make that thing true, which of course would then contradict your last claim that maybe it is true her dress wasn't manufactured for years after she testified that she was raped because a smaller body of people agreed that it was true. I have you in what we call an intellectual chokehold because I'm significantly more intelligent than you, Chris.
Well, Dean, unfortunately, that word salad that didn't have any linear logic in it, it was an abomination of what an intelligent person would say. And I've never in my life told anyone that I think I'm smarter than them, because generally smart people don't talk about how smart they are because they're always caught in a philosophical discussion about metaphysics, about them really knowing anything at all, Dean. So the fact that you think that you're smarter than me,
a philosophical
Okay,
conversation about metaphysics.
Hold on, Dean. Dean, so ultimately, I that's fine. You can call yourself smarter than me, but you still can't come up with one reason why the big beautiful bill is bad.
Oh
in 10
yeah,
minutes of talking.
I told you. I told you. It was that in the bill it instructs the DHS to kill 10 people every 30 seconds.
So that's the language of the bill itself, right there.
Yeah. Also, I have a question.
Kill someone every
you said,
30 seconds.
Because you said that smart people talk about metaphysics. Could you please tell me what hylomorphic animalism is?
Dean, you keep running away.
Tell me,
from the
what
big,
is
beautiful
hylomorphic
bill.
animalism?
No, I'm not going to let you guide me down some. I know.
Tell me, what is hylomorphic animalism? Please
Listen,
tell me.
I know you took philosophy and dropped out of college. I dropped out of college too. It's okay.
What's
And
hylomorphic
ultimately-
animalism? Since smart people talk about metaphysics, what is hylomorphic animalism?
Dean, I don't have metaphysical debates with people who are too ignorant to understand that God is real.
Just tell me, what is
high?
no, this is even funnier that you just said that God is real. No, deadass, what is hylomorphic animalism? Do you know?
I'm not going to have a
Okay,
metaphysical
wait,
discussion
I'm
with somebody who doesn't
listen,
believe in God.
I'm just asking you if you know
I'm
what
not gonna do it.
hylomorphic animalism is.
Dean, like I said, I'm putting up a boundary. I don't talk to idiots like you about the nature of reality because you have not even grounded in
By the
reality
way,
that God is
by the
real,
way,
sir.
by the way, for everybody watching, hylomorphic animalism is a very complex metaphysical theory used by believers in God, which is funny because he mentioned that he's a believer in God and he's interested in discussions concerning metaphysics. And hylomorphic animalism is the idea that a human being is our biology, like plus this immaterial substance of like the three souls, including the rational soul. Trent Horn talks a lot about hylomorphic animalism, and Christian philosophers talk a lot about hylomorphic animalism. You know what? Actually, let me ask you this question, since you seem to be really concerned with metaphysics. Who's St. Thomas Aquinas, and why does he matter?
I can't recall. I remember reading some of his work in undergrad, but
Oh my God, St. Thomas Aquinas revolutionized Christian metaphysics as it relates to the ensoulment of a human life. St. Thomas Aquinas is like literally one of the most important historical figures as it relates to the intellectualization of the Christian faith, especially in concerning his metaphysical work. Really important. He has some of the most metaphysical work in comparison to like all other
Dean, I'm not going
Christian
to talk to
figures
you
in
about
history.
anything to do with metaphysics. You don't believe in God.
You're the one who brought metaphysics up and then like used it as an own on me, saying, "Oh, smart people talk about metaphysics," and you're dumb, Dean. And now in less than 30 seconds, I've started a conversation with you about metaphysics, and you're, I don't know, asking for you know, get out of jail free card. It's
No,
kind
but
of funny.
Dean, fundamentally, why don't you believe in God? Why don't you answer that?
Because God actually came to me and he whispered that he doesn't exist.
But seriously,
Are you gonna ask me for my evidence? Just go do your own research, bro.
What
go
do
do
you?
Oh
I'm
wait,
being serious,
wait.
Dean.
Check this out.
Answer
God
the
doesn't.
question.
Oh yeah. God doesn't exist. If you want the evidence for it, just go do your own research, bro. Come on. I'm not your little researching bee. Come on.
No, but what leads you to believe that there's no God?
Oh yeah, the things that I researched, dude.
Like what?
Oh, like I'm not gonna tell you the things that I've researched. You go do your own research.
Does the conversation about why you don't believe in God scare you?
No, if I was scared, I wouldn't be giving you an ironclad sound answer that you can't refute, which is the all-time greatest, and I quote, "Go do your own research, bro." And if you do want to critique that answer, well, guess what? This just means that you concede that you gave an insufficient account of why you believe that the dress E. Jean Carroll was wearing when she claimed that she was raped was not produced until 2 years after the fact, because your only account was making the claim, "Go do your own research, bro." In fact, I would argue, now that you've made the suggestion that because I said and told you to do your own research that I'm scared, here's my argument. You were so scared of having a debate with me about the reasons you tried to give me for why you don't think E. Jean Carroll is a real victim of rape, because you made the bullshit claim, "Go do your own research, bro," when I asked you for the evidence that underpinned your claim.
Dean, you can't even give me one reason why the big beautiful bill is bad, and you keep throwing out
Oh,
these
bro,
word
I
salads.
did. I
Word salad
I
after
told you.
word
I told you
salad
that the
up
bill
in
instructs DHS to kill people. Go do your own research, bro. Dude, I'm telling you, you're in checkmate until you concede that your defense of the claim that the dress E. Jean Carroll wore was bullshit. Because I'm going to continue to parrot that same defense against every single claim that you make until you either concede or leave the live. And it's fucking hilarious. You can't say shit. You can't say that I'm being bad faith. You can't say that I'm giving you an invalid response. You can't say that I possess the burden of proof, because every single one of those critiques would reflect on yourself. I genuinely have you in checkmate. I genuinely have you in checkmate.
Folks, if you want Venmo, PayPal, Chris J. Stevens.
Dude, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, little bro. Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, dude.
Dean, this is getting boring.
I think it's getting boring because you're finally talking to somebody who knows their shit.
You don't know much about the big beautiful bill. You don't know about the Trump administration besides CNN left-wing radicalized talking points that you regurgitate for the DNC and get paid $7K a month for.
Oh, what's your evidence of that?
You want to know what you are, Dean? At least with me, you know you're getting real, intuitive, human-made product. With you, you're just regurgitating what DNC talking heads that literally pay you money to do what you do. Ultimately, you're a sellout. You're a corporate sellout, and you're racist. You've called people the N-word. You demeaned the black community on TikTok when they rose up against you with the Unfuck America tour. It's disgusting. You're disgusting, and I don't take you seriously at all. This is not a challenge to me. It's like talking to an egotistical racist who used to sell.
Dean, the DNC is sending your $7,000 payment.
Bro,
which
you.
account should we be using, sir?
Yeah, God, whichever one George Soros opened for me. Not
Okay,
the one
I'll make sure
Hillary Clinton opened
You're a
for
sellout.
me.
You're a sellout.
I'll make sure to let them know. Should we use your PayPal or your Venmo, sir?
I would
You're
actually.
not good enough to get paid by the DNC, sir.
I'm gonna have to go with Venmo this time. You could find it in the link tree in my bio. I'm gonna need that 7K yesterday.
Link tree
You
in my bio,
know,
folks. Chris J. Stevens, Venmo, PayPal.
admittedly, DNC handler, I'm just not really feeling it anymore. I haven't got paid this month, and it's just been really hard to continually regurgitate all of these lies because of because I'm secretly racist. Like I'd only ever advocate for people of color. If I got $7,000 a month, so because I'm secretly racist. And I haven't gotten my $7,000 this month. I'm not really feeling it, so I'm gonna need that ASAP.
You turned against the black community with the Unfuck America tour with the racist leader Z, and you know it.
DNC handler, were you able to send that check over?
We're making sure to send it right now. We're having a hard time finding the Venmo. There's a bunch of random weird accounts. So I think I'm gonna go through the link tree and your bio,
PayPal,
sir.
Chris J. Stevens.
Give me 1 second, sir.
Yo, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat Sacramento, who says, give him the binky. Well, I appreciate you for the support. Maybe that was from the DNC. Thank you so much for that love and support. Show some massive love to Sacramento down below in that comment section for the major love. I really do appreciate you very, very much so. Thank you so much for the $20, Sacramento. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for that love and support. Very, very kind of you indeed. Quite frankly, so very kind of you. As well as huge shout out to Sacramento again for another 20 Australian dollars. Who says, I love it when the guests are so dumb that Dean literally has to debate himself. Keep cooking, bro. I appreciate you, Sacramento. Jess, thank you so much for the $5. Who says, Chris is the dumbest person on this app. I'm so happy that finally somebody put him in his place. Dude, he's been in his place for a fucking while. Jamie, thank you so much for the galaxy. Quite frankly, with the $10, who says, here's your check from the DNC, bro. Felicia, thank you for the $20. Who says, here's to all of those having philosophical conversations about metaphysics. I appreciate you for the $20, Felicia. Show some love to Felicia down below in that comment section. Ashley, thank you so much for the $30 donation on Venmo. Let's get 300 Ashley W's down below in that comment section. Who says, if you love the Odyssey and the music, then you definitely have to check out Epic the Musical. I've heard about it. I definitely want to see it. Thank you for the $30, Ashley. Show some major love to Ashley down below. Yesina and Kelly, I appreciate y'all for the $5 from the DNC. Tracy with the $20. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 200 Tracy W's for the money from the DNC. Mary with the $20 for the $25 as well. And I'm really sorry to hear about your breakup, but thank you for the $25 from the DNC, Mary. And I'm so happy that the streams could keep you entertained. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Jamie, thank you so much for the donation. You said that I don't have to read it out loud, so I won't, but I'm excited to talk to you. Thank you so much for the love from the DNC. Harmony, thank you so much for the $35. Who says, Dean, I live in a house with somebody who's very MAGA, and my mom is very pro-life, but when I try to explain it to her, she just says that the people who need abortions are very little, so she doesn't hear what I'm saying. Do you have any advice? My advice to you would be to get her up on the live stream, Harmony. Thank you for the $35 from the DNC, quite frankly. Jessica, thank you so much for the $35 as well. You says, have you seen the tweet from Trump responding to Mamdani's video about Netanyahu? And if so, what's your opinion on it? I've actually not seen it, Jessica. Can you forward it to me? Thank you for the $35 from the DNC. As well as Anthony, thank you for the $10. Shout out to you and your wife from the DNC. Monkey, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. I really do appreciate you so much. As well as Thomas with the $20 who says, Trump is racist, you hypocritical caller. Oh yeah, no, remember, he's a MAGA idiot. AC Whiteway, thank you for the $25 donation on PayPal. He says, DNC payment installment. Thank you for the $25 from the DNC AC. Let's get 250 ACWs. Alexis with the $20 from the DNC on PayPal. Thank you so much. Heidi with the $15 on PayPal. Thank you very much from the DNC. Caroline with a 1 penny from the DNC. Thank you so much. Robert with the $20 who says, here's your weekly DNC paycheck. Thank you so much. Jody with the $3 from the DNC. Alex with the $25 who says, what are your thoughts on Senator Mark Kelly making a run? I don't know enough about him. I definitely like to look into him some more, but just know that I appreciate you for the $25, Alex. Let's get 250 Alex W's. As well as Harry. Thank you so much for the $143 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck, Harry. I want to see 2,000 Harry W's down below in that comment section. That is ridiculous. Thank you so much. Show some major love to Harry. Harry with the 143 says, what if instead of Dean Withers, you were called Dean Whiskers, and instead of debating Trump supporters on live, you play with a ball of yarn and meow? Sending love from Australia this beautiful Thursday morning. Harry, you're a little bit of a weirdo, but I do appreciate you for the love. I don't really know what to say. Thank you, Harry. As well as I saw your second donation, just know that I really appreciate you. Harry actually sent another $50 and just said the same thing. Jeez, Harry. Marissa with the $18, who says, Happy Wednesday, Dean. I appreciate you, Marissa. I hope that you're having a good day, and thank you for the love from the DNC. With all that being said, we're actually caught up with all the love from the
Hey,
DNC.
Dean, this is Fred from the DNC, and we're withholding half of your paycheck for this month because you have not promoted zygote slapping enough. We need to ramp up the promotion of the propaganda surrounding the implementation of mass zygote slapping.
So true.
Immediately.
Chris, do you think it's wrong to slap a zygote?
I think it's wrong to murder a zygote.
Do you think that all murderers should go to jail?
There's a moral line that I know is against the law that I have. Like if someone murdered one of my family members and I killed them, I would selfishly think that I shouldn't go to jail. Okay.
Well, that means that you wouldn't think that what you did was an act of murder. You'd argue it's just because of a sense of vengeance.
Oh no, it's definitely murder, but you know.
Okay. Do you think that all murderers?
Oh, I don't deserve to go to jail.
Do you think that all murderers that you don't know should go to jail? How about that?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. So you think that women who have IUDs that kill zygotes by preventing their implantation into the uterine lining, leading them to starve to death, should be in jail?
If at any point in time you disrupt and murder the chain of events of birth, I think that'd be a fantastic law. Send him to jail.
Okay. Next question. Should Trump be in jail for killing a projected 14 million people over the course of the next 4 years via his cuts to USAID?
Trump, let me ask you a question. What's the number one job of the president?
What's the number one job? I just want you to answer my question, actually.
What's the number one job of the president?
I just want you to answer my question, actually.
It's not, the United States is responsible for America, not a bunch of left-leaning liberal George Soros-funded USAID programs.
Can you just answer my question?
It's not binary. It requires context, and that's what I'm giving you.
Should he not go to jail?
No.
Okay. So do you think it's worse for a woman to kill a zygote or for Trump to defund the system that's projected to kill 14 million people?
A woman directly and knowingly killing a zygote.
So you find the death of that zygote, a unicellular organism, more meaningful than the deaths of 14 million people like you, me, maybe your children, maybe your parents.
That's what socio-psychopaths like you that don't believe in God, why you're so disgusting, is because you think that it's a zygote when it's a human being in the framework that causes life for that human being.
So, Chris, I this is Fred, okay?
You're disgusting.
I slap zygotes every single weekend, okay? I do that for fun. It's my pastime. I have a lot of fun doing that. Do you think I'm a serial killer?
I think you have psychopathic tendencies that I've seen on your live.
Says the guy that just argued that a unicellular organism is more valuable than 14 million people like you and I.
Sir, this is Fred. I slap zygotes on the weekends. I asked you, is that wrong, sir? Am I a serial killer under your view, sir?
I think you're a sociopath at least.
Says the guy that
I'm not a serial killer?
A unicellular organism is more valuable than 14 million lives like yours and mine.
If at any time you disrupt and murder the cycle of life, go to jail. I would 100% be happy about it.
So I should go to jail for slapping zygotes?
Can you define
Trump should go to jail for the 184 girls that were killed by a U.S. strike in South Iran? Trump should go to jail for the double tap on the suspected narco boat in the South Caribbean Sea? Trump should go to jail for the thousands of Americans that die every single year because of lack of access of healthcare that wouldn't have died if Donald Trump didn't defund Medicaid?
You are disgusting if you kill a baby. And a baby is a baby at any point in conception,
Baby's a baby. What if it's a frozen zygote that's never going to unfreeze?
I don't even think you should... Well, hold on, let me think about that.
If it's a frozen zygote that's never going to unfreeze, Is it still a baby?
Well, it depends. The non-believer like you would say no, but the believer like me would say maybe God still has a plan for it. So it could be a baby.
So would you argue that it's worse to kill 10 frozen zygotes that are never going to unfreeze, or one person like you or I? Let's just take your mom. Would it be worse to kill your mom or 10 frozen zygotes that are never going to unfreeze?
I know that you didn't have a good father figure in your life, but it's not appropriate to talk about people's mother ever.
Didn't you just talk about my dad?
Well, the dad you didn't have, sir.
Okay, so it's appropriate to talk about dads. So would it be worse to kill your dad or 10 frozen zygotes that are never going to unfreeze?
What's the last thing you heard before?
He's trying to come up with like a mean jab.
I
at
am.
me because
It's
he's
not
mad.
working. I failed. Okay, guys, that wasn't my best performance there. But listen,
Then just
listen,
stop trying to throw
can you
jabs
just
at
get
me
to
and
the
just
point?
actually answer the question.
I feel embarrassed for you, Chris.
I know. I was paying attention to a message. I'm sorry. I was responding to somebody, so I spaced. But
If that makes you feel better, Chris, okay, that's okay.
Just answer the
Parker,
question.
what does it feel like, Parker, to be second in charge on TikTok? Socialist Democrats. Like, what does it feel like
Democrats?
to know?
When did I become a socialist? Is this new DLC that dropped?
He's deflecting
You're not
from
a
my
socialist
question.
Democrat?
No, we're not. I'm not a socialist. I'm a social democrat. That's different from socialist democrat.
Stop deflecting from my question by asking Fred or Parker things. Answer my question. Would it be
What
worse to
was
kill
your
your dad or 10 frozen zygotes that are never going to unfreeze?
Well, how do we know that they're not going to unfreeze? What if God has a plan for them?
Because we have a crystal ball. We just know. It's
That
presumed
doesn't
and
exist.
hypothetical.
You see, you come up with these insane hypotheticals. That doesn't exist.
Yeah,
What
even though it
exists is
doesn't
if you-
even though it doesn't actually exist in the real world, doesn't mean that we could conceptualize of it existing in the real world and then conceptualize of what our opinions and our feelings would be in that hypothetical. Like, I'll give you a really good example of this. Superman doesn't actually exist. He never will. He never has. This doesn't mean that we can't conceptualize of Superman existing and then conceptualizing if we think it would be wrong for Lex Luthor to kill him. Okay, that's the same thing I'm asking you. Conceptualize of 10 frozen zygotes existing that will never unfreeze, and then conceptualize of somebody either killing your dad or there's 10 frozen zygotes, and then tell me which do you think would be preferable in the hypothetical for that person to kill. Would it be worse to kill one person like your dad or the 10 frozen zygotes that are never going to unfreeze?
Well, this is the classic train and the trolley. You're familiar with that?
It's not called the train and the trolley. It's called the trolley problem. And
Yeah,
it's not
the
even
train and the trolley problem is what I meant. Sorry.
and it's not even the trolley problem. It's close to the trolley problem, but it isn't the trolley problem. Just answer the question, Chris.
Well, ultimately, 10 lives are more important than one, sir.
you take the 10 unicellular
Wait.
organisms that are never
Hold
going to
up.
be anything more than unicellular over your fucking dad?
Wait, hold on.
We don't
Your
know that.
dad
They
or
could
two
become life
zygotes?
one day, sir.
Wait, Chris,
They could
Chris.
become life. It's
Chris, your
disgusting to
dad-
murder babies.
Chris.
And that's what's disgusting about you and
Chris,
Parker is you
Chris.
both think that you should be able to murder babies.
Chris.
You think that conception starts at 23 to 24 weeks?
No,
When
that's not when
sentences, it's
conception
so
occurs,
gross. You
bro.
guys are
What?
psychopaths. And I'm glad leaders that believe the same thing that you do aren't in power right now. And MAGA owns the White House, the House, the Senate, fortified Supreme Court. We're going to
Yeah,
shit
Chris,
all over
let
you
me know when you're done
Democrats
crashing out.
in the
It's not,
midterms.
it's not even 4-5 in the Supreme Court. It's 6-3, you idiot.
Sir,
Wait.
He doesn't even know the Supreme Court is 6 or conservative.
yes,
Go ahead, Parker.
yes, I do.
Listen. Parker's trying to ask you a question. Go ahead, Parker.
Wait, 2 zygotes or your dad? Who would you rather save? Unbelievable.
do the zygotes have possibility for life?
They
You-
are
they're
actively
already living,
biologically
they're
alive.
zygotes.
But could there be a path for them being born?
Why does that matter?
Why? Yeah.
Because it matters
they're living.
two lives versus one.
I know,
Yeah,
but they're already
they're already
biologically
living.
alive. So why would a path to being born in the future
I
matter?
would choose, unfortunately, 2 people to live over one if those zygotes could
my
become
God.
babies.
Wait, why would it
He's
matter if
saving
they
the
become
2 zygotes
babies?
over his father.
Why would it matter if they become babies?
Obviously, it matters to contextualize the question.
But are you saying that you
No,
would
it
choose your
didn't matter.
dad over the zygotes if the zygotes never became babies?
Dean, this is getting boring. I've
Also,
already
you just
given
said that a
my
zygote.
answer.
You just said that a
You're
zygote's going to
repeating
become a
yourself.
baby in the future. So you acknowledge that a zygote isn't currently a baby. So then why is a fetus?
Any point of conception. And if a
Nope.
hold on,
You just
hold
you
on.
just denied that. You just said
At
that
any point
zygotes
in
are not currently
conception-
babies.
No, if at any point in conception it's a baby, and I think it's disgusting that pseudo intellectuals like you and Parker.
You
try
just
to
denied that. You just said that
dissect
zygotes
it
are not
and-
babies.
And it's disgusting.
You
It's
just
a
said that
baby
zygotes
all
aren't
the way
babies.
through.
No, you just said
It's
that they
a baby
weren't.
all the way
No,
through.
you said, "Oh, I'd value the zygotes
Why
if
do you
the
wanna-
zygotes
why do you think
later
it's okay
became
to murder a
babies."
22
No, no, one moment,
week-year-old baby?
one moment. You just
No,
said,
one moment to you. You
no,
answer the
no,
question.
you're running away. You just said,
You
"Oh,
answer the question.
I'd choose the zygotes over my dad if those zygotes were to one day become babies," which means they're not currently babies.
I'm talking about birth into the world. If
Oh, okay.
two children,
Okay, so then a
If
fetus
two-
isn't a baby because it's not born yet.
yes, it is. At any
But you just
po-
said
let
that
me
you
be
take
clear.
a baby being a born
let me
human.
Be clear about my position. Let me be clear about my position. At any point after the semen has met the egg, at conception, from that point forward, is murder in my book. Why do you think it's okay to murder a 24
So you'd rather
week-old
say,
baby?
wait, so Chris, you'd
Pop
rather
into the
save
galaxy.
two zygotes that will forever be zygotes over your father?
I'd like you to tell me why you're okay
We're not. We think
with
it's
murdering
wrong at
babies
around.
at 24 weeks.
We think it's wrong at around 24 weeks. That's when we think that elective lethal abortions become wrong. Also,
So
is
at
it
22
always,
weeks, it's okay to murder a baby.
if it doesn't have the thymocortical connections yet, it's not murder.
See,
But do you think
you're a
it's
psychopath. That is
Okay.
psychopathic.
Thanks, Chris. Do you think it's always murder to kill the fetus? Like when a rape victim gets an abortion, is that murder?
Yes, it's still murder.
Okay, so if you were kidnapped by the government and you were forced into giving your bodily resources to Max Uribe, who needs some of your stem cells, and then you wake up and the doctors tell you that IV cord connected to your arm that's also connected to Max is slowly giving him your stem cells, and if you disconnect at any point in the next 9 months, he's going to die. If you were to stand up and disconnect from Max Uribe because you're like, fuck this, I value my freedoms, I value my liberties, I'm going to go back to my life, I refuse to be kidnapped, do you think that you'd be responsible for his murder?
I'm still stuck on the fact that you think that it's okay to murder a baby at 22 weeks.
Thanks, Chris.
I'm still
Can you-
stuck on that.
Thanks, Chris.
Why?
Can you answer the
No,
question?
you made a claim, and I want to investigate that claim. Why
Oh.
is it okay to murder a 22-week-old baby?
Because it doesn't have the capacity to intellectualize, and it's also not murder, just by the way.
Okay, so that means that you know what the conscious mind is. Can you describe what the conscious mind is, Dean?
Well, when did I mention consciousness? I said capacity to intellectualize.
Yeah, because it requires consciousness to intellectualize. Again, I ask you,
So
what is consciousness?
also, I said
What is
capacity to
consciousness, Dean?
intellectualize.
Answer the question.
Well, let me tell you what the capacity to intellectualize is, okay?
It requires consciousness, yes or no?
Okay. Does the capacity? No, it doesn't require active consciousness. No, just the capacity for future experiences, and like the capacity for reasoning from proposition to proposition, abstraction, and sentience.
How the hell can you have any action of the mind without
Also, did you just say
consciousness?
22-week-year-old?
Yes.
Chris, think about that. 22-week-year-old.
22 weeks 22 weeks old. What are you really that guy who's getting on my grammar while we're having a debate?
Oh, I mean, I was just being clear. I just want to help you become a smarter, more intelligent, rational person. And I thought I'd
Okay, well,
clarify about
that's
my
okay.
position.
Thank you for the correction then, sir. I appreciate your time. Now answer the question.
How
Why
could you
is it
possibly
okay to
have the
murder
capacity-
something at 22 weeks old?
Oh, well, Chris, I tried to answer your question, but it seems like you didn't hear it. First things first, it's not murder because murder is defined as the
Yes, it
unjust
is.
termination of a human life. Second thing, I think it's okay to kill it because a fetus does not have the capacity to intellectualize. Third thing, you said, well, does that mean it has to actively deploy consciousness? No, it just has to have the capacity or the disposition to do this thing. And it has to have specifically the capacity or disposition to reason from proposition to proposition, engage in abstraction, or possess sentience.
Okay, so you did something really kind of slimy. It just shows you're a slimy debater. When you said it shows this thing, you didn't want to bring up the fact that what you're saying it's showing is the capacity to intellectualize, and you don't want to admit that it requires consciousness to
Yeah,
intellectualize.
The capacity to intellectualize does not require consciousness.
Yes, it does. How can something
it's-
that doesn't exist
It's the
think of itself?
Listen, Are you conscious when you're in a coma? Many comas, no. But I'd still say that you have the capacity to intellectualize. Are you conscious when you're
What?
asleep?
You have the
No.
capacity to
You have the
intellectualize in a
capacity
coma?
to
That's the craziest thing
intellectualize.
I've ever heard, Dean.
Why would that be crazy?
You can't intellectualize in a coma. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because my view isn't that it's actively intellectualizing, but rather that it possesses the capacity to intellectualize. Do you know what a capacity is?
Yes, the capacity to intellectualize in the manner that you're saying is that there's the framework to conceptualize, but they're not conceptualizing yet.
That would be pretty close to what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes, I understand that, but that framework that you're talking about is the linchpin in what I'm trying to say, which that framework is that's consciousness itself.
No, that framework would support consciousness, but that framework isn't consciousness itself, i.e. sleeping people and people in comas. They have the framework to support sentience. I like the term sentience more, but they're not actively deploying sentience. But anyway, sentience is just first-person subjective experiences.
It requires consciousness to have sentience in a subjective first-person experience.
I just like to use the word sentience. I don't really know what the word consciousness means. I think many people use it as a synonym for sentience. Other people don't use it as a synonym for sentience. Everybody kind of describes consciousness differently. So, I mean, I guess I'll just use those two words interchangeably. I just find them to be first-person subjective experiences. But once again, I'm not actively valuing active first-person subjective experiences. I'm valuing the capacity to intellectualize, or the disposition to deploy first-person subjective experiences. That's what I find valuable. And I'm so sorry that you're so fucking stupid that you've had me repeat this 4 times. But
No,
at
you're
least
so
you know
stupid that you can't understand what I'm saying, number one, or number two.
Okay, what do you feel like
understand,
you're
but
saying
you
that
know
I-
where my debate is going to go.
What do you feel like you're saying that I'm not understanding, Chris?
That for there to be any sort of brain activity, there has to be this thing that scientists call consciousness, the conscious mind, the conscious experience.
Also,
that has to exist for
brain
any sort of
activity?
brain activity to exist.
Yeah, no, definitely wrong. So like alpha and beta brainwaves start deploying at low levels at around 8 weeks gestation. But because the nervous system that is supporting those very low levels of brainwaves are not sufficiently advanced to the point to deploy sentience, therefore they have brainwaves without sentience. This is also just the neurodoctrine consensus. The neurodoctrine consensus is that the ability to actively deploy sentience occurs at around 20 through 24 weeks with the thymocortical connections to the prefrontal cortex, which means before then there's brainwaves without sentience. We also see this in brain stem function to a very low degree in brain dead patients. Clearly, they're not actively exhibiting sentience.
Dean, consciousness is required for sentience to exist. That is a fact.
So that's a different claim than the claim that you just made. So the claim that you just made is that consciousness is required for any brain waves. So I proved that claim wrong, and now you're making a new claim.
I never said
which
brain
is
waves. I said activities, sir. The conscious
brain
experience.
activities,
Okay,
sure.
okay. Can you please tell me what the conscious experience is
first
in your
person-
definition?
So I mean, I just take it as a synonym for sentience, and sentience is first person subjective experiences.
If you didn't have consciousness, could you have that experience still?
Because that's what I define consciousness as. Without consciousness, you can't have that. This is like defining like a square as a shape that necessarily has 4 corners and 4 sides, and each corner is a 90-degree angle. Okay, well, like without 4 corners, 4 sides, and each corner being a 90-degree angle, you can't have a square. So if I define like consciousness as first-person subjective experiences, well, of course, without first-person subjective experiences, you can't have consciousness, because that's the definition of what consciousness is.
You're going in this circular.
No, I'm not.
Yes, this is a circular argument that's going nowhere.
Could you clarify the circular argument that I'm giving you?
The foundation of your argument is that consciousness is not required for there to be a sentient first-person experience. That is
the
wrong.
Foundation of my argument.
Yes, I've said that 3 or 4 times, and every time I say that, you literally just go off on some word salad tangent. You don't sound smart at all. It actually sounds like you're losing grip of the conversation.
Yeah.
You're not making sense, Dean.
Well, maybe like the words that I'm using are just a little bit too advanced for you.
For any sort of sentient first-person experience, consciousness needs to exist. I don't know how you can debate against that. That makes
Well,
no sense at all.
Listen, I'm not debating against that because I use the term sentient as a synonym for the term conscious. So if I use those two terms interchangeably, like, of course, you couldn't be sentient nor conscious without first-person subjective experiences. So we seem to agree there. Now, where's this, like, you said that you wanted to investigate my view on abortion. When are you going to start investigating my view on abortion?
I want to know why you think it's okay to murder babies that are 22 weeks or younger.
Okay, well, I've already
Why
tried to
is that
clarify
okay
this.
in your mind?
Yep, first point, it's not murder. Second point, it's because they lack the capacity to intellectualize.
So fundamentally, you sound like a psychopath when you say that's not murder. That's like a serial killer after they murdered somebody, saying that's not murder. I just
So this is an
put them
ad
to sleep
hominem.
where they
It's
never
not a
woke
counter
up again.
argument. So
yeah,
Chris,
literally,
it's
you're saying anyone who
psychopathic.
disagrees with you on abortion is just a psychopath. Like,
yeah,
that's
and also
what it
this
is.
isn't Chris. This isn't
Yeah,
a
yeah,
counter
pretty
argument.
much. Yeah, I could say
Well,
that.
let me clarify this too, Chris. So what you're doing is you're trying to attack my character in an attempt to invalidate my
That's not your
argument.
character.
Yeah, being a psychopath would be a trait of my character.
I think you do have psychopathic tendencies with your argument, 100%.
Okay.
If that's an attack
So-
on your character, you're
so-
the person who
So you could call me
created that
crazy, but you
narrative
can't call
in
me
this
wrong.
world.
Okay, so then you can't call me crazy, but you can't call me wrong. So like, when are you going to give a counter argument to the position?
The argument is that right here, it's very simple. If every single baby at 21 weeks from this point forward was expunged from reality, like you insist they can be without any moral
Yeah.
problem or any factor in your mind where you go, that's wrong, guess what would happen? The human race would stop to exist because a 22-week-year-old
Let's see how this
baby
argument holds
is
up.
just as important as a 1-day-old or a 10-week-old. They are babies the whole way through. And if you were to
let's see how
stop
this
the
argument-
process on every single baby,
Yeah.
the world would go extincting. That
let's
means that
see-
they have value.
Let's see it. Let's see if this argument holds up. Do you think that it's wrong to be celibate?
No.
If everyone was celibate, would humans still exist in 100 years from now?
This is a ridiculous hypothetical. This would never happen.
Just like it's not true that every pregnant woman ever would get an abortion, but you didn't think that was ridiculous.
No, I set up a thought experiment. You didn't want to
The same way
investigate
I
it,
am?
and you came up with some ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm currently investigating your
hypothetical.
thought experiment.
It
Like,
doesn't make sense.
Listen, I'm currently investigating your thought
Yeah,
experiment.
would it
so-
be wrong for everyone to live like Jesus? Because if everyone lived like Jesus, there would be no children.
Listen,
Yeah. Yeah,
I want to say this
listen,
out loud.
like
you
Chris,
are
I'll make
a
this.
psychopath, Dean and
Hey,
Parker,
thank you.
and the
Thank you,
whole
Chris.
conservative movement knows
Alright,
it.
I'm gonna mute you. So the issue with your argument is that you're telling me, Dean, ultimately.
You're a psychopath.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So you're telling me, Dean, ultimately your pro-choice argument fails because if every woman got an abortion, then humans would go extinct. Okay, well, there's like many things that if every person did it, then humans probably would go extinct that you don't think are wrong. Like a really good example of this would be celibacy. Okay, you don't think it's wrong to be celibate, yet if every human were celibate, humans would go extinct. You don't think it's wrong to live like Jesus, but if every human did live like Jesus, every human would go extinct. You probably don't think it's wrong to be a Catholic priest, but if every person alive was a Catholic priest or a nun, keep in mind they take a vow of celibacy, then humans would go extinct. So my point is that because you don't think it's always wrong to do things, that if everybody were to do them, humans would go extinct, that is therefore an insufficient account for why you think my argument was unsuccessful in demonstrating why abortion was not wrong. I would just categorize abortion under like the same umbrella of like other actions that if everyone were to do them, humans would go extinct, knowing that not every human is going to do them. In the same way we know that not every human is going to be celibate, in the same way we know not every human is going to live like Jesus, in the same way we know not every human is going to be a priest, we know that not every woman is going to get an abortion.
However you justify being a complete psychopath okay with killing babies is your own prerogative, Dean. With your word salad, your mental gymnastics, and your weak
Dean,
debates,
you just love
do
killing
not
babies,
negate
don't
the fact
you?
that
Like-
you and Parker
like,
are little
your favorite
psychopaths.
thing to do is killing babies. Hey,
You're little
Chris, can I ask you a
psychopaths that
question?
believe in killing babies.
The word psychopath isn't an
Chris,
argument.
wait, I have a really good question to ask, actually. Chris, you're Christian, right?
No, I'm a religious pluralist. Do you know what that means? Do you want to investigate that?
You believe in all religions simultaneously?
I believe that each one is seeing God in their own mode of thought production based off the narrative given to them in their geographical location. Yeah.
Okay, so you're not. So you wouldn't say Jesus Christ is your God.
No.
Okay. I genuinely I thought otherwise. So I apologize. You can continue on. Go ahead, Dean.
Wait. If you don't think that Jesus Christ is your God, then how do you know that your God thinks it's wrong to kill a fetus?
I don't need God to tell me that it's wrong to kill a fetus. In my gut, this is philosophy class 101. They talk about the objective reality. Why does murder feel bad across different
Well,
continents,
the question is,
languages, and
why do you
time
think it is
periods?
murder?
It feels bad to murder a child to me, but not to you. You're psychopath.
Well, we're just asking you why you think it is murder to kill a fetus.
Because if you were to stop the chain of events at every fetus, as you call it, what I call a child, from this point forward, it would extinct the entire galaxy of humankind.
Yeah.
And that's what would happen. That means that there is inherent value on one point between conception and their birth that you stop violently. Do you know what they do to babies? They stick
Okay, so-
needles in
so
their
you're saying-
foreheads.
you're saying
Hold
that
on,
they
they
have
suck
an-
out the
you're
brain
saying
of
that they have
babies with
inherent value.
needles.
You're
So you're okay with a 23-year-old
Well,
week-year-old
one second,
baby
Chris.
getting a
I'm
needle?
interrogating your view, and you're trying to ask me questions in the middle of my interrogation of your view. Calm down. So you're telling us that, well, the reason why it's murder to kill a fetus is because they have inherent value. So what trait does the fetus possess that gives it that inherent value?
You psychopath, that it's going to be a human. That's the value, that it's going to be a human one
would you
day.
say that it's always wrong to kill humans?
No.
So then why is it wrong to kill this human?
Because if you were to stop every single baby from conception at one moment where the sperm and the egg meet inside,
Yeah.
and it becomes a baby, if at any point in time you stop that, the cost, the means is the murder, and the end is no more baby. That is important and inherent somehow.
Yeah, you have a
And you
circular
know that.
argument. So I'm investigating the reason
Hey,
why.
Dean,
you
I don't mean
think-
to cut you off. I just got to get going.
I appreciate you for
Good luck
helping.
with this baby, and that's crashing out in the little box here. Good luck.
Yeah,
He's
good
a
luck
fucking
being
insane
number
maniac.
2 on TikTok.
I appreciate
He's
it.
a
Democrat space.
he's a
Your daddy Dean is up here right
psychopath,
now.
actually, like so crazy. Okay, all right.
Did he
Have a-
give you
have a good rest
permission
of
to
your night, man.
speak, Parker?
Thanks.
Did
And
he
also-
give you
joining
permission
up.
to speak?
And also, by the way, thank you everyone who sent donations. I'm gonna say thank you to you on the messages. I have to go right now. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of your night, man.
You take care. As well as Oppenheimer, appreciate you for the flying jets. It's very kind of you. Okay, back to you, Chris. So your argument is circular. So I asked you why you think it's a murder to kill a fetus, and then you said because it's a human. So then I asked you if you think it's wrong, if it's always wrong to kill humans, and you said no. Appreciate you for the galaxy. And then I asked you, okay, well then why do you think it's murder to kill this specific human? And then your reason was that it's murder. So in other words, your argument is reducible to the claim that it's murder to kill the fetus because it's murder to kill the fetus. That is by definition a circular argument.
That's great. I love my circular argument. And I love the argument that I'm giving right now that you're a psychopath for trying to justify the death of a baby at any stage. And
Well,
that's
seems-
a fact.
Well, it seems like the only reason to believe that it would be unjust is circular. All circular arguments are inherently false. Woo.
There's nothing false in my heart when I think about a baby being murdered at
Okay.
15 weeks by a needle being stuck
So-
in its head
so you're
and
saying
sucked
like-
out
you're saying
of its
like emotions.
spine.
So do
and
you
then
think that-
mixing up the baby with a little
Do you think
with
that
a little knife?
Chris, do you think
Yeah,
that like
feels
emotions?
bad. I
do
don't
you think,
care about your circular argument.
well, it's
I
not
care
my
about
circular
the
argument.
fact
It's
of
your circular
murdering-
argument. Okay, so
of
do you,
murdering a baby.
so
I don't
do you
care
think
about
that-
your point, Dean.
so do you think
it
that
feels
like
bad
emotions
to murder a baby
are
to
truth
me,
tracking?
but not to you,
Do you think that emotions are truth tracking?
Dean? I think that it's.
Can you
it's
answer
wrong
my
to kill
question,
a
Chris?
baby.
Do you think that emotions?
Can you
are
answer
truth
my
tracking?
question? Why?
No,
are
don't
you
dodge,
okay
don't
with
dodge,
killing a
don't
baby?
dodge, don't dodge. I've already
No,
answered that
you've
5
been
times.
dodging this question the whole time.
No.
This is your pivot right now.
No.
You're pivoting away from why is it okay to murder a baby to you,
Well,
but not me.
So I've already clarified that the reason why I think it's okay to kill a fetus is because a fetus doesn't have a capacity to intellectualize.
You're disgusting.
Okay,
You're disgusting.
Thank you. But I answered your question. So now answer mine. Do you think that emotions are truth
Disgusting
tracking?
little psychopath.
Thanks. So do you think that emotions are truth tracking, Chris?
Truth tracking,
Yeah.
as in they're grounded in reality.
As in they track what is actually true of reality.
No, I don't think they are.
Okay, so if emotions are not truth tracking in the sense that they track what is actually true of reality, and your argument for why you think abortion is murder is reducible just to your emotions, well,
No,
then
it's
your
not.
argument doesn't track what is actually true of reality.
It applies to my moral compass that literally goes to red because it's gone too many times in circles in my heart when it says it's not good to kill a baby.
Okay,
That's very simple. That's not emotional. That's my moral barometer, sir.
Okay, but yeah, what justification outside of your own emotions do you have to underpin and justify that moral claim that it's not good to kill a fetus?
You are sitting here arguing why it's good to kill a fetus. It's disgusting. This is why people like you should never run our country.
You're just calling me
people
disgusting.
Like you are disgusting, dude.
But Chris, you're not giving an argument.
Yes, I am. That it's wrong to kill a baby at any stage. Argument done.
And what's the argument for that claim that it's wrong to kill a fetus?
Wow, someone clipped that. What's the argument
for the claim that it's wrong to kill a fetus?
It's not okay to kill a fetus. You sound like a psychopath before you're about to cut a fetus out of somebody's body.
But can you give the argument? Like if it was such an evident and obvious truth, you'd be able to give an argument.
Folks, this is what happens when someone lacks God and an objective morality to apply themselves to.
Well, actually, I believe in
arguments why it's
actually,
okay to
I believe in objective morality, so that one doesn't work on me. But what's the argument that it's wrong to kill a fetus? Do you have one? Like you're like virtue signaling to the chat.
It's wrong
you're making
to kill
preposterous
a baby,
claims.
period, Dean. It's wrong to kill a baby. That's the argument.
Okay, so it's always wrong to kill fetuses.
Dean, 100% in the context of this debate, it is wrong to kill an innocent.
So if a woman's gonna die
at any point in time, yes.
If a woman's gonna die unless you kill a fetus in her uterus, would it be wrong to kill that fetus?
Dean, it would feel terrible. I'm not going to play this.
Answer my question. If a woman's going to die, then you're running.
You're disgusting.
Is it okay to kill that fetus?
You sound
if a woman's going to die, if you don't kill the fetus in her uterus, okay, would it be wrong to kill the fetus in her uterus? Okay, that's not an answer. Okay, that's not an answer. Would it be okay to kill the fetus?
That's how psychopathic you are, Dean.
Okay, thanks, Chris. But could you tell me if it would be morally wrong to kill the fetus?
You're in a room with a fetus and a woman.
I'm not asking you. Listen, I'm not asking you what you would do.
Go, Chris.
Chris, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you what you would do. I'm asking you if it would be morally wrong to do this. Would it be morally wrong to kill a fetus if, in the circumstance that you don't kill that fetus, a pregnant woman will die?
It's so crazy how candid you are. You sound just like the serial killer in Saw.
The right just has okay, Chris, what you are proving to 31.2 thousand people on TikTok right now is that the right fundamentally
that's what I'm
is that the right fundamentally lacks an ability to give any explanatory power to what they believe in and why. Me, the person on the left, I'm just asking this guy if he thinks it's wrong for a woman to get a life-saving abortion, and he's just like screaming at me, calling me a psychopath. Like, okay, cool, bro. When are you going to tell us if you think it's wrong for a woman to get a life-saving abortion? Like, when is that going to happen? Like, let's actually talk about it. Like, you'd think that with your confidence in your political beliefs, you'd think that with your vote for legislation to ban abortion in those circumstances, you would at least be able to answer the very basic questions on if you think these things are wrong or not. Okay? It's bad for you. It's bad for the right, honestly. It just makes everyone that agrees with you look like shit. You know? Chris, so I sent you an invite to turn your mic on. Is it wrong for a woman to get a life-saving abortion?
Is it wrong for you to call people the N-I-G-G-E-R word?
I've never called anybody the hard R. And you're pivoting.
You've never used that word in your life?
Yeah, I've never called anybody that word. Could you please answer my question now, Chris, that I've been asking for a while?
What about the videos of you blatantly using it in videos? I assume the way that you use it in videos
there's no
is
video,
the way that you treated people like that.
There's no video of me saying or calling anybody the hard R.
So you've never been accused of using the hard R before?
Chris, there's not a single video out there of me calling somebody.
So now you're completely denying
but I'm gonna refuse to answer or engage in anything else that you say.
Yes, you're a racist.
For everybody watching. Regardless of what he says, I'm not going to respond to it from this point forward until we get an answer to the question.
You put down the black community of TikTok. Okay. That's a fact.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
They all turned on you because you're disgusting and you support a racist and you use the N-word, hard R.
Okay. Can you please answer my question on if you think it's wrong for a woman to get a life-saving abortion?
If you answer my question, why do you use the hard R? And why are you a racist?
Okay, that question hinges on the false presumption that I have used or called somebody the hard R, which I have.
So you're saying right now that
I'm saying there's not a video of me saying the hard R.
on the internet that I've seen of you using the hard R. There's no video that exists like that?
Yes, I'm telling you that. So please answer my question.
What? Oh, somebody
is it wrong for a woman to get a life-saving abortion?
How many times have you been asked about that? and you'd go into some long
Chris.
explanation.
Chris.
Sir,
Is it
you're
wrong
racist.
for?
You support
Okay,
the
thank
Unfuck
you.
America tour that's racist.
Thank you. Is it wrong for a woman to get a life-saving abortion?
You answer my question, I'll answer your stupid
But I
question.
already did, and I did that out of generosity, even though I've been asking my question
you
first.
straight up lied.
You're dodging.
You are racist. There's a video of you
Okay,
using
guys,
the hard R on the
we're
internet.
gonna do a kick fund for Chris. We're gonna do a kick fund for Chris. Third time ever doing it in the history of my TikTok stream.
See, he's got to kick me. To your 32,000 followers, Dean Withers has used the hard R on video. He's completely outright denying it.
Yes,
he
I'm
is a
denying that's not true.
racist. And he
Okay.
is literally raising
Yeah,
money
I
to
guess I'm
kick
telling you
somebody
that's not
off
true.
of his
Yep.
TikTok because
Yep.
he is racist.
Yeah, I'll listen.
And he
I'll drop
ultimately
the
supported
kick fund.
Unfuck America tour.
I'll drop the kick fund if you could answer the question. Just is it wrong for a woman to get a life-saving abortion?
You'll take the kick fund down if I answer.
Yep.
Oh my God, this is too juicy of an offer. Okay, ask the question one more time and I'll really answer.
Is it wrong to kill a fetus if in the circumstance that you don't kill that fetus, the pregnant woman's gonna die?
So if I kill the fetus, the pregnant woman dies.
If you kill the fetus, the pregnant woman lives. If you don't kill the fetus, the
okay.
pregnant woman dies. Die. Thank you so much for the gym gun. I really do appreciate you. Leah, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat for the kick fund.
Well, I would save the baby.
Okay, it's crazy, but not the question that I asked
That's
you.
not what the mother would want to save the baby.
Okay, not the question that I asked you. Would it be wrong for the mother to kill the fetus to save her own life? And Nat,
Yes.
thank you so much for the $10.
Yes.
Should that be illegal?
I don't know. Ask a
He
legal scholar.
answered
Maybe look into
he
that.
answered the question. So you think that if a pregnant woman is going to die, meaning that both the pregnant woman and the fetus are going to die, it would be wrong for that pregnant woman to kill the fetus to save her own life? It's either the fetus dies or the pregnant woman and the fetus die. And you're saying that you want both the pregnant woman and the fetus to die.
No, you're mischaracterizing and putting new goalposts.
I don't think I'm mischaracterizing shit. Alrighty. Yeah, that's right for you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We raised about $40 of the $250 kick fund, and I just got him out of there. Honestly, I just put that on the screen to scare him into answering the question. I really do appreciate y'all so much for the love. That's very kind of you. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Do only hop inside of that key if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Zooey mama. Ananath with the $10 says, kick him. He's giving me a headache. Oh my goodness, he was crazy. Thank you so much for the $10. Nail Bryan, who says, this caller is against women having control over their bodies and health, but has no issue with Trump protecting the Epstein class. Absolutely, could agree with you more. That's an absolute truth nuke. DE, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, DE. Let's get 500 DEWs while we got the next guest, Chris, loading in. Chris, hit that accept button. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 DEWs. Chris with DE with a $50 says, you stating solid scientific facts compels me to join. This is the only channel that I've joined. Your gift of debating stupidity is absolutely unmatched. I truly envy you, and I wish I had your gift. I would use it the same way. Keep going. Well, I really appreciate you for the $50, DE. Here's what I'll say. It's not a gift. Okay? I wasn't born with the ability to debate stupid people and keep my cool. If you go back and you watch like old VODs of my debates posted on YouTube from like years ago, you will find, okay? You will find so many videos of me absolutely crashing the fuck out over stupid people only because they were stupid. Okay? It was something that I had to develop. It was something that I had to become acquainted with myself. Something I had to work on myself in order to achieve. This patience was not something I was born with. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. How many times do you think that guy called me a psycho in that last debate? As well as Thomas. Thank you so much for the $50 on Super Chat. Let's get 500 Thomas W's down below. Thank you so much for that love and support, Thomas. Thomas with the $50 says, just a reminder, this caller cannot prove his Carol Dress claim, and this entire conversation is a pivot away from that. He also thinks that it is wrong for rape victims to get abortions. Fuck this guy. Fuck that guy. And let me tell you, Thomas, first and foremost, I appreciate you for the 50. I want to see 500 Thomas W's all over the chats. Let me tell you all something about that last guy, Chris. He runs live streams where he debates people on the left. And he thinks of him as like this little like hotshot debater. I'm so happy that we were able to just completely char him, just completely grill him. I mean, we got him so hot and flustered, guys. Sky, thank you for the manifesting. We got him so fucking hot and flustered. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of that comment section. If you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, we will be banning people that are not American adults that support Trump. Just looking for some debates. It's that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We got two people here. Tyler left. Okay, let's go to get the next guest up here. Another Canadian, thank you for the $20, who says, just reached level 20 on Wizard 101. Loved hearing you destroy these people while I grind out levels. Hey, man, good luck. Good luck. Level 20. Are you in Krakatopia? I think that's like level 20-ish. It's one of my favorite worlds in the game. Very based. Very based. Let's go to get the next guest connected. You only hop inside of the comment only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump, guys. We are looking for that next guest to join right now so we could hop into a discussion. I don't really see too many people inside of that queue that I think aren't trolls. Allison, thank you for the $5. Lois with the $10 on Venmo for the kick fun. Rain with a $1 for the kick fun. Rebecca with a $5 for the kick fun. Olivia with a $4 for the kick fun. Shannon, oh my God! Shannon with a $250 donation on Venmo. We got a crazy echo on Dennis. Dennis, please turn me off of your Bluetooth. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to unmute you here in a moment. Holy fucking shit. Shannon, I love you. That is craziness. Damn, Shannon. Thank you so much for that love and support. Shannon donated $250 and said, kick. Oh my dude. We got him out of here, Shannon. Thank you so much for the love. That is actually fucking ridiculous. I'm lost for words, man. Thank you so much, Shannon. Show a massive fucking love to the GOAT. To the GOAT. Shannon down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. I want to see W Shannons in the comment section for at least the next 10 minutes. Holy cow. Dennis, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Woo! Dennis, you got to come back to the TikTok app in order for me to hear you if you want to talk to me.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
You do support Trump, okay. How old are you?
49.
Are you driving?
I'm on hands-free.
Okay, well, it is just TikTok terms of service. You can't be driving. If you want to, pull
I'm
over.
actually stopped in traffic. I'm stopped in traffic.
If you want to pull over to talk to me, you can. If not, no worries, I get it. I could also put you on mute and just leave you on the live until you get where you're going. But those are about the only two options.
Okay.
What would you prefer to do? Pull
I'll
over?
try again when I'm not driving.
Okay, sounds good. Peace out, Dennis.
I'll go ahead and leave.
Okay, take care. Let's go to get the next guest loaded into the box. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got to uphold those rules, everybody. Plus, I really don't want to be responsible for a traffic accident. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Savvy, appreciate you for the $5. Shout out to you. John, thank you for the $5 as well. And then Lily with the $10 who says, you have so much wisdom and knowledge. Your patience and self-control to the ignorant MAGAs is genuinely impressive. Well, I appreciate you, Lily. Thank you for the $10. I try my best. Rebecca, thank you for the $20 who says, why is it that the same people who condemn abortion are the ones that want to take food stamps away from kids and refuse asylum to immigrant children? Because they don't care about babies. They just care about fetuses. Thank you for the $20, Rebecca. Ken, thank you for the $5. And Lauren, thank you for the $10, who says, been a nurse for over a decade. This guy's absolutely diabolical. I don't think that he said one scientific truth amongst his incoherent moronic ramblings. Yeah, that last guy was straight up just yapping for like an hour. That's what it was. It was an hour yap sesh where nothing intelligent was said from his end, at least. Kelly, thank you for the $5. And Karen, thank you for the $50. Holy moly, Karen. That is a massive donation. Thank you so much for that love and support. Karen with a 50. And then Celeste with a 50. Thank you guys both for the love. Let's get 500 Celeste and Karen W's. Karen says, I'm in awe of your patience with the MAGAs. And Celeste says, you guys are on fire this evening. Well, I'm trying my best, Celeste. And thank you for that very kind compliment, Karen. Show some love to Celeste and Karen down below. Same thing to you, Sharpie, for the $24, who says, did you see/hear about Trump's speech at the Wheeler High School in Georgia? Also, warning to those, I did fall for one of the fake deans because the link tree wasn't working on my phone. RIP. Yeah, they're really easy to fall for, Sharpie. And I did not see his speech at a high school. What did he cover? And thank you for the $24. Welcome in, Cruiser. Do you support Trump? Cruiser, hello? Why are all the people inside of the queue legitimately AFK, bro? Goodbye, Cruiser. River with a $6 and the 66 cents says evil DNC payment. Shane with a $5. I appreciate you. Then Marley with a $10 says, hey, Dean, I'm in my criminology class.
Hello, Dean. How are you?
Doing all right. Give me one moment. Hey, Dean, I'm in my criminology class and I made a mock policy for an assignment and I decided to submit it to my assembly member and he's co-signing it in November. Wow. Good for you, Marley. That is quite the accomplishment. Welcome in, Julian. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
2 sentences or less. Why do you support Trump?
Well, because a lot of the claims that are against him are actually been proven false by a lot of people.
Okay,
well,
well,
not
we'll
by
talk.
a lot of people, but like some certain people.
We'll talk about it. I'm going to quickly catch up on Venmo, then the mic of the floor will be yours. John and Abby, I appreciate you both for the $10 and the $15. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, John and Abby.
What I want to talk about today is abortion.
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to do that with you, Julian. We could talk about nearly anything else, though.
Okay. Well, all right. That was just mainly what I wanted to do, just talk about abortion.
Sorry, we've already spent 2 hours talking to idiotic pro-life man. I'm just not on board with another one. We could talk about literally anything else, though, dude. But let me catch up on the donations, and then the mic of the floor will be yours.
Abby, I seen
what's
in
going
some of your
on?
videos that you were talking about homosexuality. Correct?
What the hell? Yeah, what's happening though? Can I finish thanking my donors real quick, Julian?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Okay. Abby with their $15 says, what about USAID cuts that caused pregnant women overseas to experience miscarriages? Oh, Abby, I asked that last guest about that. He said he didn't give a fuck. Bridget with the $10 says, no uterus, no opinion. What if the zygotes were made out of violent SA? Bridget, he said that he thinks that abortion would be wrong. And this came in 40 minutes ago. Bart, thank you so much for the $100 donation, man. That is ridiculously kind of you. Holy fucking shit. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, Bart. Let's get 1,000 Bart W's. You guys have been so kind to me today. Thank you so much, Bart. And then Rachel, thank you for the $50. Goodness, you guys. Let's also get 500 Rachel W's. Rachel, I will happily do that for you. You should send another like 1 penny dono with your TikTok handle, and I'll get that figured out. I'll happily do that for you. Thank you so much for the $50. And Bart once again with 100. Thank you both. Shannon, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And let's see here. Joseph with the $20 on Venmo says, holy crash out, Batman, cry harder, little bro. To Chris. Yeah, Chris was fucking crying, Joseph. As well as Jamie. This came in 50 minutes ago. Thank you for the $50 from the DNC. Oh, yes, I forgot about all the payments from the DNC earlier. Thank you for the $50, Jamie. And then Victoria with the 20 says, since Parker can't get you your DNC check to you, I appreciate you. JP with the $15 says, Chris is stupid. So true. And then one last one for now before we're going to pass the mic to this guest. Katie, thank you for the $50 from 50 minutes ago, who says, here's a part of your DNC payment. Thank you so much, you guys. I don't even know what to say. You guys have been so ridiculously kind to me today. I'm so very grateful for y'all. Show some love to Katie. Show some love to JP. Show some love to Victoria. Show some love to Bart. Show some love to all of these donors while we pass this guy the mic. Holy fucking crap. Thank you all very, very much. My friend, so you want to talk to me about the LGBTQ plus community, ain't that true?
Yes, that and deportation.
Okay, you want to talk to me about deportation in the LGBTQ plus community? Well, let's start with the LGBTQ plus community. I do need to warn, though, we can't use the word gay in our debate. We have to use the phrase non-straight, okay?
Okay.
The reason why I say that is just because of TikTok terms of service, but before we continue, Julian, how old are you?
I am 20.
Okay, cool. Okay, Julian, do you think it's not right or wrong to be not straight?
I think it's not right to be non-straight.
It's wrong to be non-straight, and why is that?
Because as humans, we are intended to be with the opposite gender instead of the same gender.
What's the argument for that?
Well, my argument for that is you can see people, they're always like man with man, woman with woman, correct? You see a lot of that.
You see gay people?
Yes, a lot.
Okay. So what's the argument that humans are intended to be with the opposite gender?
Well, because the woman private area is intended for male use instead of other female use, correct?
And what's the argument for that?
That I don't think men should be with men because we have to produce life.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that it's wrong for like two dudes to be with one another because when they have sex, they can't produce offspring. Do you think it's wrong for like a man to marry an infertile woman? Also, like, It's just generally
I mean,
insane.
unless the woman
To say that like the vagina is intended for the male use, that's very
Yes.
objectifying. I mean, you're just literally reducing like women's bodies down to like toys of men because you're saying
No, I'm
it's
not.
for the male
I'm
use.
not.
It's-
I'm just saying that's what it's more intended for.
I
instead of
listen.
the
Listen.
male.
What you meant to say is that from like your perspective of biology, evolution, or theology, you think that the primary function of the vagina is to procreate with a penis. Okay?
Yes.
That's the way I'd word it if I were you, because saying that it's intended for the male use has a lot of implications that I don't think you want, like reducing women's bodies down to play toys for men. So, I mean,
Well,
I
I'm
understood
not-
what you're saying, and I just gave you better wording of it. I mean, I still disagree with it, but there's just a much better way to word it.
Yeah.
So anyways, answer my question. Do you think it's wrong for men to marry an infertile woman?
Unless the woman is okay with it, then yes, I think it is perfectly fine.
Even though they can't reproduce?
If the woman can't reproduce, I'm kind of lost on what you're saying here.
Yeah, you're saying it's okay for a man to marry an infertile woman even though they couldn't reproduce as a couple, but your argument was that it's not okay for a man to marry men because they couldn't reproduce as a couple. So it seems like we've drawn a contradiction from your view.
I mean, there's also like some surgeries that, well, not surgeries, but like there's also some like checkups that you could do like within doctors
Thank
to
you,
help
Galaxy.
you with the system.
Nope, that's
to,
not
like,
true. In
help
many
reproduce.
circumstances, that's
Yes.
completely false. Some women are infertile because of menopause. There's not much that you could do after menopause to then gain fertility. Some women are infertile because of ovarian cancer that led to them having to get their uterus removed. There's definitely nothing you could do after having your uterus removed. But the point is that you're saying it's wrong for a man to marry a man because they can't procreate as a couple. But it's not wrong for a man to marry an infertile woman even though they can't procreate as a couple. This is an explicit contradiction. You've rejected your principle and you've promoted the facts that you really don't have any good reason to argue why it's wrong for men to marry men outside of your own homophobia.
Well, that's not really a homophobic thing. I just think that we should be more like natural because
We should be more
men-
natural? Okay, well, that's an
Yes.
issue on its own because A, homosexuality is natural. We observe it in 3,000.
No.
So the definition of natural is just what's found in nature. We observe homosexuality in 3,000 animal species in nature. Babonos, our closest genetic relative who share 99.5% of their DNA with us. Okay. I think like 15% of their species is exclusively homosexual. 10% of moose will only have sex with other members of their same sex. We see monogamous, lifelong gay penguin couples that will quote unquote adopt children from heterosexual penguin couples. Same thing with dolphins. I mean, we see it in many non-human species. But so that means that your argument that being gay is not natural is certainly false. But I will say that it's wrong to argue that something is moral if it's natural or immoral if it's unnatural. Because there are many things that are natural in the sense that we observe them in nature that are clearly immoral. Like we observe parents eating their children in nature. We observe rape in nature. We observe incest in nature. But all of those things are immoral even though they're quote unquote natural.
Mm-hmm. But basically my argument is that men can't be with men because well, like I said earlier, it's not natural. It won't really work out too well because
are you not listening to
you
me?
Can't no.
You just said that it's wrong for a man to be with another man because it's not natural.
Yes.
So what's your
Yes.
response to my 2 points? The first point being that it is natural, and the second point being that morality is not born out of what's natural.
Yeah, well, it's not natural.
Okay, then respond to the argument that I gave you that it is.
I forgot the argument completely, to be honest with you.
The definition of natural is what we observe in nature, and we have observed homosexuality in over 3,000 non-human species in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a response, Julian?
Oh, what?
Do you have a response?
To what again?
Do you have a response?
To what again?
To the explanation I just gave you for why being gay is natural?
Do you think it's okay to stick it in the shitter?
Yeah, I mean, you were just sticking a bunch of it in your shitter. Your mouth is your shitter. A bunch of shit spewing out of there, and I heard you eating those chips. You're sticking all those chips in the shitter. Because let me tell you, it was spewing the whole time you were on the live stream. What a mess. Spewing shit everywhere, every single time he opened his mouth. Let's go to get the next guest, Chris, loading in. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. And thank you, everyone. I'd really appreciate that. We got Chris loading up. We got Tucker Garmin loading up. Everybody just give us a moment to try to find the next guest, everyone. We're looking for them. Welcome in, Chris. Do you support Trump?
I do.
What about you, Tucker? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay. We're going to kick the 4-year-old. Chris, how old are you?
I'm 21.
What year are you born in?
05.
Okay, Chris. Give me one moment here to thank a couple people. Alexis, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you. Don, thank you for the $20. Who says, my daughter found your channel almost a year ago and has recently shown me. Well, I hope that you enjoy it yourself, Don, and thank you for the $20, and I hope that you're enjoying today's stream as well. See that you also attached some very kind words there about my ability to explain political concepts. I'm very grateful for you, Don. Let's get 200 Don W's. Carmen with the $10 says, you've taught me patience and have taught me so much about how to debate. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you, Carmen. Shout out to Anna and Sophia for the $5. Orange, thank you for the $10. Don, you actually sent another $20 a while ago. I think that you said the same thing. Oh, but I did see the end of your message. Hannah, shout out to you, and shout out to your mom, Dawn. Dawn and Hannah, I really do appreciate the both of you so very much. And thank you, Dawn, for another $20 donation. Francesca with a $5, Shannon with the $5, and Megan with the $5. I appreciate y'all. Ellen and Mommy, appreciate you for the $3. Then Rachel, thank you for the $13, who says, I have 4 children. I've also had abortions. Majority of women, including myself, do not make that choice lightly. Thank you for advocating for all women, Dean. Well, I try my best, Rachel, and you're absolutely right. Megan, thank you for the $15, calling Chris emotional, the last Chris. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you, Jasmine. Molly, thank you for the $5. I do appreciate you. Jordan, thank you for the $20, who says, from the RNC, so sorry for Chris, we don't claim him either. That's funny as hell, Jordan. I appreciate you for the $20, my friend. Let's get 200 Jordan W's. And then Rebel, thank you for the $50, who says, Chris stole my kid's bike. I have proof, but do your own research. I wish I would have read that off earlier. I really wish that we would have read that one off earlier when we were going back and forth with Chris on that. That would have been funny as hell, Rebel. I do really appreciate you for the $50. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much, Rebel. Same thing to Alexis with the $20. I do really appreciate you so much. Who says, for you and Parker explicitly not to support Chris. You, Chris? Yeah, fuck Chris, bro. And then AC with the $25 as a DNC payment installment. Thank you so much for the love, AC. And with all that being said, we're actually all caught up. Thank you guys so much for all of your love and support over on PayPal. Chris, why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump as president, dude?
EO14160.
Oh, let me take a guess here, Chris. If I had to assume, it's because you think it's a good thing to infringe on our Constitution, circumnavigate our checks and balances, usurp power vested in anybody outside of Trump himself, and Trump should be this dictator that just rewrites the laws he sees it. Because that's what he did with EO number 14160.
Oh, well, I believe in jurisprudence. I believe in the morality of law.
What is jurisprudence?
The morality of law.
What's the morality of law?
Just because a law exists doesn't make it moral.
True. So are you saying it's moral for Donald Trump to want to position himself like a dictator by usurping the power vested in all other legal bodies?
Well, no, I'm saying that the 14th Amendment is amoral to some extent.
Okay.
At the time, it was used for good purposes, but now...
Well, the refutation to your view is that it's just immoral for Donald Trump to circumnavigate the power vested in Congress to amend the Constitution and to position himself above all legal constructs by illegitimately attempting to rewrite the 14th Amendment as the president. But you're on here yesterday. I know who you are. You're a troll. Get the hell out of here. Cruiser, what man do you support Trump? All right, Cruiser's banned. We got the next guest loading up inside of the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd sure really appreciate that very, very much so. So let's go to get the next guest loaded up inside of the box right now. Hey, listen, if there's any MAGA women watching, would you hop inside of the guest requests? It's been men all day. I want to try to find a MAGA woman. Lily, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
And what year are you born in? Alrighty, Lily. Please don't troll us, all right? Thanks. Let's go to try to find the next guest. Guys, do try your very best to follow those rules, especially when we're looking for a MAGA woman. I'd really appreciate it very much so. If we could just try to get a MAGA woman up in here, so please do follow the rules, everybody. We got Kay and Bailey loading in. Thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. And Aneth, who says, kick him, he's giving me a headache. I would assume that they were referring to Chris, and you sent that in a while ago. Well, I bet you by now know that we did indeed kick him. We did indeed get that asshole out of here. That guy was giving me a headache too, dude. That was rough. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Bailey? Bailey! Okay, I guess she's not here. Terminal, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Who says, Zooey Mama? Zooey Mama Terminal, I appreciate you so much. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Terminal. Let's get to it at Terminal W's. Mr. Flinch with the $10 says, I got baited today, and my biggest irritation is how MAGA claims to be pro-life, but then won't condemn a school full of children getting bombed to total destruction in Iran. Because they're hypocrites! They're hypocrites! SpongeBob with the $10 says, justice for Nolan Wells. Dude, fucking for real. Another Canadian, thank you for the $20. And I think that we are all caught up over there. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. You know who it is. You know exactly who it is. And I got a bone to pick with you.
You always have a bone to pick with me, bro. I don't think you have a bone to pick with me. I think you might just have a bone for me, based on our previous conversations. And that's not something I'm interested in, sir. No can do, my friend.
No, don't make it that way. You always make it that way.
No, you make it that way, puss. You make it that way. Listen here. You make it that way. You're the one that mentioned the whole cuddling under the sheets. You're the one that made a comparison to me getting my back blown out. That's you. You're the one that said those things. You made it that way, puss.
No. No. This is the problem with... Listen, dude. Dean, this is the problem with your liberal America, all right? You literally said verbatim that you wanted me to blast my load between your cheeks.
Whoa!
And I never said that.
Oh my God.
Those were your...
Holy shit. Whoa. Okay. Alrighty. We're moving on. Let's go to get the next guest connected. My goodness gracious. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Woo! Let's go to get that next guest connected. Jesus Christ, man. Here we go. We're looking for some people on the right to have some debates with everyone. We got Natasha Mama Bear 98 loading up inside of the queue. Jesus, man. On Venmo, thank you, Jessica, for the $15. That literally came in 2 seconds ago. Shouting you out as you sent it, so you probably won't even hear me because you're like still on the Venmo app. But just know that I really appreciate you. Thank you, Jessica. Show some of the Jessica down below. Same thing to you, Leslie. Thank you for the $5. She says, I admire your patience and wish that I had even a percentage of it. It honestly just comes from doing this over and over and over again for like ever. It's not that fun. I appreciate you for the $5. Marcus, do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Marcus? Hello.
Hi.
Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Okay. Alrighty. We're going to kick you. Good day. Good day. Lena, that is Lena. Thank you for the $25 donation, who says, longtime viewer, love your content, would love you to debate Congressman Brandon Gill. I keep on seeing his content, which is basically him pretending to own the libs in every cocky way, and in a very cocky way, but actually failing over and over again. No, I am familiar with who Brandon Gill is, Lena. We probably see the same posts from his accounts. I would love to debate him. I don't think he would debate me, though. Just destroy the way he looks, genuinely. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Let's get Sophia Olsen loaded up into the box. Omar, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you, Omar. Do show some love to Omar down below. Same thing to you, to Janae. Thank you for the $25. Okay. So when I say that there's an age requirement and I say 18 minimum, I'd like to clarify that I do not mean 18 pico nanoseconds post-birth. Okay? I just... Maybe it's my fault. I did not clarify that I did not mean 18 pico nanoseconds after birth. Like, I'm talking... Fuck it. Pre-birth. I'm talking woman's in labor and the doctor's shoving a microphone up there. Like, I'm talking I'm talking, fuck, before labor. I'm talking. Man and woman slammed, conception occurs. Next thing I know, a unicellular organism is requesting to join my live to have a conversation. Okay? We're looking for adults here. American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Omar, I do really appreciate you for the $10 donation, and I'm sorry that did get interrupted.
I love you.
Same thing to you, Janae. Thank you for the $25. Who says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. I really appreciate your respectful, informed debates. If abortion comes up, ask, would you support mandatory vasectomies for men until they're ready for kids? If not, why? No, Santana loves running that argument. And I honestly think it's pretty successful in proving the point. It is pretty successful because if every man had a mandatory vasectomy until they're ready for kids, we'd have no abortions. Isn't that what they want? Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got R4J.6 connecting. Thank you, Jessica, for the $5. Erica, thank you for the $15. Shout out to your husband. I'm not going to read your message out just for like the safety of them, though. I do appreciate you for the $15, though, Erica. Show some love to Erica down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean.
Guys, you're being fucking weird tonight. Just calm down on that shit, okay? We're here for debates. Chloe, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for watching the streams. And oh my goodness gracious. This came in on Venmo 18 minutes ago. I don't know what the fuck is going on today. Rebecca. Fucking Rebecca. Thank you so much for the $275 donation. Dude, I'm not well, man. I'm not well today. I'm not well tonight. Just listen. Listen. I accept that in humility. I will never take it for granted. And I am genuinely so incredibly grateful for you and literally everybody else. I don't know what's been going on recently. You guys have been like way too kind to a point where I'm over here like a little bit uncomfortable. I feel bad accepting that much money from you, Rebecca. I'm so fucking grateful for you. Thank you for the $275. Please fucking show some love to Rebecca down below in that chat. I really do appreciate you so very much. Thank you. Please show some massive love to Rebecca down below. Rebecca sent $275 and just says, for being you. Thank you so much.
A little bit uncomfortable.
I appreciate you so much, Rebecca. That is REBEKAH. Thank you so much for that love. What a goat. Holy shit. Huge shout out to Rebecca. We got Tornado Warning 6-7 loading up. W Rebecca down below in that chat. Fucking genuinely, man. W Rebecca. Let's see here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When are you going to stop faking the southern accent?
Ah, darn it. Okay, yes.
How old are you?
Yes. 19.
What year are you born in?
2007.
What month?
July.
Why were you faking the southern accent?
Okay, it's my voice, bro.
No, bro. You were like intentionally...
Calm down. It's because a lot of Southerners.
Oh wait, no. Now I'm hearing a real Southern accent.
I thought we were to debate.
Why do you support Trump?
Because with the illegal thing, do you want people coming into America?
Yep.
With like not being able to be, and you're like, do you want them coming into America like stealing our resources and stuff?
Well, they don't steal our resources.
But they do.
So no, they actually provide resources. I'm not sure that you're telling the truth about your age, and that you're trolling.
I'm sorry, bro.
I think that they're fucking with us, or they're a kid. One of the two. I don't know. I'm just gonna trust my gut here and move on to the next guest, Sienna. I'm gonna trust my gut on this one, guys. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Fuck, guys. I'm looking at that queue. I just don't really see too many Trump supporters, man. I think that a vast majority of people in the queue are trolls. A vast majority. Sierra, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, Chris was something. I also want to say that one of my friends was very MAGA, and I put her onto your streams, and that changed her mind. And when she supported Trump, she always told me that it was my fault to be raped. And I don't know why I stayed friends with her, but I'm glad that I did. Whoa, Sarah. I wouldn't be friends with that person in the slightest. I mean, live your life as you want to live it, but just know that that's like incredibly abusive and wrong. Thank you for the $10. Know that that is incredibly abusive and wrong. Angel, do you support Trump?
No, but I have a question, like a genuine.
Okay, Angel, you are clogging up the queue, preventing Trump supporters from joining. I'd appreciate it if you want to do that. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Michael, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much, man. Who says, "Hey, Dean, wanted to share a funny story. I was visiting NYC in a
Rest
subway.
in peace, Charlie
Cars
Kirky.
AC
I
wasn't
just popped
working.
a perky. Dean got a.
A crazy MAGA Karen walking through yelled, 'Fucking Mom Donnie, no AC, probably stole it.' Trump's cultists say the darndest things." Are you serious? This is something that you actually heard on the subway, Michael? That's fucking funny, dude. Admittedly, that is pretty funny, Michael. I appreciate you for sharing that story with us, and I appreciate you for the $20.
Hello?
Same thing to you, Diane. Thank you for the $30. Who says, "Hey, it's Diane again with my daughter Evelyn. We contributed on her birthday. Still huge fans, but we get dumber every minute we listen to Chris. It should be illegal." Don't worry, we got that asshole out of here, Diane. Shout out to you and Evelyn, and thank you for the $30. I really appreciate you. Show some love to Diane down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I have a question though.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2007, April.
Okay, and you said you have a question for me. Yeah, what is it?
Do you also, or do you not support the government too?
Do I support the government?
Yeah.
Listen,
you
here's
just
what I say.
anti-Trump?
I want the government to do what is best for the American people and humanity at large. But I don't think I could say that I support the government, no.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted. I don't support Trump.
Okay, all right. Don't lie to me, bro. We're looking for some debates. I'd really appreciate it if you just tell the truth. Let's go to move on to the next guest. For everybody hanging out with us, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. For everybody hanging out with us on YouTube, how you doing? Let me know down below. It's good to see you all. 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 Let's go to get the next guest connected right now, folks. Please, y'all are clogging up the queue, preventing debates. Please stop doing that. Please stop doing that. Terminalis with a $5 says, "Everybody hates Chris." Bro, Chris was so fucking annoying. Oh my goodness gracious. Please stop it, Santa. Please stop it. You are clogging up the queue. You are clogging up the queue. Let's go to get the next guest up here. How about this? Would you let me know if you are MAGA down below in that comment section? Let me know if you're MAGA in that comment section. I'm going to start inviting people up from that comment section because I just think that the queue is like totally unreliable. Where is MAGA? All right, bro. Bro. We're going to start inviting people from that comment section. All right. Here are our 3 Trump supporters from the comment section. Mercedes, you're MAGA?
Yes, I am.
And how old are you?
I am 19 years old.
What's your birthday?
March 2007.
Would you believe me if I told you I just don't believe you?
I don't know.
What time is it?
8:28.
8:28. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll trust you for now. Just give me one moment. Olivia, are you in the bath?
No.
You are fully fucking in the bath. What are you doing?
I'm debating.
Bro, feel free to join when you're not in the goddamn bath. Finn the bin, do you support Trump?
Dane, I love you. Okay, bye.
Okay, Mercedes, it looks like you're the only person we have left. I'm just going to ask you one clarifying question about your age. I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have a driver's license?
I do.
Okay, so when you're driving on a road and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line and you're on the side of the dotted yellow line, what does that mean for you as a driver?
I can go in the other lane.
Okay.
And pass cars.
And when the line is solid, what does it mean?
I can't.
Okay, and you said that you're 19. Do you work a job? Are you going to school?
I am in university, yes.
Okay, how many credit hours are you doing per semester or per year?
I'm doing 17 per semester.
All right, I believe you. All right, you've convinced me. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I was just raised in a family full of Trump supporters my whole life. I'm trying to broaden my horizons, but I am German, guys. Yes.
Okay. German American?
Yes.
Okay. So you said that you support Trump because that's what your family has told you throughout the course of your life. Okay. Well, do you think that parents are always right?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah, sometimes parents could be wrong. I feel like
Mhm.
kids definitely know that, right? So how do you know that your parents aren't wrong about your political convictions? Like, what good reason have they given you to inform you on your support for Trump as president?
Sorry. Well, my parents. Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
I'm just asking you, like, what good reason have your parents shared with you that have led you to be a supporter of Trump? Like, is it his policy? Is it something specific that he's done?
It's mostly just the fact that he support my dad specifically.
Are you on Dean's Live?
Yes. Okay, it's just the fact that my dad, he just likes the fact that it's not Kamala, I guess, and he.
So, well, I mean, I'm not like, debating your parents. I am debating you.
Right.
So is that how you feel? You feel that Kamala Harris would have been a worse president?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and why do you feel that?
I feel that because Kamala just has like a lot of wrongdoings, like every president does.
Like what?
Personally, but I think Trump is just better than Kamala.
Okay, and why is that?
Because Kamala doesn't really
Are you trolling?
I love you, Dean! I love you!
I do really appreciate you for your support, but the best way to voice your support is by dropping a like on the stream, not by coming up on the live and wasting 5 minutes that we otherwise could have spent talking to Trump supporters. But don't do it again, please. Begging everyone here. Just let me try to find a debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
23.
All right. Ugh, Trump supporters. You know, I don't like the trolls, okay? But, oh, God, I don't like the Trump supporters. Why? How? How do you still happen to support this fool?
I mean, it's policies. A question before I do get into that. Is it true that you're quitting debating soon?
No, it's not true that I'm quitting debating soon.
Or not on TikTok?
No, it's not true. We were able to get the trolls under control for the most part. That's, you know, Last Guest would be an example for the most part. So you support him because of his policies. Which ones? Oh, seeing an invite to turn that mic on. I don't know if you turned it off or if I turned it off. If I turned it off, my apologies. Just what policies of Trump's makes you support him as president?
I'm going to start with the gun laws. Kamala Harris did not have a good policy with that, so...
Okay, what was her
start off-
policy on that?
She wanted the assault weapons banned.
Okay, and? I mean, I don't see an issue with that. You'd still have everything necessary for home defense and more. Okay, you could still get a handgun, you could still get an SBR, you could still get a shotgun. Okay, like, what do you need an AR for?
If the government turns on you and all that, just to defend yourself, that's...
Well, I know. That's why I said that even in consideration of assault weapons ban, you would still have everything required to defend yourself, either in a circumstance of tyranny, in which you're not going to be able to win that war because the government has nukes now, or just home defense. You have handguns, SBRs, some PDWs, you know, other quote-unquote pistols that aren't actually pistols at all, and you have shotguns. I mean, what do you need a long barrel AR for? All that I'm saying is that it doesn't seem to be the case that a long barrel AR is going to be necessary for home defense. And in fact, it's typically not really highlighted as a good weapon for home defense because of the length of the barrel. And we saw with the implementation of the AR ban in the 90s to the early 2000s that there was a pretty significant reduction in deaths from assault weapons. And we have a really big issue on our hands with gun casualties in America. We're averaging over one mass shooting per day. Maybe that's a step in the right direction.
I mean, I just think that with the assault weapons, and if the government turns on you, like the Second Amendment, it's a big thing. And
I know, but you have other better weapons to defend yourself. You have other better weapons to defend. I've already went through this.
But I mean, it's a big thing for rights.
What kind of guns do you own?
I have a 12 gauge. I do have a handgun, and I'm looking into improving my thing as I move.
You don't even have an AR, and you're complaining about a ban on ARs. Would you use a long barrel AR for home defense?
No.
No.
Well,
That's kind of the point. That's kind of the point of the AR ban, is ARs really don't seem to be that meaningful. The only function of an AR is shooting at the range or killing people. Okay, but there's other guns that you could shoot at the range that frankly are cooler than long barrel ARs, like, 300 blackout SBRs with a suppressor on the end. It seems like, therefore, the only real reason for owning ARs is for killing people. Okay, so for that reason, I don't really have too much of an issue with banning them. We saw a 90% reduction in AR deaths when we did in the 90s. I support it. You have everything that you need for home defense found within
home defense
PDWs, SBRs, handguns, other 9mm builds, like with braces on them, and shotguns. I don't understand why you need an AR.
I think home defense is a little bit different if your country were, per se, or the government was to turn on you. Second Amendment. My family's also huge Trump supporters, so I've just.
Oh my God! If the country turns on you, it doesn't matter if you have an AR, an SBR, a PDW, a handgun, a shotgun. They're gonna kill you because they have nukes now.
But do you think I would have a better chance, per se?
No, I don't understand why you'd argue that you'd have a better chance at defending yourself with a long barrel AR compared to a short barrel PDW. No, I don't understand why you'd argue that you'd have a better chance. No. Why would you have a better chance?
I think we as a people would put up a much better fight.
Why? Why would we as a people put up a much better fight with long barreled ARs compared to short barrel PDWs?
Because
Why? What's
you
the
have
argument
300 million people with ARs versus 300 million people with like a handgun or a knife. I think that's a.
Okay, well, I don't think that we have 300 million people with ARs, but even if we did, okay, they'd keep those ARs. You understand that, like, when we ban weapons, we don't take the weapons away from the people that already own them? And honestly, for the most part, at least in the past, we haven't even banned the private sale of the guns manufactured before the ban was implemented. Like, you could still buy fully automatic guns produced before the 70s, but I think that's a little bit problematic in of its own. I just think that you're kind of like out of your depth as it relates to conversations surrounding guns in the Second Amendment, which is quite ironic because you're talking to somebody on the left. I just happen to know my shit.
You know how many deaths from ARs there were in 2024?
Enough to matter, meaning at minimum 1. I would assume what, like
Give me a number.
Couple hundred, 500?
Couple hundred, 500. Even if there's one, what about all those illegal immigrants? You always say,
whoa! And we want to pivot
matter.
to undocumented entry. Okay, so
No,
you're
I'm not-
completely conceding on the whole gun part.
No. I'm not pivoting, but you just said, only one matters, when in reality, when you're looking at illegal immigrants and deaths and rape and schmurder and all that.
Yeah.
Really, one really does matter, and that's
Yeah.
why we should have a strong border and all that.
Okay. Well, see, the thing is that the Democrats were actually more successful at deporting the undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. Upwards of 20% of the deportations under Obama were of violent undocumented immigrants. Meanwhile, that number is today fallen below 5% under Trump because he's more focused on the non-violent undocumented immigrants. Not to mention that I do agree that Donald Trump has reduced undocumented border crossings, but I just don't think that the means that he's used to achieve that end goal have been good, because he's just scaring those entries away by violating human rights, killing innocent people, and infringing on our Constitution. But, I mean, so it seems like you're just completely giving up on the conversation about guns. What else do you want to talk about? Maybe the fact that you just said, one matters. We need to deport all undocumented immigrants because one of them might be a rapist. But then you turn around and you make a known adjudicated rapist president. That sounds a little bit hypocritical.
Well, that's good you said that 5% because he's doing such a good job, and that 5% means that there's not as many. So
the Democrats before him did 20. I'm snoozing, bro.
And I think I twisted my words there, but you said he raped somebody?
Yep.
How so? Didn't taxpaying American prove you wrong on that?
Nope, doesn't seem like he did. He raped somebody because he forcefully penetrated her vagina with his fingers.
But taxpaying American said that that in the state of New York that actually doesn't qualify as that, or that doesn't fall under that. And New York went through all these legal processes to try and make it much
worse. New York doesn't. Wait. When I say that he raped a woman, I'm saying that he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with any part of his body. I would say that the action that he engaged in is reflective of rape. Okay, I don't care what the law says, Why would I care what the law says? I care what he did. If the law said that it's only rape when, they're not married, would I then like reject the fact that a man who chained down his wife and forcefully penetrated her vagina with his penis was rapist? Like, no, because I would call him a rapist reflective of the action that he engaged in directed towards that woman. The same way I call Trump a rapist reflective of the action that he engaged in directed towards E. Jean Carroll, regardless of what the law said.
I mean, yeah, you went on and said that, but like when you were debating taxpaying American a while back, I watched that video.
You get to 5 mentions of his names, I'm going to kick you. So if you want to run, feel free. You're already at 3. But anyways, what's your counter argument?
I was just saying that you dropped him by when he was telling you that it wasn't the case.
Okay, do you have a counter argument to the position that I just gave you in response to you claiming that it's not a rapist because it's not what the law of the state of New York said? Do you have a response or no? I'm not interested in talking about other people. I'm interested in your response to my counter argument of your position. Are you going to give one?
I mean, I was just talking about a previous conversation you had with a gentleman, but if you're going to run from me like you did from him, then...
Well, we're not here to talk about previous conversations with anybody. We're here to talk about what you believe in and why. You told me that you believe Donald Trump is not a rapist for the reason being that what he did not qualify legally as rape in a state. I want you to respond to my response, which was, I don't give a fuck what the law says. When I call somebody a rapist, I'm calling them a rapist reflective of an action that they get engaged in directed towards another individual. I'm not calling them a rapist reflective of what the law considers their action to be that they engaged in or did not engage in directed towards another individual. So please respond to the fact that I think Trump is a rapist because he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina with his fingers against her will.
I mean, I was using a previous debate to back up my evidence, but
that's fine. You could like repeat something somebody else said. That's okay. But
Yes,
repeat it. What's
doing.
the response?
Because there was no evidence of that, and I don't get why you get so triggered by a name.
Okay, so there was no evidence of that. So that's abundantly false. There was enough evidence to convince a unanimous jury, including a juror that was a Trump supporter, and then 5 appeals courts that all rejected Donald Trump's appeal, including the Supreme Court, which is 6-3 conservative leaning and includes 2 of Donald Trump's own appointments. That's a pretty ironclad legal case. I can't lie.
I mean, it was all her just saying it happened. There was no real evidence, and I guess.
Oh, I completely reject that. I think that's felonious. I think that's false. I mean, we did have her testimony, but we also have to consider that she had kept that testimony consistent for 30 years, and we also have to consider that she had 3 of her friends corroborate that. We also have to consider that there were 4 other women who accused Trump that testified under penalty of perjury that that he did this something similar to them. We also have to consider that she had the dress that she was raped in, that she had submitted to the court claimed to have Donald Trump's DNA on it, and then Donald Trump refused to submit his own DNA to the court to test against the DNA on the dress. We have to consider Donald Trump's lies and his testimony, like when he lied and claimed that he never met her, which she debunked by giving a picture of them together to the court, or his lie that he never would have raped her because she wasn't his type, but then he confused a photo of her to be his ex-wife Marla Maples, who was his type. We also have to consider just the type of person Trump is. Like in 2005, he literally said that he likes to grab women by their vaginas without asking first, and this court found him guilty of grabbing a woman by her vagina without asking first. And I would say the most important thing for us to consider is we all know that sexual predators are among the most likely to recommit their crime. And Donald Trump in 2005 admitted to other forms of sexual violence, also in dressing rooms. He admitted to barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants to look at them while they're unclothed. Sexually exploiting a woman in the same place E. Jean Carroll proved to a court he raped a woman. I think it's case closed.
The judge could have forced him to give the DNA, but he thought that Trump's team was acting in good faith, and that's what taxpaying American taught you before you kicked him.
You have one more.
It's
fine if you want to run.
You said I could use a debate. I'm using a previous debate.
And I told you you've mentioned his name 5 times. I'm going to kick you at 4.
But you said I was good to do it if it was a debate.
No. I told you that you could repeat words that somebody else said, but I also told you that if you say that guy's name 5 times, I'm going to kick you. So you have 1 time left before you run. So let me make this clear. I understand that you are scared of me, as most Trump supporters are. If you want to run because I've given you an argument that you can't defeat, just say TPA again. That's okay. It's fine. It's like an easy out for you. It's like a safe word. So due to the fact that you're down to like your last time mentioning his name, that's basically your safe word. In the same way Speed says green apple when he wants to end his life, you say TPA if you want to run. But anyways, I want you to respond to the argument that I gave you. I think that you're in the middle of doing so, and I cut you off. So why don't you start from the top?
Well, if you want to run away from me and just kick me because you're scared to run away, obviously.
No, man, I don't want to run. No.
It seems like taxpaying American put you in a commotion and you're going to kick me.
There's a safe word. All right, he wants to run. Thanks for admitting that I gave you an argument that you couldn't defeat. I would honestly thank you. See, the thing is most Trump supporters are very intellectually dishonest and very dense. They won't admit it when they lose a debate. That guy, he admitted it. He admitted that he lost the debate. Santana, if you happen to be able to hear me right now, maybe you have your phone on the table or something. I accepted you up into the stream. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Over on Super Chat, Mr. Chris, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. If you want to come up on the live and debate, Mr. Chris, because you said, dude, guess me already, you can on TikTok. Just make sure to hop in that queue. I do really appreciate you for the $50 dono. That is very, very kind of you, my friend. Thank you, Chris. As well as Too Tall Jones with the $10. Who says, I don't agree with this dude on anything, but Dean, your arguments against AR-15s was very weak. I'd love to debate you on it sometime, but I don't support Trump, so I can't under current rules. Well, I mean, yeah, that argument was kind of won in the moment of. I guess if you think the argument is weak, I'll make it stronger. How about that? Rodney, thank you for the $20, who says, Dean, Carol's lawyer said that they had so much evidence that they didn't use half of it. Also, the quote-unquote spirit of law would say it's rape. Absolutely, Rodney. Thank you so much for the $20. I do really appreciate you. Thank you, man. Over on Vimeo, thank you, Samantha, for the $10, who says, I'm the only liberal in my family and used to be MAGA, but watching you made me change. I love it. I love it so much, Samantha. That's awesome. Sophia, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate you. And then Amy, thank you for the $25 dono, who says, I'm a 59-year-old grandma with a grandson your age. You always give me hope for the future, Dean. You have a good heart. Keep on doing what you do. Much love from Montana. Well, much love to you. Much love to Montana. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the $25 donation, Amy. I'm very, very grateful for you. As well as JC, thank you so much for the $10. I do really appreciate you, and I couldn't agree with your message more. Bailey, I appreciate you so much for the $50 donation. I will honor that request. I do really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Bailey W's. Thank you so much for that love and support. Let's get, that's a shit ton of money. I'm very grateful for you. Let's get 500 Bailey W's down below. As well as Chris, thank you for the $55, who says you need to guess that the last prophet so we could actually have an educated conversation. The last prophet. I'll take a look for you. Welcome in, Santana.
Hey, and you know, if they're gonna repeat an argument, why would they pick like the shittiest person argument to repeat? Like that doesn't make sense to me.
On God, dude, on God. Jolie, thank you for the $5. Linda, thank you for the $10. She says, I've been listening for a couple weeks and I just want to say how much I appreciate you and what you do. Oh, thank you, Linda. Fussy, thank you for the $6. Magnolia, thank you for the $10. She says, Dean, I got my formerly MAGA dad to start watching your streams and I swear to God, it's genuinely changed him. He doesn't support MAGA anymore and he's come such a long way. I love that. That is fucking awesome, Magnolia. Oh my goodness, you are awesome. Lux, thank you for the $25 donation. Who says, Dean, when I was 13 years old, I was raped. I was terrified to tell anybody because I thought I would get in trouble. I'm 18 now and listening to you helps me feel validated. Thank you so much for everything that you do, Lux. I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. I believe you. We all believe you and we all love you too. Thank you for tuning in. I'm happy that the streams helped to make you feel validated, and genuinely, I'm so fucking sorry that happened to you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $25, Lux. I hate that, man. That is super duper sad. Jamie, shout out to you for the Galaxy. Miley, thank you for the $10. Who says, happy birthday, Dean, love you. It is not my birthday. Sophia, thank you for the $20. Who says, you're the best. I appreciate you for that love, Sophia. Cam, thank you for the $1. Jason, thank you for the $5. And Jessica, thank you for the $10. I'll make sure that I check it out. And Janaea, thank you for the $50. My goodness, Janaea, thank you so much. Janaea with the 50 says, a friend and I recently ended a friendship over an abortion debate. Ironically, when when in my family fell ill, she said, good. I hope he dies. She was also pro-death penalty. Pro-lifers are just really pro-birthers, in my opinion. Yeah, she sounds like a really shitty person. I'm sorry that you had somebody like that in your life, and I'm happy that you don't anymore. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Jess, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. And funny comment, Jess. JB, welcome in.
Hey, well, nice to talk to you again, Dean. Good to see you. Good to see you up here.
Spoken before?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and you're a Trump supporter still?
Yeah, man.
So you just don't care about him threatening to invade our allies? You just don't care about him threatening to genocide 90 million people? You just don't care about him doing that?
Well, I wouldn't say not care, but I would say, some mixed feelings. But, and I hate to see some comments like that just came in from one of your listeners, about how political arguments, can ruin relationships and families and stuff. People should sit back, and enjoy their life with their families a little more, and less on the politics. But that aside, it's nice to see your economy's doing really well right now. You just gave like a 3-minute advertisement for how great the economy is.
Wait.
Now.
I don't want you to speed past that. It's always the people on the right who are like, we shouldn't let politics get in between us, while you guys literally elected a 34 count felon, a rapist, someone who is tearing at the fabrics of our country, like trying to rip up the Constitution, who is, trying to exile anyone that's not a straight white Christian in America. But, I guess we should just, keep politics out of family while the person you guys elected is destroying everything.
Exactly. What are you arguing here, Santana? I mean, what would you like to see happen when people disagree? Are you calling for, anything more than just a political engagement and commentary? Or what exactly are you calling for?
Well, what I'm calling for is something that my wife, the smartest person that I know, says a lot, but something I actually heard Dean say the other day. The best apology is change behavior. So if you actually see that your vote is leading to more destruction in our country, maybe change your behavior and get on the right side of history.
Is it change my behavior, or is it agree with you?
No, change your behavior and support someone who's not going to destroy the Constitution, who's not going to destroy the economy, who's not going to destroy any type of morals that we're supposed to have as a country.
Okay. So at the end of the day, what this is you don't want people to disagree with you, right? But that's what's great about this country, that we can disagree freely.
I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I don't mind people disagreeing with me on some things, but I do mind people disagreeing with me on other things. Like if you disagree with me on a subject, and in virtue of that disagreement, you promote and generate a plethora of harm. Yeah, it's like I'm gonna care that you disagree with me, not because you disagree with me, but because that disagreement has led to and has generated monuments of harm. So I think that you're making a bad faith argument. It's the harm that your beliefs have led to that I care about, not the fact that I disagree with them.
Yeah. So much harm that you've just probably earned $1,000 in the last 10 minutes or so, right? Is that harm? Is that what
I've
your
not earned
definition of harm
$1,000 in the last 10 minutes. No, I've not. But
also,
why are you so concerned about my donations? You've mentioned them twice now. What's your obsession?
It's a signal towards what the economy is.
No, it's actually
how the economy is doing.
No, it's certainly not.
I disagree. I think it's more so a signal that people want Dean to keep fighting this tyranny that is the Trump administration. Because if, the people that support us give us the opportunity to do this on a daily basis, and Dean doing what he does is literally pushing back on the right-wing echo chamber that continues to actually push out misinformation and disinformation. It's literally people like
Santana, can I
doing their
interrupt
part
and
to
ask
fight.
you? Can I interrupt you right there and ask you if the left has an
Well,
echo chamber as well?
I want Santana to be able to finish speaking. So go ahead, Santana.
I would appreciate it. Yeah, the whole point
two people can
is
finish
that
speaking
people.
here, not me.
God.
The whole point that I'm making is people put money behind the things that they care about, and obviously they care enough about what's being done on these live streams to actually support. Not that the economy is amazing, but people feel like it's important enough to actually put their dollars behind it to, help keep this going.
Yeah. Also, I also want to point out that 100 people are not representative of the function of an economy in which includes 340 million people. And when somebody says that the economy is performing poor, they're not saying that everyone is poor. They're just saying that people are at a higher likelihood of being poor. Even during the Great Depression, people made billions of dollars. So
what number makes a statistic sample valid, Dean? It's 20. So 100 is a lot more than 20.
Okay.
And to say that there's no indicator of how the broader economy is doing, I think is a
wait. Where did you get that
such
from?
a great argument.
Where did you get that from? So just 20 of anything
makes a sample valid, and you can look at those definitions. And
so 20 out of 350 Americans would make it valid.
20. Okay, so you just referenced a sample out of a population, right?
Yeah, you said 20. So 20 people out of 350, would it make that valid?
Yes.
Holy fuck.
That's funny as hell. Okay. Next question. Do you agree that when the economy is performing poorly, there are still a lot of people with a lot of money?
Repeat that question. I'm sorry, Dean.
Do you agree that when the economy is performing poorly, there will still be a lot of people with a lot of money? Just less people than there would be if the economy was performing better?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, so that's why I think that your argument fails. I definitely agree with
No,
you
but-
that there are
but, I mean,
a bunch of people who donate to me who more likely than not are like filthy fucking rich. You know, like I could definitely think of a couple like names that come to my head where I'm like, whoa, like, okay, like these people are like balling, you know? But what I will say is that because that doesn't mean that the economy is not performing poorly. It just means that even when the economy does perform poorly, that some people are still balling.
Well, but it does also say something that they've got money and they're willing to put it to something, you know, that they believe in, whatever it is, and that's fine.
But that doesn't mean that it's not true that the economy is performing poorly. Because you just accepted that when the economy is performing poorly, there's still going to be a lot of people with a lot of money.
But it does mean that they're confident in sending dollars out. That is something that's not necessarily, you know, particularly a need or an immediate need that's like for survival.
People with an abundance of financial resources typically do feel confident spending their financial resources on things that are not needed for survival. And you and me both just agree that a lot of those people will still exist when the economy is performing poorly.
Are you speculating on what economic demographics make up your donation, or do you have that data?
I mean, I definitely have some data to represent that there's a couple people who support me who are definitely balling. But can you agree with me that even when the economy is performing poorly, this does not mean that there's zero people with disposable income? This just means that there's less people with disposable income?
I'll just say this. I'll say that based on, do
you agree?
The bell curve, the basic bell curve.
Do you agree? I want a yes or no. When the economy is performing poorly, this does not mean that there's zero people with disposable income. This just means that there's less people with disposable income.
And I appreciate your effort to get me to go in an absolute or, one way or another, but it's not always that simple. And I would make the case that, or I would argue and speculate and admit that I'm speculating that the majority of your donations aren't
because if your
super
standard,
balling.
one moment, clearly it is that simple. Because if your definition of the economy performing poorly was zero people having disposable income, well, then you would argue that the economy has never performed poorly. Not during the Great Depression, not during the dot-com bubble, not during the Great Recession, not in 2020. You'd argue that the economy has never performed poorly because there's never been a point where there's been zero people with disposable income. The point is that the worse the economy performs, the more people we see that are impoverished, the more people we see without disposable income, the more people we see without a job, and the better the economy performs, the more people we see with disposable income, the more people we see lifted out of poverty, and the more people we see with a job. When the economy was performing the best it ever has, which I would think you would argue was under Trump in his first term, there were still people dying from starvation and poverty. When the economy was performing the worst it ever has, maybe during the Great Depression, there were still people making millions of dollars. So when you turn around and you say, oh, Dean, because people are donating to you, this clearly indicates that some people have disposable income. That's not actually inconsistent with the fact that the economy is performing poorly. And if you'd like the evidence for the fact that the economy is performing poorly, look no further than the jobs report last year, where we only added 181,000 jobs, the worst jobs report in 20 years ignoring recessions. Look no further than the fact that we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years. Look no further than the fact that we had the most layoffs and the highest level of unemployment since a pandemic. Look no further than the fact that in March,
at this
we
point,
had the
you're just
highest
trying to
monthly
stack
increase in the
claims
price of
on me
gas
so that I
since
get
Vietnam.
bombarded, Gene. And why don't we just
There's
pause
just so
here?
many different data points that are representative of a failing economy.
Wait, I call bollocks. You're just using words. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, JB. I heard you say that he's trying to extrapolate your argument. What? You're just saying random words now. You took a statistics class and you're trying to apply them to whatever you're talking about. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay. And the point of that statement was, Santana?
That you're just making shit up. And the reason why you wanted Dean to stop is because you didn't understand anything that he was saying.
And what did that comment give to you?
Respond to his argument.
Okay, before I was sidetracked by you, I was focusing on Dean. Dean, can you restate your argument? Yeah, way to go, Santana. You're great.
I know.
That's funny as hell. So when the economy is performing poorly, we are still going to expect a lot of people with disposable income. Because if your standard for a poorly performing economy is 0 people with disposable income.
That's right. And then you went on to name like 5 different metrics. You said jobs report is down.
Time where we had a poor
So
economy.
what specific policy that Trump has put forth created that jobs report, and what evidence do you have to support your claim that it was that specific policy?
Yeah, sure. I'd say it's a combination between the big, beautiful bill and the tariffs. Predominantly, the tariffs really shook up the jobs market because they disincentivized investment in domestic manufacturers due to the fact that the future of the market was wildly unpredictable, as well as they caused a lot of predominantly smaller American businesses to go under due to the fact that it increased effective taxes on American businesses very suddenly. According to Goldman Sachs, this is going to be my first source for evidence, American companies paid over $171 billion in Donald Trump's unconstitutional tariffs. And the other reason that I gave you about them disincentivizing manufacturing investment, the evidence for that could be found on the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis's website, where you could actually see how every single quarter under the Biden-Harris administration, investment in American manufacturing that was private, by the way, went up. But then Donald Trump announces his tariffs, and ever since then, it's gone down every single quarter.
Okay. How come?
Oh, don't forget the preemptive layoffs.
Yeah,
But
and you
go
had all
ahead,
the
JB.
preemptive layoffs because of the
This
tariffs.
is the Santana and Dean show. Go ahead.
You
you
had
guys.
the negative GDP growth in Q1 of 2025 because they were like selling less and stockpiling more. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'll make 2 points here if I'm not interrupted before I finish making them. That one, the tariffs, that Trump implemented in his first term were carried out through Biden's term as well. I wonder why he didn't bring those back, and then or why he didn't cancel those. Then number two, that I wonder what you think about AI and tariffs, and which played a better role in the jobs number that you referred to, on why that jobs number is what it is.
Okay. Well, about your
And
first
thank you for
claim,
not interrupting me.
representing talking about Donald Trump's tariffs from his first term. Yeah, he did have some tariffs from his first term. They're actually pretty bad on washing machines and solar panels from China. But I'm not even sure if Biden carried those over. I think Biden imposed his own new tariffs on China on their EVs, and I'm not a fan of that either.
He revamped some of the actual. He kept a few of them, but he revamped the actual tariffs to better position them.
Yeah, and I don't even like that either. I would love to, own and drive a BYD. But I mean, those are specific tariffs on specific industries in a specific country. So even if they are like negatively impactful on the economy, like their impact is going to be very minimal, and it's going to be industry and sometimes even sub-industry, like specific to company specific. Meanwhile,
That's exactly what Trump's doing. So wouldn't you apply that same logic?
So that's not what Trump is doing. What Donald Trump did with his IEEPA tariffs in 2025 was the imposition of wide blanket tariffs on every other country in the world, regardless of the good imported.
In an effort to bring the country to the negotiating table in order to construct a new trade agreement that is specific to that country and specific to different sectors and industries and products.
You could make up all of the quasi-justification and just spin it out of nonsense that you want.
It's your
like, none of this
same
changes the
logic
fact
applied,
that those tariffs hurt the economy. And then your second point was about, Dean, how do you know that it's the tariffs compared to AI? Well, that one's really easy because AI replacing jobs would be technological advancement, right? And with technological advancements, you have increases in productivity, which leads to increased GDP growth. But due to the fact that we also had recessed GDP growth in 2025 in comparison to 2024, we know that we couldn't attribute the downward trend in jobs to any technological advancements, including AI.
Well, everybody knows that technological advancements happen much faster than regulatory advancements, right? And a lot of that manufacturing that has to change doesn't just, factories don't get built overnight, and you know that.
Okay,
Santana knows that.
So then you accept that, therefore AI wouldn't be the explanation for why millions of people lost their jobs overnight.
But it's absolutely a reason why, because manufacturing.
You just said that it doesn't happen overnight, but the people losing their jobs
the only
did.
jobs out there right?
It wasn't.
Jobs are
AI was
already-
actually one of the best performing sectors within our economy. Like AI literally propped up the economy in multiple quarters. Like you're just wrong.
Wrong in what exactly? Yeah, because that's not what the argument I said.
You're wrong. You're wrong that AI
I'm
was
wrong
just
in that
causing
AI
people
is
their
taking
jobs.
jobs away already. Is that
Yes,
your
because
argument
they
that
haven't
AI is
developed
not
AI
taking
to the
jobs right
point.
now?
Yes, because they have not developed AI to the point of being able to take anyone's job.
Tina, thank you for the
well,
future city.
Clearly, go ahead.
No, I was just thanking Tina for the future city. Yeah, Trump has destroyed the economy. The tariffs really hurt, disincentivize investment, cause mass layoffs, cause mass business bankruptcies. The big beautiful bill hurt the average American. I'm pretty sure I gave you that source the last time you joined because I remember you, the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities. Let's face it, man, the economy's in the shitter. And there's other things that we could point towards too, like Donald Trump's war of choice in Iran. That led to the largest monthly increase in the price of gas since the Vietnam War. And the largest monthly increase in inflation for groceries since in 4 years. And the Federal Reserve said that if it wasn't for Trump's tariffs and now his war in Iran, we'd actually be back at pre-pandemic levels of inflation today. But instead, inflation is higher today than when Trump entered into office.
How can you have your cake and eat it too on this, where you'd say that the war is bad and causing the economy to be bad, but if the war wasn't in place, then the economy would be even worse. So how does that make sense?
No, the economy would be marginally better if the war never happened.
Okay. I'm glad we straightened that
Also,
out.
don't forget that the wars cost us about $38 billion, and now they're requesting to increase the military budget to $1.5 trillion. And yeah, we're gonna apparently be intertwined with Israel's military as well, like directly sharing supply chains with Israel if this actual bill passes. So.
Well, and you guys did really good, not interrupting me for one little segment there that we had. But maybe if I'm able to make a couple of points here again for the second time, that what I voted on, right, was the presidency that I saw in Trump's first term and what was delivered then, which was, I think the data shows, I think most people can agree that the economy was better under Trump than it was under Biden. And on top of that, there are a number of policies that is just too extreme for me on the left that I can't get behind.
What policies did Harris run on that were too extreme?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to get into those. But when I'm going to the ballot box, I'm trying to use history as a gauge, and I'm trying to use the promises that are being made as an indicator of where the party is going. And man, it was getting a little extreme. And I'm sure you've got some things that you think we're extreme on. But
what policies did Harris run on that were too extreme?
Yeah, well,
also just throwing out that everyone gets a tariff, that's not extreme.
That in the definition of extreme, sure, you can call that extreme, but it's for a purpose, right? It's for a specific purpose. It's to renegotiate.
A purpose that failed because
trade.
they were ruled as unconstitutional.
I don't think the jury's out on that.
No,
it is. It literally is.
The jury's literally out.
Literally out.
Yeah, the Supreme Court gave their final verdict. They were unconstitutional.
It's done, bub.
But answer the question: what were the two extreme policies that Harris ran on, please? Inform me.
Well, did I say two, or is that just a number you're picking?
That is TOO, not TWO.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I mean, some of them have already been talked about, right? Some of the abortion policy.
Why was reinstantiating Roe v. Wade on the federal level too extreme?
If I can have a couple words here before I'm interrupted. I was going to say that it was nice to see you having some good debates on here on this live because,
bro, answer the fucking question.
I've enjoyed a couple of the debaters that were up here, but I think these topics were already hashed out in this live. On the abortion topic.
Why do you think that Roe v. Wade is too extreme?
I'm giving you the policies.
Why do you think that Roe v. Wade is too extreme?
Poor Santana. I'm sorry?
Why is Roe v. Wade and the reinstitution of it through the codification of federal policy too extreme?
Well, it's because we have a difference in moral opinion here.
Okay, that doesn't explain why you think it's too extreme. What's the argument that it's too extreme, my friend?
that we want to continue to live as a species and have humans thrive. And when you're removing humans, that's antithetical to that, right?
No, it's not antithetical to that at all. What does it mean for a human to thrive? I want you to try to do your best to explain that. I'll tell you why it's relevant. What does it mean for a human to thrive?
That's a great question. I think that's probably going to be answered differently by everybody. But you'd hope that they've got money to spend. You think they've got a family. You think they've got people that love them, friends. A meaning and purpose in their life.
Okay, so what it means for a human to thrive is for a human to flourish in relationship to their subjective attitudes, experiences, and relationships. So ultimately, the flourishment of a human is reducible to their subjective experiences, and their capacity to intellectualize, and their features of intellect, which is why I don't think that there's anything wrong with abortion. We have agreed that for a human to thrive, that human must have a mind, the capacity to intellectualize, and the ability to experience first-person subjective experiences. Fetuses lack those abilities. So I'm not going to give it moral value. It's not the type of thing that I would consider as an entity that could thrive, because to thrive first necessitates subjective first-person experiences. That's why abortion's not wrong, and that's why in many cases, abortion's actually a good thing, because it helps the human person, the woman, the pregnant woman thrive. It helps her chase that career. It helps her chase that family that she wants in the future because she's not ready for it now. It helps her live a happier, more fulfilled life because instead of spending the next 9 months in pregnancy and childbirth, she's going to spend it traveling around the world. I think that access to abortion is more conducive towards human flourishment than the opposite, because the fetus is not the type of thing that could flourish due to the fact that it lacks the capacity to intellectualize.
Your use of the word "could" there, right? It's an interesting word to use right there, right? Because "could" indicates some timeline there, right? It's not that it is thriving at that moment, I guess, in your definition of what thrive is.
Well,
but
let me make this a little bit more solid. A lack of access to abortion increases crime. To your point, to Dean's point, he laid it all out. But to highlight it, a lack of access increases crime. There's actual studies behind it. There's historical proof. And you saying that you want a lack of access to abortion while saying that you want everyone to live in a better society, those two things don't run in parallel at all. They're diametrically opposed.
Yeah, no, and so this is one of the reasons. We're not going to have any middle ground here on this, right? This is not going to be a topic that we're going to agree on, obviously. But this debate has already been had tonight. So if you guys want to continue on this, that's your call. Obviously, it's your live, but
okay.
It's probably going to end down the same.
You're in the
road.
middle making a point about how you think that the fetus could thrive in the future.
Before I was interrupted again, yeah.
Okay, I don't think it could. No, could it? Do you think that an acorn has the capacity to photosynthesize?
What kind of question is that, Dean?
A very simple question.
But it can be an oak tree.
Does an acorn have the capacity to photosynthesize?
I'm not a biologist.
The answer is no. It has to undergo the significant change of becoming a tree. But once it undergoes that significant change of becoming a tree, then it has the capacity to photosynthesize. Why do I ask you this question? Well, you said that a fetus has the capacity to thrive in the future. No, it doesn't. They do not have the capacity to thrive. They don't have the capacity to flourish. They don't have the capacity for first-person subjective experiences. They first have to undergo the significant change of particular brain development that occurs at 20 through 24 weeks with the thymocortical connections to the prefrontal cortex. Once it undergoes that significant change, then it possesses that capacity.
Is that your
But
number?
before it undergoes that significant change, it does not possess that capacity.
Is that your number?
Yeah,
23.
When it gains the capacity to intellectualize, it's when I begin to value it. That typically occurs at around 20 through 24 weeks.
So
Also,
24 weeks.
that's
is your abortion
science.
then?
That's science number, JB. Like
it's just
that's scientifically accepted. Like
Mhm.
that's yes.
Okay. So science also says that life begins at conception. So
Yeah.
I don't know how you reconcile that.
Well, I reconcile it quite easily, because the thing that I value is not our animalistic traits, such as our biological life. The thing that I value is our intellectual traits, such as the capacity to thrive. Okay?
What about-
because
what
that's
about
what we
like a-
agreed about, the ability to flourish.
What about signs of a heartbeat?
Okay, yeah. I don't think a heartbeat gives you
is
the
that life?
capacity to intellectualize.
Is that life?
Is it biological life? Yeah. I don't value our biological life.
Also, look it up. New studies show that apparently there's a semblance of a heartbeat in plants as well. So, do you value plants the same way?
I mean, do I intentionally kill plants? No. So I guess I could answer yes to that question.
So you equivocate plants to babies.
Well, that you just did. I'm sorry, Santana. That's what
No,
you just did, and
I'm
I
talking
answered your
about the
question.
semblance of a heartbeat. Because you tried to you're hyperfixated on a heartbeat.
Why does a heartbeat?
And you're hyperfixated on like
why does our heartbeat make us morally valuable?
So what makes your fixation
why does our
better
heartbeat
than
make
my fixation?
Yeah, I'll explain that here in a moment after you answer the question that I asked first. Why does the heartbeat make us morally valuable?
It's just part of what makes us morally valuable. It's part of what the living experience is.
So you're saying it's our biological life. So why do you think our species and or our biological life make us morally valuable?
The choices we make us morally valuable or not valuable, or less
a fetus
valuable.
can't make a choice, therefore a fetus isn't morally valuable.
I mean,
so that one backfired. Sure.
No,
so you're pro-choice.
It didn't. No, I'm not pro-choice, and we're not going to get anywhere. On this,
okay. So then you don't think it's our choices that make us valuable. So then, why does our species classification or our biological life make us morally valuable? Why?
Well, there's no answer to that question, Dean, because at the state of that the baby is in its development, right? It's not there yet. So,
okay. So just to clarify, you can't answer the question of why you think that. So I just want to clarify. You can't answer the question, okay, of why those things make us morally valuable. So this is just completely arbitrary.
Yeah, this whole debate is arbitrary because rather than have a good faith discussion about this,
we are having a good faith discussion.
It seems to be like you're more concerned with the spotlight.
There's nothing bad faith about me asking you why you think our species makes us morally valuable. What's bad faith?
No, there's nothing bad faith about the question. It's the reaction to my answer.
Laughing at you because you said you couldn't give an answer?
Well, doesn't that signal the faith that somebody comes to a conversation with?
Maybe. I have a side question. Hey, what is our species, JB?
What is our species? Like a Homo sapien?
Homo sapien sapien. Never mind. Keep going.
You've been bringing the heat tonight, Santana. Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's way above your head. Keep floundering. You were trying to explain to Dean why our species are valuable.
No, I was conveying my disappointment in his good faith effort to have a discussion about abortion.
Stop whining. The point is the reason why you think that abortion should be banned is because you think the fetus is morally valuable because it's a member of our species. Therefore, you think that being a member of our species makes us morally valuable. I asked you a very simple question. Why do you think that being a member of our species makes us morally valuable? And you responded by saying, I don't know. Okay, so in other words, this is a completely subjective and arbitrary judgment that you hold with no good reason. Okay, so we should not be voting for and supporting legislation that prevents and restricts what people can or cannot do with their bodies based upon purely subjective and arbitrary judgments left up to your emotions, underpinned by no good reason.
In your opinion.
Okay, so you think that it is okay. It is a just good thing to support legislation that enforces what people can or can't do with their bodies, underpinned by completely arbitrary, baseless emotions with no good reason. So you're pro-slavery. Okay, so you're pro-slavery because that's exactly what white supremacists did. White supremacists made this judgment that black people were significantly less valuable than white people because of a very similar, completely arbitrary, baseless, emotional reason underpinned with no good justification. And then they turned around and they voted for legislation to control what other people can or can't do with their bodies because of that completely arbitrary judgment. Okay, so my question for you right here, J-Mac, this is a really big one, really, really big one, is what is the difference between the grounding that you possess for your claim that our species makes us morally valuable and a white supremacist claim that the color of our skin, our race, is what makes us morally valuable? Because both you and the white supremacist would say our race or our species makes us morally valuable for some arbitrary reason that I can't clearly identify. What's the difference?
I don't even know how to engage with that question. I was raised by parents who, taught me to be kind and respectful to everybody based on, what they bring to the table at that moment and at that time, not on their skin color. And so that's what, I guess that's the only way that I know how to answer that question.
Okay, so you don't have an answer. You don't have an answer to describe the difference.
No, once
between
again, you
the
just don't
white
like my
supremacists.
answer.
Perfect. What was the answer?
He rambled.
That there is, that I look at people, like I don't look at your skin color. People
Okay,
bring they
that's
bring
not
their
an
value
answer
to
to the
table
question
with
that I
their
asked you.
effort.
That wasn't an answer to the question that I asked you, so I'll ask it again. So you said
don't
the
think he
reason
understood it.
the reason
No,
why
I-
we should endorse pro-life legislation is because fetuses are valuable because of their species. And then I asked
Yeah,
you
so
why you think
pro-
it is true that our species makes us morally valuable, and you said, I don't know, I can't give any explanation for why I believe that. The same way a white supremacist couldn't give any explanation for why they believe our race is what makes us morally valuable. So my question is an epistemological question, okay? A question that questions how we know what we know, okay? So my epistemological question is very simple. What's the difference between a white supremacist knowing that our race is what makes us morally valuable for unidentifiable, arbitrary, emotional reasons, and you knowing that our species
both.
is what makes us morally valuable for some unidentifiable, arbitrary emotions?
Racism is bad because my gut tells me it is, and
I'm not-
murdering
I'm- my-
babies is
my-
bad
my
because
que-
my gut tells me it is.
My
And
question,
sometimes you just
my
have to
question
listen
is
to your
not,
gut and what
my
the world makes you
question
feel.
is not, okay. My question is not, is racism bad? I don't think that you're going to be able to get the question, so I'm
Wait,
going to ask it a
Dean.
different way. Do you think that our gut emotions, okay, track truth?
No, not all the time.
Okay, so then how do you know that this gut emotion tracks truth?
Well, you look at patterns over time, and
Patterns? What patterns can you describe to us that justify your claim that this gut emotion, that it's wrong to kill a fetus, is truly representative of reality?
can you hold that statement true over the fetus as it develops through time?
I don't know the
Because why at
question.
some-
That you,
why
I
at
don't know
some
the
point
question
does
that
it
you're asking.
become bad?
Oh, no.
Why-
I'm
don't run
interrogating
from
your
that
view.
question,
You're
Dean. That's a very
you're
important
burden
question,
shifting.
Dean.
You're burden
No,
shifting.
no,
Yes, you are burden
Dean.
shifting.
You
I'm
are
asking
running
you a
from my
question
Dean.
about what you believe in
I
and
actually
why.
really liked your question.
I'm asking you a question about what you believe in and why. You're attempting to burden shift by asking me a question about what I believe in and why. Right now, we are not
You don't answer
interrogating
questions.
what
Democrats
I
don't answer
believe in
questions.
and why. We are interrogating what you believe in and why. And the fact that you're now saying Democrats don't answer questions can be really easily refuted via the fact that you already know why I'm pro-choice because you asked me that question and I explained to you it's because I value the capacity to intellectualize your being bad faith. So I, as I told you, am currently investigating what you believe in and why I want you to answer. You told me that ultimately your belief that abortion is wrong is reducible down to your gut feelings. I then asked you if gut feelings track truth. You said sometimes, not other times. So I want you to answer the following question. How do you know that this gut feeling that it's wrong to kill a fetus tracks truth?
Just my intuition.
Do intuitions track truth?
More often than not.
Okay, so because I intuit that abortion's not wrong and intuitions are truth tracking, therefore it's true that abortion's not wrong.
Are we going to end this debate on a circular argument, Dean?
It's
Just
not
like the
circular
last
at
one?
all. No, that's not circular at all. That's a very sound and valid argument according to you, since apparently our intuitions track truth.
So that's the moral conclusion of this debate
Yep.
then, right?
Yep.
Okay. Wonderful.
So you concede.
No. We just have a difference in moral opinion.
No, we have a different.
Your
We have a
morals are
difference
very
in
different than
intuition.
my morals.
How do we determine
And
who's in?
the
How do we
point
determine
at which you
whose
value life
intuition
is different from the point at
how do
which
we,
I value
How do we
life.
determine whose
And that's
intuition
okay.
is
We
right?
can disagree
And how do
in
we
this
determine
country.
whose intuition
We
is
don't
wrong?
have to always agree on everything, and that's part of what makes
Okay,
this country
well, guess what? Women and girls can't disagree with you if you want to vote for legislation to legally prohibit them from making the choice in actuation of them disagreeing with you, i.e.
And they
choice
can,
access abortion.
they can go to the ballot box, and they can absolutely do that. I support that 100%.
Okay. Do you think that it'd be a justified thing for a white supremacist to vote for the re-implementation
Holy
of
shit.
chattel slavery because they intuit it as being permissible?
I don't think that society would at large vote for something like that.
That's
So
not
I mean,
what I'm
while they
asking you.
can,
That's not what I'm asking you. I know I asked you if they'd be justified in doing so.
No, but
Okay, they wouldn't
I
be
mean,
justified in doing so. So you think that their intuition is unreliable?
Would
How
they
do
be
you-
justified in doing so?
So you think that some intuitions are unreliable, correct?
Some positions. Some
I'm just
terrible
asking you.
ones.
Can we agree that some intuitions are unreliable?
I think we've already gone over that.
So then how do you know that your intuition about the morality of abortion is reliable?
Just on the value set that I operate on.
But we just did the drill down.
Who makes you the arbiter?
Well, I mean, Santana, we just did the drill down on
Who
his
makes
value
anybody
set.
an arbiter?
But remember, Santana, he reduced his value set down to his own intuition. So now that I'm asking him why he finds his intuition to be reliable, he's just once again appealing back to the value set that he justified predicated on his intuition. So in other words, you were saying that
Are we circling back?
So in other words, you have a circular argument. You're saying that your intuition is reliable because you intuit that it's reliable. You have a circular argument.
Cool.
Do you accept that your argument is circular?
We can circle back to my circular argument. Sure.
Okay. All right. Thanks for conceding. That's the end of the debate. That's a wrap. You just accepted that your argument is circular.
Glad you got what you wanted, Dean.
You let me cook you harder than other Trump supporters have let me cook them because you, I will admit it, did actually answer my questions.
Well, I actually value having discussions, and disagreement is pretty valuable at times, and it does hash out some of the complicating. Everything's not so cut and dry. Not everything's so simple. But it shouldn't be about trying to win and score points on people
I'll give
social
it to
media.
You.
And
I'll give it to you. You answered
about,
my questions. Most people don't. I just wish that you actually.
And I wish you answered more of mine.
Questions. Yeah, man. I'm gonna kick you. Move on to the next guest. But
have a great night, Dean.
Okay, you too. I was gonna say I'd let him ask me one question before I moved on, but he said have a great night. So
I've never seen someone just continue to walk like face first into a wall and just thinks that he's doing something. That was interesting.
Well, I mean, I kind of have some appreciation that he walked face first into the wall knowingly, like at that level where it's like we reduce them down to admitting that they like intuitionally think that abortion is wrong, and then they think that that intuition is reliable because of their intuitions, like, which is just a complete absurdity. They usually start like fighting me back. Like that Chris guy just started like screaming, yelling, and calling me racist. But that guy didn't like start screaming, yelling at me, trying to pivot. He just let me walk him face first into the wall. Welcome to Sport Trump.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Please,
you talking to me?
Yeah, could you please turn Bluetooth off?
My speaker doesn't work on my phone. I'm the best I can do. I'm serious.
Do you have like headphones?
No, I don't have anything like that. I'm sorry.
Damn it.
Do you know how to control the mute button on TikTok?
Yeah, I think so.
Can you almost use it as like a walkie-talkie, where you just unmute yourself when you go to speak and then mute yourself when you're done speaking?
What, are you getting a lot of feedback? Let me try it without the Wi-Fi.
It has nothing to do with the Wi-Fi.
I really want to talk to him, Dean.
Me too. That's why I'm seeing if like we could like maybe just teach this guy real quick.
Let's figure this out together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe we could just teach this guy real quick to use the mute button as like a walkie-talkie, so then we don't get the feedback. By the way, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm trying to find my speaker button.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh. Yeah, you're good. No feedback anymore.
Yeah, I'm good.
Why did turning off your Wi-Fi fix the feedback?
I meant Bluetooth.
The world may never know.
Oh, you turned off your Bluetooth.
Okay.
Great. All right, Foster, go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump, man.
Because Trump's the man. He gets in there and he gets down there and gets dirty with him. What I want to bypass all that and go to a subject you went to earlier about assault rifles. You're saying you're better off with a shotgun than a rifle.
You're definitely better off with a shotgun than a long barrel rifle in a home defense scenario. True.
Yep.
Well, how do you figure that when you've got 5 shells you can put in a shotgun? You put 20 shells in a 5.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I mean, you could find even short barrel shotguns that will hold 7+1. So 7 in the chamber, 7 in the, I don't know what you call it, in the barrel that holds the shells, and then 1 in the chamber. And the reason why that's going to be more effective for a home defense scenario than a rifle that carries 20 bullets is because typically in a home defense scenario, With a shotgun, you only need to shoot once. And honestly,
Yeah.
if you need to shoot more than once in a home defense scenario with a shotgun, you're probably dead. You might be able to live if it takes you 2 shots. 3 shots, you're most likely dead. But I mean, as soon as you've let off like 5 to 7 shots with that shotgun, that means you're really missing, and you've given ample opportunity to your home invader to shoot you and kill you. But the reason why the long barrel rifle is really suboptimal in those home defense scenarios is just because of its long barrel. It's harder to pivot around corners to set up maybe a position in your bedroom on the bed. And not to mention that the blast radius of, say, birdshot, for instance, is going to be much wider than, a 300 blackout, a 5.56.
What if 3 people invade your home?
If 3 people invade your home, you might still be better off with a short barrel 12 gauge for the same reason that the radius is larger. You shoot once, they're actually more likely just to turn around and run straight out your door. But I mean, in that scenario, if you want something that could rattle off shots a little bit faster, that's where I would personally recommend a handgun, some other type of PDW, or even like an SBR, which is a short barreled rifle.
The problem with outlawing certain guns is it'll never stop. They'll eventually want to take your handgun away from you.
I disagree with you, Swiss Cheese. I appreciate you for the galaxy. I understand why you say that, because states just progressively keep passing more and more and more and more gun legislation they have for a very long time, starting like big time with the NFA. But see, the thing is that's because we have to go in chunks, or else the people won't support it. Like if in the 70s, they banned, like in the state I live in, Colorado, for instance, large capacity magazines. They banned fully automatic weapons. They, created the ATF and required special tax stamps for SBRs, PDWs, and suppressors. They required a permit for assault weapons. If they did all that in the 70s, we wouldn't have seen any gun legislation reform in the last 50 years in my state, because that's where we're at today. But they just couldn't do all that in the 70s. They had to do it progressively in chunks, or else the people would turn around and revolt. It's like if we can't get everybody on the same page with super progressive gun reform that respects your 2A rights, that respects your ability to defend yourself in your home, that respects your ability to hunt. If we just did that all at once, I mean, the country would be in a major revolt. I mean, people were revolting when you had to get a tax stamp to buy a suppressor. People were revolting when we banned fully automatic weapons. So, I mean, think about truly how hard people would have revolted if we also passed all the other gun reform from the last 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years.
But the Second Amendment is pretty plain and simple. I mean, we have the right to bear. What, Santana?
It's not. Go ahead and finish your point, but no.
I'm just saying.
Go ahead and finish your point. I apologize for interrupting.
No, it's all right. I'm just saying that you have the right to defend yourself. You have the right to bear arms, and you, in case of enemies, foreign and domestic, so you're going to have your domestic police department and legislature take guns away from you. I mean, that defeats the whole.
What's guaranteed by the Second Amendment is a well-regulated militia. And that's why the government is allowed to pass gun regulation and reform. But I want to let you know that I believe in the right to self-defense. I've had people try to come to my house and kill me. Thank God the first person was intercepted by the FBI. I've had people call me and try to extort me for money under the threat that they're going to come break into my house. I have had multiple swattings. A lot of people want to kill me. I had somebody shoot a BB gun at me and my girlfriend when we had our windows down just trying to get some lunch. I'm fucking strapped, dude. Okay? And I intend to be more strapped. I have a 9mm handgun. I have a suppressor for that 9mm handgun that actually came in today. Got away ATF approval, so I'll probably get it next week. I have a 12-gauge shotgun. And the next thing I want is an SBR. And then I'll probably get another handgun for my girlfriend, and maybe another SBR for my girlfriend too. And, we're going to spend a lot of time at the range learning how to shoot these guns, learning how to feel comfortable with these guns. We'll probably both take the course that is required in Colorado now to buy any AR type build. And yeah, we're fucking loaded, dude. And that's for our home defense. So it's not like I don't recognize the importance of firearms for home defense. I absolutely do. I'm just saying that there are some firearms that are not required for home defense, like long-barreled ARs, okay? Like automatic machine guns, like miniguns, like grenades, like RPGs, okay? And then further yet on top of that, even for the weapons that I want to be legal, okay, I still think that we should try our very best to keep those weapons out of the hands of bad people. Okay, if we need a license that requires a year permit, a class, and a written test, okay, to drive a car, because cars could be used as deadly weapons, okay, well, then we should, at the bare minimum, need the same, plus background checks, plus waiting periods, and plus maybe a little bit more for weapons that are not just merely could be used as lethal force, but were intentionally designed to be used for lethal force. That's all I'm saying, dude. I think it's common sense.
Well, they do have
Also,
background checks now.
I'll say on top of that, if you really were pro 2A, as Dean just clearly articulated, you wouldn't be supporting Trump, because Trump is the most anti-2A president that we've seen in modern history.
Nah, prove that to me.
If I could prove it, would you stop supporting him?
Why would I stop supporting my party?
Okay, but you said that that's super important to you, and I'm telling you that Donald Trump is literally the one trying to take your guns away.
So I'm going to swap parties over that?
If I can prove to you that Donald Trump is trying to take your guns away, would you stop supporting him?
No.
Okay, then I'm not going to waste my time.
Okay. But Dean, how about you? You have lower standards than he does, so maybe you could explain that to him.
God damn.
That's pretty funny, man. Listen, I mean, I'm down to keep on talking about guns. I don't really think it's the most engaging conversation. Like, I don't really think it's led to anywhere, and I don't really think that the people watching the stream care too much about it.
Okay, all right, change subject. My second choice is your abortion thing that you were just talking about, and we're only going to talk a minute or two about it.
I'll give you like literally 60 seconds on abortion, but I'm kind of abortioned out for the day.
The last 20 years, how many abortions have been done?
Maybe 25 million in America.
That's a lot of killing right there.
Yeah, that's a lot of dead fetuses and happy women. I love it.
It's a lot of killing. They shouldn't get pregnant. They shouldn't get pregnant to begin with. Then.
Okay.
I agree.
And
Dean,
I agree.
Dean,
and
come on, Dean.
That's why. You know what? Okay. You know what? That's why. You know what? You know what? Santana, tell him why that is. Tell him why that is. Santana.
Oh my! I'm so glad that you said that. Listen, I have an idea. You and I could actually change the world together. We could actually march down 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and sell this to the president of the United States of America. Now, just to verify with you, would you accept like a nationwide abortion ban?
I like Trump's way of leaving it up to the states.
Well, let's just say if they made it, if they just say, you don't have to do anything, you don't have to vote. They just put it in place and say, no more abortions. We're going to make sure that we protect the babies. Would you be like, yep, I like it?
Well, yeah, I mean.
Okay,
sure.
Perfect. And would you give any type of exceptions, life of mother, incest, right?
I would give it, definitely all the exceptions. I would be okay with that.
Perfect. And would you be willing to enforce that to the fullest extent of the law? Let's say, like, if there's a fine that comes with it, or whatever the law says, if they break the law, you do the crime, you got to do the time. Are you good with that?
Well, I mean, not really. I mean, towards the doctors, or the people that are doing the abortions, the ones that are making money off of it, I would definitely.
Wait, so you want people to break the law but not be punished for committing crimes?
No, of course I don't want them to break the law. I want them to get to not have abortions.
Okay, all right, and that's fine. With abortions, do you feel like your biggest thing is saving as many lives as possible? Is that right?
Giving them a chance that we have, us three
Perfect. I have a solution. You ready for it?
Yeah.
Mandatory vasectomies.
I'm okay with that too.
You're good with mandatory vasectomies?
Well, not mandatory, but I mean,
no. Mandatory vasectomies.
Nah, I mean, that's stupid.
Okay, listen, let me sell you on it. They're safe, effective, efficient, and they're so quick. Hey, what's your favorite thing to do? Do you like hunting?
Yes.
Did you know that you could get a vasectomy today and be hunting by this weekend?
Yeah.
It's a quick outpatient procedure. It's cheaper than an abortion. It's more effective than any form of birth control, which includes the shot, the pill, or an IUD. It's reversible and typical up to 5 years, depending on the person. And then after that, it slightly starts to decrease depending on the person. And you can even freeze your sperm prior to the vasectomy. So if we instituted mandatory vasectomies, then we would no longer have to worry about abortions because, hey, Foster, women, right? Women. Yeah, women. Listen, let's not even worry about those.
Man, I'm not like that at all.
Let's not worry about those pesky women. Let's deal with the men, right? If we do this and institute this, we can take care of the root cause of the issue, which is the men, and we don't even have to worry about abortions. I got you with that, right?
Nope. You're totally wrong on this whole concept here.
Why not?
The problem with your concept is you can't mandate any type of surgery for anybody. And
wait, but you said you would be good with the nationwide abortion ban. So you're mandating that women don't have access to bodily autonomy?
I said statewide.
I said, would you be good with the nationwide abortion ban if they passed it? Would you be okay? And you said, yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to say it like that. That's my bad. I meant leave it up to the state. Like, do what Trump says. Leave it up to the states, each individual state.
Well, so are you effectively saying that you're good with killing babies in some states, but not in other states?
No, I'm not. I don't want any of it done, but it should go back to the states. The government shouldn't. The federal government shouldn't mandate anything.
Okay,
why
but
should state governments?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. So the state governments can mandate babies dying.
If I had my choice, I would have no abortions.
Okay, that's what I said. So mandatory vasectomies, right?
No, that's not the same as.
Dude, just think about the babies.
Exactly.
Okay, think about the babies. Think about the babies, dude.
Hey,
I understand this would be painful.
The way nature set,
I understand that this would hurt. But if we did this, we'd be saving millions of children. Millions. Stop. You are so selfish. You are so selfish.
Do you know how many sperm are in each load? And that is a technical term. The term is a load. Do you know how many sperm exist in that?
Millions.
Yeah. And we could be saving all of them.
And y'all were the fastest ones. That's what's funny about the whole thing.
Yeah. So you could get on board with mandatory vasectomies, right?
Mm-hmm. What's that?
You can get on board with mandatory vasectomies, right?
No, because you shouldn't have to. That'd be like forcing a woman to have an abortion.
Or forcing her to keep a child when she wants an abortion. Listen, I think you just got it. So, Foster, here's what I'll recommend then. If you and I can agree on mandatory vasectomies or a nationwide abortion ban, how about we just let people do whatever the fuck they want? How about we leave it up to women to make the decisions with their bodies? And then you and I, hey, Foster, how many uteruses do you have? Uteri. Like, how many uteri do you have currently?
I don't have any.
I don't either. Listen, so how about instead of we stop trying to control women and we just, leave it up to the women to make their own decisions?
Go back, leave it up to women. That's what's been going on. And that's why, even a high society person might have 2 or 3 abortions before she's 40 years old.
Oh, so Foster, is it just about controlling the women?
No,
it sounds like it.
It's controlling the death of children.
That can't be so, because if it was, then you would be on board with mandatory vasectomies.
Well, let me ask Dean a question. Dean, listen, let's say I invented a time machine and I could go back in time and I could go talk to your mama and say, you know, when Dean reaches 18 years old, he's going to be pretty out there. He's going to be way far to the left. He's going to have some really crazy, you know,
He's
and
out there.
you know, and maybe you should have an abortion. Would you be okay with me going back in time and telling your mama that?
Telling my mom to have an abortion?
Yeah, instead of having you.
I'd be
Just
okay
think
with
if she would have had an abortion and you wouldn't be here right
Well,
now.
listen. Obviously, the emotional takeaway that I want to inform you of is no, don't tell my mom to have an abortion. I love my life. Okay, but let me explain to you how this emotional intuition that I have isn't representative of the claim that therefore women should have an obligation to maintain pregnancy. If I were to donate you my kidney because you needed it to live tomorrow, and then in 10 years from now,
Dean, I've
I
listened
came
to you a
back
few
to you.
times.
Listen
This
to what
is
I'm
just
saying.
stupid.
Listen to
That's
what I'm
stupid.
saying to you. If you
All
needed my
right.
kidney to live and I chose to give it to you tomorrow, and then I come back to you 10 years in the future, and all of a sudden you have a family, a career, you're doing great, you're helping people, and you're really happy. Okay, here's my question. This is a good one. Would you argue that I should have had an obligation to give you that kidney in the first place because due to the fact I chose to give you that kidney, you went on to live a very happy and flourished life? Like, no, you wouldn't argue that I'd have an obligation to give you that kidney. I was just doing something nice. So in the same way, yeah, I'm very grateful for my life, but this doesn't mean that my mom had an obligation to maintain that pregnancy. And also, not to mention that my mom getting a pregnancy isn't like the only thing that she or my dad could have done to prevent my birth. Okay, if my dad pulled out, I wouldn't be here today. If my mom was on birth control, I wouldn't be here today. So you going back in time and telling my mom, get an abortion because he's going to be a woke, crazy communist or whatever the hell, would do the
I
same
didn't say
thing
that.
like
You said
telling
that.
my dad, make sure you pull out, bro. He's going to be a woke, crazy communist. Okay? The point is like, I still have this emotional reaction to the thought of my dad pulling out. I'm like, no, don't pull out. I love my life. Okay? But this doesn't mean that my dad had an obligation to not pull out. This doesn't mean that it would have been wrong for my dad to pull out. Just like this means it wouldn't have been wrong for my mom to get an abortion.
Yeah, I kind of wish he would have.
What? Wait,
That's an abortion. I can stand behind that one there.
wait. Why didn't you ask me the question though?
Because I know Dean more than I know you.
Oh,
I've watched Dean quite a bit.
Yeah, me too. Hey, is that time machine a hot tub?
It is. It is.
I thought it would be.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're gonna make a time
Hey, I
machine, make
think-
it in the hot tub, right?
Yeah, I think the thing is, it's just kind of silly that your premise is focused on like saving lives, where if that were truly your desire, then you would actually focus on like social safety nets. You would focus on improving things like paid paternal leave. You would focus on like food subsidies, focus on like, UBI, things that would make people more enticed to actually have children and not actually require them to get an abortion. I mean, you would want to shore up those things that would encourage people to be able to own a home and sustain a family instead of just forcing them to have babies. But it's just super interesting that you guys focus on forcing people to have babies instead of providing better lives so they want to have babies.
Yeah. But Dean, I saw a little bit of change in Dean when I talked about going back in time and telling his mom that he's going to be, I didn't say radical communist or anything like that, like he said, but I could tell that he was thinking about it. Hey man, that's
Dude,
I'm glad my mama didn't have an abortion.
Dude, I gave you a fucking perfect argument. Okay, I gave you a perfect argument in response. Yes, I'm happy that my mom didn't get an abortion. Just like you'd be fucking happy if I donated you my kidney and saved your life. Does this mean that I had an obligation to donate you my kidney? No. Does this mean that my mom had an obligation not get an abortion? No.
But you're glad she didn't.
Yes, in the same way you'd be glad if I donated you my kidney to save your life. I still should have been choose to not donate you my kidney to save your life. Just like my mom still should have been able to choose.
I'm not
if she
even
wanted
paying
an
any
abortion.
attention to that. That's just dumb.
It's a perfect
You're
analogy.
a smart guy. You're a smart guy, Dean, most of the time. But you say some really stupid stuff sometimes.
I feel like you just think that the things I say are stupid if you happen to disagree with them, or alternatively, you don't see the point.
That may be.
Like you just don't see the point.
All right. Iran.
Okay. Yeah, Trump's sworn to run
Where'd
is
you
terrible.
run to?
What's that? Oh yeah, I ran away. Yeah, y'all schooled me on that one. I'm walking my dog right now. So, I ran. I agree with that. Trump should have gone in. He had the opportunity to
Why
take
should he have
out
gone
a lot because you can't let Iran get a nuclear weapon.
Okay,
Bottom
so
line.
then Trump should be president because he let them get a nuclear weapon.
No, where
Yep.
I would have been done, what I would have done different in Trump. Once I did all I did those nights, and I'd have pulled my whole military, Navy, everything out of the Strait of Hormuz. I'd have just left. I wouldn't even told nobody. I'd have said, "All right, boys, let's go home."
No, listen. If you don't think that Iran should have a nuclear weapon, you would think that Donald Trump is one of the worst presidents of modern American history because he gave them the green light to construct a nuclear weapon in his first term when he terminated Obama's JCPOA agreement, which prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said, I'm going to tear this agreement up because it has Obama's signature on it. I don't give a fuck. That greenlit Iran to start constructing nuclear warheads. That was his move.
Why were they putting everything underground if they were just going to not have a nuclear weapon?
Why are they putting their facilities underground? So in case something like goes drastically wrong and there's a major explosion, radioactive particulates don't like cloud the skies and rain down on cities. Most
that's
like
a common
nuclear production
practice.
facilities are underground. Yeah.
Yep.
Oakwood, Tennessee wasn't underground.
I know. That's why I said most. I don't think that Tennessee cares too much about y'all Tennesseans getting those radioactive materials in your brain.
Let me ask you a question about if Iran did get a nuclear weapon. Now we know they're not going to, put it on a missile and fire it into Washington, because that would be like a bad thing for everybody. But what if Iran snuck one into New York Harbor or somewhere like that?
Listen, my point is that I agree that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons, okay? But the right way to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons is to negotiate with them. Obama proved that it was successful. Donald Trump then tore up that agreement. And by the way, this war has not gotten us any closer to a denuclearized Iran. Okay, why do I say that? Because the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding that ended the war, did not include a denuclearization agreement. It just included the promise that they would continue to negotiate in good faith, which is, by the way, exactly what they were doing before Trump started the war.
So you're saying that AEI or whatever it's called, the
IAEA.
atomic, yeah. So you're saying they could go in there to in Iran, any of the facilities at any time of day, night they wanted to, and make sure that they're, following the rules. You're saying that?
Yeah, so that's the way it was under Obama's agreement.
And I really wish you guys would put as much focus on like Israel and their nuclear stockpile as you guys do as far as saying Iran can't have a nuclear missile. It's kind of interesting that like there's an estimated 90 nuclear warheads that Israel has, and they're the only Gulf state country with known nuclear missiles on record. But you guys don't say shit about them. But you're like hyper fixated on Iran and Donald Trump's war of choice. Like that's really interesting.
Well, you do realize that all the terrorist groups in that area, if they could push one big red button and kill all Jewish people,
like the state of Israel?
Is
Israel is a terrorist state. Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal, and free Palestine until it's backwards.
Okay. Well, where are you getting this from?
Listen, I'm gonna let you answer this last question, then we move on. You're putting me to sleep.
All right. Yeah, because you this subject is all right, go ahead.
Not gonna lie, I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You still thinking about Mama having that abortion, aren't you?
Get out of here. We're gonna get the next guest up here. I'm not gonna lie, that guy was like literally putting me to sleep. I'm like actually tired, dude. It's like actually kind of ridiculous. Actually kind of ridiculous, quite frankly. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I'd really appreciate that very much so. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do. Hi.
Hi, you do. How old are you?
I'm 31.
You're 31. Okay, and what year were you born in?
1994. September 23rd, if that helps.
Okay, and you do support Trump?
I do.
Alrighty. Here, give me a moment here. I'm just going to thank a couple people for their love, and then I will
Have a few
pass.
when you finish, Dean.
Sounds good. Then I'll pass the mic to you. Does that sound okay?
I think she's trying to fix the
Oh, sorry
echo.
about that. No, sorry about that. Did it fix it?
Yeah, you're all good. I'm
Yeah,
going to thank
it's
a couple people for their donations here. Then I'm going to pass you that mic. So if you just give me
Not a problem. Go
one
ahead.
moment here. A couple people to thank. Let's go ahead and start over on Venmo. Martavis, thank you so much for the $5. I do really appreciate you. Thank you so much as well. Aaron, ERIN, with a $20, who says, if we're worried about preventing death in general, maternal mortality rates where the fetus also doesn't survive are way higher than a man dying from a vasectomy. True. Kara, thank you for the $10. Yes, he did use the point, Kara. Based. Olivia, thank you for the $25, who says, just sending love and support. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Olivia. Let's get 250 Olivia W's. Same thing to you, Taylor. Thank you for the $10. Dania, thank you so much for the $15. She says, I know that you've used this argument before. Tumors develop their own DNA and can develop their own vascular system, having their own blood flow, and use similar methods to receive resources to grow. Arguing that DNA is important is so stupid. I could not agree with you more. Hong Kim, thank you for the $10. Who says, awesome debate, dude. Thank you, Hong Kim. Shout out to Fussy for the $10 as well. I did see that, Fussy. I did indeed. Jameson, thank you so much for the $10. And then Mercedes, thank you for the $20, who says, since I started watching the debates, you've helped me realize that my beliefs were only based on my parents. I now no longer support Trump, and you've changed my world and religious beliefs. Thank you for everything that you do. I'm so happy that I've been able to help you change your worldview. That is phenomenal. Same thing to you, Avania. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And Amanda, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate y'all. Riley, thank you for the $5, who says, love your streams. Hell yeah, Riley. Brittany with the $10 says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. Me and my dad are proud woke liberals, and we love watching your vid. Shout out to you and your dad, Brittany. And then on Super Chat, PJ, thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat. I appreciate you, man. Let's get 1,000 PJWs. Holy moly. Let's load up his message. PJ with 100 says, I'm Republican, but I agree with a lot of what you say and some I don't. I'm a CEO of a large company. Note that you look tired. Sometimes you got to tune out. I have to myself from time to time. Huh, interesting. I wonder what you disagree with me on, and I would love to talk to you, dude, but I appreciate you for the love. Bird with the $20 says, Dean, it's my birthday. Today I turned 18. I've been watching for a while, and you've really opened my mind. Well, happy birthday, Phoenix. Show some happy birthday love to Phoenix down below that comment section. That is super exciting. Hell yeah. That's a big one. And then Sign Master, thank you for the $50. Who says, quote, if you're pre-born, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're fucked, from George C. Yeah, that's basically the way that Trump looks at it. Then Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 as well. I appreciate you for your kind words. And by the way, it's good to see you today as always. Then over on PayPal, thank you for the $30, Jose. Let's get through it. Jose W's, who says, Dean, can you please talk about the bill that just passed? The House voted yes on merging our military with Israel. We need to call our senators ASAP. Well, I'll take a look into that. I haven't seen anything, probably because it passed when I was live, but that's pretty fucking terrifying.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning earlier with the supply chain. Like, it's going to directly connect the United States military supply chain with Israel, and it's $95 billion, and it's going to extend the military budget to $1.15 trillion.
Oh, that's just fantastic, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Yep. I'll take a look into that when I'm off live. Victoria, thank you for the $14, who says abortions due to anomalies would be a great thing to bring up in your debates. I'm 42 and IVF single by choice. It's a reality that I have to face if I'm successful. I wanted a child, and it would be devastating and heartbreaking. Yeah, for real, Victoria. No, that is good to talk about. Thank you so much for that love. Same thing to Merle. Thank you for the $10. I am familiar with Pickles. He's a pretty good debater. Bridget with the $10 says, 46-year-old Tim so sick of hearing these 18-year-olds who don't realize how much their vote will actually affect their adulthood. Bro, I know. It's so annoying to me, and I'm only 21. Venus, thank you so much for the $12. I do appreciate you. I don't even know what those are, Venus. Christopher with the $20 says, do you think that the orangutan will leave the White House in 2029, or will he resist one last time? If he makes it that long, I think he might do like one final showdown and try to like do J6 2.0. But I don't know if he's going to make it that long. And then Alex, I appreciate you for the $20 as well as alongside that interesting fact check. Thank you. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. Who says, can you not read this out loud? I'll keep that to myself. Just know that I really do appreciate you. Orange, POK, I appreciate you for the $10. I'm sorry that I didn't see that message earlier, or else I would have had you up. And then Madison, thank you for the $50, who says, I'm sending this before work. Love from Australia. Love to you, Madison, and love to Australia. I doubt that you're still with us anymore. Just know that I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Audrey with the $5. Thank you so much. Sophia with the $5. I appreciate you. Sarah, thank you for the $10 as well. And with all that being said, we are all caught up. I think that Santana has a couple people to thank, that we're going to pass the mic to this guest.
Yeah, I'll make it really quick. Renee, thank you for the 1. Pot, thank you for the 5. Anthony, thank you so much for the 5. I'm glad to sign you up. Rebel, thank you for the 5. Casey, thank you so much for the $25 donation. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. And Megan, thank you so much for the 1. They always have the worst arguments, but I appreciate you all.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Why don't you take it away and tell us why you support Trump?
Well, absolutely. First of all, I want to preface this conversation by saying thank you for taking the time out to choose me. I really appreciate your time. I do also say I used to be on the left. Well, so a lot of things have radically changed with me. As far as Trump, I wouldn't say Trump specifically, more so in alignment with the current administration or just the right side in general. I used to be center left leaning, more right leaning, and my 3 biggest target issues were immigration. I will say that
you keep cutting out.
Hello. Yep. Oh, hold on, let me see. Is that a little bit better?
I think so. Hello. Go ahead.
Yeah, we miss kind of large chunks of what you were saying.
Oh gosh. Okay, I'll see if I can hopefully keep a steady connection here. I used to be on the left. I'm a detransitioner. I radically had a giant change within my belief system as I grew older. And when I say detransition, I mean like from 2008 to like 2022. This is a recent change, okay?
Oh, you mean
my
like
3 biggest
politically?
issues.
Like politically detransition.
Politically.
Okay.
Oh no! I mean, actually detransition, like a detransitioner. I was deep in that lifestyle for real. But my 3 biggest things, and I'm a hobbyist debater. I'm not. I hope to be as articulate as you one day with my opinions here. But my 3 biggest things: immigration, the LGBT, ABCD, EFG community. Sorry, no offense, y'all. I still have a lot of friends there. And I'd say the economy loosely. I am married into a family of immigrants, and without saying my title for the preservation of my family, I do work in an area that involves immigration. So I do see things that without giving proprietary information, that the public doesn't ordinarily see. So there are a couple things I did want to talk about. But if there's topics that you're just too burnt out with today, please let me know.
Dude, so we're at 4 hours. This is usually where I'd be ending my live stream. But I gotta talk to you. So where do you want to start? What's the biggest reason why you support Trump?
Goodness gracious. I'll say maybe the preservation of the American citizens, thing to do with the security of the nation. Immigration is kind of one of my talking points I like to go into with some friends of mine. I just powwow on TikTok. But and my degree, well, I studied linguistics and education. When I was so far on the left, I wanted to study English as a second language, teach people coming into the country for the first time so they can have access to better resources, housing, study their citizenship tests, and have a better life. And one of the groups, and I'm from Southern California originally. I moved to Texas. Thank God I'm reformed. But one of my groups I used to work with, we lost funding because the people that are coming to our programs for the English program, like, am I frozen for you guys? Can you hear me? Hello?
No, we're just kind of stun locked, but keep going.
I'm so sorry. Well, we lost funding because there was no longer an incentive for the immigrants coming to learn English because they were getting all the resources they wanted through community funding and other programs. But it maybe begged the question from there.
Well, let's just try to reduce your biggest reason why you support Trump down into 2 sentences. So I have something cogent to respond to.
I apologize. So 2 sentences. Immersification from immigrants and security. I'll start with security.
Wait, what do you mean immersification?
I guess loosely assimilation is a better word to say it.
Did they don't assimilate or they are?
From what I've seen, and being in Southern California, I recently moved back from Culver City, if you know where that area is. I had to step over homeless people and get over to people that are living on the streets and immigrated over here. Not all of them get the life that they wanted when they come over here. And I hated seeing that. I'm like, why is that? I had to deep dive into that. A lot of them, either they're living in a family of 10 people in a household, which economically kind of makes sense, not gonna lie. I mean, maybe that's cultural. And other parts is, I see you on the streets or committing crimes, which I see on a daily basis with my job. And again, I don't want to see too much of what I do.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to have a super fleshed out conversation because, no offense, you like to talk a lot. Don't worry, I do too. No, I do too. I like to talk so much; it's my full-time job. But like I said, we're at 4 hours already. I'll probably probably only have another 10, 15 minutes at most. So I'm probably gonna end up inviting you back another day to finish the dialogue. But
can I ask a very pointed question then, Dean?
Sure.
And I shot you a text.
Yeah. Thank you for the galaxy.
What do you think about ICE?
Oh gosh, I am in favor of ICE. I will say loosely, not based on what's happening on the news. I get it, but I am still in favor of ICE. Point blank period.
Why?
National security.
Okay, well, listen, here's my thing. I think that ICE is doing a shit poor job under Trump. So not only have we seen an increase in a reckless disregard for law and life is in like the Department of DHS as a whole, via the department-wide memorandums to arrest people with no judicial warrants, infringing on the immigrants' 4th and 14th Amendment rights, but also just defending the murder and execution of citizens and non-citizens alike. We literally saw an ICE agent in Maine shoot and kill somebody in their car, and since then, we've heard testimony from two of his ex-wives saying that he's incredibly abusive and violent. One of them even shared a voicemail where he's like, I want to kill all women. I want to literally slit their throats and let them bleed out. And this guy is still yet being defended by the Trump administration. He's still on the job, and they've prevented his investigation. Like, I mean, it's just fucked. ICE agents have killed more Americans in the last year and a half than Iran. The second thing I'll say here is they've been wildly ineffective at identifying and deporting undocumented immigrants who actually should be gone. You know, like those with those undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. Under Obama, over 20% of his deportations were of those with violent crimes on their records. Today, under Trump, that number's below 4%, because they're focusing more on the hard-working mothers and fathers that have been here forever, non-violent, non-criminal, that just kind of want to build a better life for them and their family, as well as some legal immigrants like asylum seekers. But you made a couple points. The first point that you said is that they don't assimilate as it would relate to crime. They actually assimilate better than I do, the average American citizen, better than you do, better than Santana does, better than a vast majority of the people watching this stream. The reason why I say that is because they are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil in comparison to the average U.S. citizen, and 4 times less likely to commit non-violent crimes. You also made another point there. You said maybe socioeconomically you see more immigrants that are homeless living on the streets. Well, that's actually not true. They actually have a higher labor force participation rate than natural U.S.-born citizens with very similar incomes for legal immigrants. And according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, they actually increase wages for low-skilled labor groups by 1 to 2% annually. So your argument that they don't assimilate in the sense of socioeconomic standards and crime is just completely false. And you should definitely not like ICE for all the reasons that I gave you surrounding their reckless disregard for law and life, not to mention their wild inability and lack of effectiveness as it would relate to identifying and deporting those that actually should be.
Yeah, so to concede to your point, obviously as a whole majority, I'm not going to lump everyone in that same category. I'll say maybe it's a pretty sizable percentage of them that are coming here the right way, trying to do everything the right way. And if you don't come the right way, you want to be under the radar as much as possible. That just makes logical sense, right? So I can see that. However, and I don't want to give out too much what I do because I love the safety of my family and my friends, but I do see the criminal manifest of some of these people that are getting deported, and by some of them, this is what's in my private sector company that are getting deported, and it is not a fun list to look at. Some of them are petty crimes, some of them are no additional crimes, it's just regular illegal entry. Some of them are tied together with illegal entry plus an aggressive crime. And those crimes, like the list on the manifest outweighs the ones that are doing just illegal entry.
Well, I mean, then you probably work with you don't have to affirm or deny anything that I say, like a private detainment, a private detention center that ICE operates out, that ICE operates out of. That's at least what I would assume that you do. Okay, well, this means that you probably specifically house and transport detainees from ICE that they've put on the ultra bad list of those that actually have committed bad crimes. But still yet, as a whole, that number of those that have bad crimes on their records represent below 5% of all deportations. So it's selection bias.
Yeah, are you saying that you have more exposure due to your job? And do you think that that has shifted your thought process? Because if you have direct sight and line of sight of like the worst of the worst or whatever, then of course that would absolutely shift your positioning as far as undocumented immigrants.
Also, guys, she's not directly ICE because she said that she works in the
Thank
private
you.
sector.
Yeah.
Please. Yes, I am not ICE. I have no ties to ICE. I don't know any of the agents. Please don't come after me and my family, okay? I'm sure your chatters are nice, but
I have
I'm
no
seeing some things.
ties with ICE. Well, and I truly don't
No,
know
I
what
don't
you
have
do.
anything to do with ICE, okay? Like, don't worry about that. But yeah, so I'm willing to concede a little bit of that too. I mean, I had some of these views before I had my current position as well, but I think maybe it's confirmation bias. I'm willing to concede that point as well. I'm trying not to drone on too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, listen, I mean, we're really over 4 hours. I don't know if we have too much time to really go into much substance. I really want to talk to you. I'd also like to talk to you as maybe the first guest of the stream, so I'm not as tired. You know, after like 4 hours of debating, I get really tired, and I usually end up putting up a significantly worse performance. And it's funny because you could actually track the performance of like my debates with the viewer count. When we start the stream, we have like 30 to 40,000 people in here. And then when we end the stream, or now we have like 20,000 people in here. So it's gone down by 50% just because as I've gotten more tired and hungry, I become a worse debater and then people are less interested. But I hit you with a follow on my DNC Dean account just so I could send you a message when I go live. Would you be down to join tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. No problem.
Okay. All right. We'll look for a follow from DNC Dean. Shoot you a message on there when I go live. Maybe if you're free, I could even have you on as the first guest of the night because I'd love to continue this dialogue.
Absolutely. I appreciate your time, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you take care. I really want to talk to her.
Yeah.
I really want to talk to her.
It was too much with too little time because
Yeah.
I have so many questions.
So many questions. If you want, you could come back. You could be here for that.
Yeah.
Cassidy,
For
thank you
sure,
the
for
galaxy.
sure. I would actually, holy smokes. I was just
Yeah.
trying to figure it out the whole time, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. DAR, thank you so much for the $50 on Super Chat. Huh. Well, I appreciate you, but they say, hey, Dean, I'm a current Trump supporter, and I think you make some decent points, but it's genuinely brain melting to hear some of the people you've been picking. I'd love to have a real debate with you.
It's who
Yeah.
gets up here.
Yeah, we could do that. I'd do that. I'd love to do that.
I think it's always funny. Like people hear this and it's like, "Oh, this can't be real." No, these are the people. Like
Yeah.
this is your representation, MAGA.
Yeah. By the way, I've seen a couple of people in the comment section asking me this a lot recently about if I debate leftists or to debate a leftist. Well, I debate people that I could hopefully get voting for like people on the left in elections. That's who I like to debate. Because the purpose and the point of my live stream isn't just entertainment. The purpose and the point of my live stream is actually like galvanizing a voter base to ensure that progressive politicians will win the midterms and hopefully win the next presidential election. So, like, for instance, debating a leftist on the unique complexities where maybe I may disagree with communism or where I don't disagree with communism, that doesn't really like influence any material outcome of people voting that wouldn't have otherwise voted. I mean, I debate a leftist that doesn't vote. I'd debate a leftist that, because of their convictions, abstains from the two-party system. I'd debate a leftist that would vote third party. I'd debate leftists on those subjects. I would do that.
You've literally done it.
I've done it a lot, yeah.
Speaking of which, I meant to ask you, my commie friend who was like excited when you came up to debate the guy on like capitalism and socialism, they wanted to know if they could use that clip as a breakdown.
Really?
Yeah. Like
Damn,
that's how much they enjoyed it.
Damn.
They want to actually use it as like, see? So
Yeah,
I said I would check with you and see if you would be good with it.
Yeah, that's fine. For those that aren't in the loop, the other day, somebody was on Santana's stream debating against socialism. And, like, I'm not a socialist, but I did think that this particular thing they were critiquing about socialism actually wasn't bad and made a lot of sense, and they were just totally wrong. So I joined up and explained to them why they're wrong, and apparently I'm getting some good credit for it within leftist communities.
You impress the commies.
I like that. I like that. Listen. I think that we are seeing this continual progression of more division on the left. We are seeing large ideologues and even followers of those ideologues that happen to ideologically agree with them, like creating these major schisms between leftists, progressive liberals, and establishment liberals. Listen, I think that progressive liberals and leftists need to come together, okay? And it is time for us to work as one, okay? And what I mean by that is it's time for us to beat the right and push the left further left and weed out the establishment liberals that are helping and enabling the destruction of this country, okay? Like, we need to work together on that, and we can work together on that, you know? But instead, I just see so many leftists on my For You. Like, I saw this post earlier today. It had like 10,000 likes. It was posted by a communist, and it was like, oh, Dean Withers is pro-Israel. No, I'm actually not pro-Israel. I'm anti-Israel, okay? Like, instead of, like, lying about me to attempt to convince people that they shouldn't like me like you do, maybe we could actually work together and build a larger coalition that extends beyond, you know, like your leftist beliefs or your progressive liberals beliefs, and do something in the midterms. There's a soft middle here. There's a soft middle between progressive liberals and leftists. The soft middle between progressive liberals and leftists is destroying the DNC establishment and advocating for social democrats and even some democratic socialists. All right? Yeah. That's the soft middle. It is. It inevitably is. That's something that we could agree on. Many, and I mean many leftists will acknowledge in their lifetime, the furthest end goal that we'd ever be able to materially or tangibly achieve is social democracy or democratic socialism. One of the two things. All right? And we could work together on that because there are so many respects of democratic socialism that I absolutely agree with. So many respects of it. It's time to beat the divide.
I think the like string you have to keep tugging on is come together to pull more people left. Like, that's the key.
Right.
You focus on that, you got it.
Right.
Like that the people who are like further. And I don't know if you saw Parker's live earlier, but apparently you're like a crazy extreme leftist. Like apparently you're like way more extreme than Parker. The guy was like, yeah, Dean, he's like insanely extreme left. Anyway, like, keep tugging on the pulling people left, and you like that's how you get it.
Yeah. I think that me and Parker are almost perfectly ideologically aligned
That's
with
what
one
Parker
another.
said, but the guy was like, no, Dean's he's a crazy leftist.
I will say, and maybe I just need to talk to Parker about this. I have been a little bit more open-minded to democratic socialism, though. Mm-hmm. Like, what's so bad with the government controlling a couple like key industries? Maybe it should. But like, I don't know. Like, it's something I'm just looking into, something I'm reading about. You know, I
think the thing is, and my wife and I we talk about you guys, we talk about everybody, but the thing about you is like how it seems like you're always seeking knowledge, and the more you learn, the more things kind of shift, and it seems like you've been learning more, and you can tell from the things that you've been saying. I think that's more so what it is.
Yeah, that's a goal. But you know, like, regardless, Joy with the $5 says, I'm a communist. I watch your debates every day. I respect you. And while I disagree with you on some points, leftists and libs should work together.
A lot of them do. I'm telling you.
I think that there's a lot of liberals, okay, who kind of like maintain this superiority complex over leftists and will like identify one person that's like, I don't know, defending the DPRK or arguing that Stalin is king. And they'll then therefore be like, oh, like all leftists are like fucking crazy. Like, no, not all leftists defend the DPRK and think that Stalin is king, okay? In the same way, there's also a lot of leftists who say, oh, well, if you don't agree with everything that I say, I'm superior to you, and guess what? I'm going to call you pro-Israel for the love of the game, and, you know, you're going to be a target of the revolution, and we might kill you in the process, okay? But I don't think that those people are representative of the majority of leftists and the majority of liberals. I think that there are a shit ton of liberals, okay, who can acknowledge that the establishment has failed this country, can acknowledge that we shouldn't be sending money to Israel, can acknowledge that we shouldn't be funding genocide, can acknowledge that we need better social safety nets for Americans, and that the goal should be affordability and a reduction in poverty, a reduction in crime as an extension of poverty, and many other things. And we could really work together. We could really work together there.
I think there's a pretty good middle section, and I think that sometimes it's just the loudest voices, of course, get all the spotlight instead of the people that have a lot of that overlap. So
yeah, so true. Sorry guys, I was yapping there for a while. It's probably time for me to end my stream. I think
thanks for having me up, bro.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
See ya.
I think I have 4 people to thank, then we're going to hop off. Rachel, thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat, who says, "Hey, Dean, it's me from Singapore again. This time there was a post of a man taking photos of a girl secretly, and while the news was posted on IG, a majority of men were defending the guy, saying that it wasn't wrong to take photos of women in public if they showed it." Yeah, well, it's definitely wrong in many scenarios, Rachel. That's weird as fuck. I appreciate you for the $50. Same thing to you, Winter, with the $20, who says, "Hey, Dean, thank you for everything that you do. Both my bio parents were abusive Trump supporters, and after I was removed from their home, your videos and lives have helped me think for myself." Oh, I'm so happy that the live streams have been able to help you out, Winter. As well as Colleen, thank you so much for the $30, who says, "Haven't been on in a while. Thank you for continuing the fight." Well, I try my best, Colleen. Good to see you again, and thank you for the $30. And one more here. Over on YouTube Super Chat from PJ, "I think that we can all work together. If I was to come on the show, I would want it like the 5 Fox or Fox 5. We have different views, but we respect each other, and a good conversation that could be weekly, fun time, yet educational." Just my thought. Well, listen, man, I treat people the way they treat me and the way they treat others. At the end of the day, I have many dialogues where I'm able to be patient and try to be respectful, and other dialogues where I tell people I think that they'd be better off in hell. But if you want to have a conversation with me about why you support Trump, just like all other Trump supporters, you are invited to join the show. For everybody watching, I'm going to go and end the stream for the night here. Thank you so much for showing up. Hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. I'll see you all tomorrow as per usual. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.